And solid, just let him flow. Flow.
Let me just say this. Now, fast forward now to this girl, a Yoruba girl. This is the point we're making. A Yoruba girl, his father. You see, the point is this woman. I fear. I know I always attack you on woman. You yourself, you are not Adele. I want to ask you where's Adele Koko? Not in Adele Koko.
Yes, no, I'll have to phone him tomorrow. Yes, just to check that he's.
Just need to know what's something. So. You see, I was saying to you that this is a dangerous game we're playing. When this guy, Rosvivo, was being labeled and blah, 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 when they saw Yoruba, all this kind of a thing, which I know is a fact. Maybe there's a substance to that. But there's a dangerous game we are playing there. I have kids that are biracial. And I fear, because the Lagos that I grew up way back in the 70s, I have friends that were born to English mothers, Irish mom, Scottish mom. We all play together. We play football. We don't even see skin color there. Some of them are Akwa Ibom people. Some of them are Yoruba. Some of them are Igbos. We all play together. I don't see skin. We don't even know whether we are Igbo or not anything. Except maybe when we go to each other's family house, they will start seeing them speak Igbo, and then they seem to make us speak welcome. So my point is this: I fear what are we creating for ourselves? Kulata rightly said it. These people they try to divide us on this ethnic line. But I've seen a pattern with how it all began. That's my point. How did it? I'm not saying Igbos are not. I'm not saying you're Igbo. No, it's not lower. They do. I know that for a fact. I know they are bigoted Igbos like the one you just played to us. Yes, I acknowledge that. There's some of them that are so stupid and so. You just talk anyhow. I know them. Even if you know, I used to come here when one of the few times I came here. I say my dad taught me about things that is something I want to start talking again about here. When my dad used to say that to me, I was like, Dad, why are you saying this? But that thing stuck with me. But I kind of realized it later. But it's okay. But I don't want to go there. That is how some of them were there. So my point is that
rational mind. Remember,
I don't
this is a party, not tribe versus tribe. They want to push you to tribe versus tribe. This is APC versus obedience. This is not.
So that's what I'm saying.
They want to push you.
So why are you saying Yorubas are big gods? Hold on, Uptown. What the hell are you talking here? When we are responding to you saying Yorubas are big gods, and now you're saying it's APC.
I say me. Uptown said Yorubas are big gods. Me mentioned Yoruba here.
That's the point we're making.
No, you are rational mind. That's what you guys are saying.
Here you go.
Me.
What we are responding here is what we are hearing you guys say.
Larry just asked me that same question, and I
said APC has a construct for regime protection.
You see what we're talking about?
I said Yorubas are big gods.
Are you here, Plata? Can you hear? Can you hear now? Can you hear? Somebody now, after we clarify this matter, let me address this guy.
Wait, Uptown, do you agree with rational mind statement when they say Yorubas? Do you agree with the statement?
That what?
I think he lost connection, but carry on. Yeah.
Anyway, so my point is this: is that Larry asked me that same question, and I said, no, that's not what I meant. I didn't mean the totality of Yoruba. And I'm one of those people that use that phrase there, the Yoruba wing of Tinubu APC.
Okay, rational mind. I think let's say this in a way that is not non-inflammatory. If we're going to call bigotry, you can call them Batified.
I do that.
But wait, hold on. The mistake, the reason, I'm just trying to think why Mike is reacting. And I just look like if you say Yoruba Ronu, then you brought in the ethnicity in there, which Uptown did, which may be wrong because you may, hold on. Let me land this point. Because wait, Uptown, with the mistake you are making, there's a genuine Yoruba Ronu, which started in the.
I'm talking about APC. I'm talking about your whatever.
That's what I want to correct you going forward, so you just don't say Yoruba Ronu. You can say the Batified Ronu guys, but don't put the Yoruba because it's a normal thing that every election. I said it even before that election will come. The election will come. People will now start doing Yoruba Ronu.
It's okay.
So that's what I'm saying is going forward, call out the politics and attach them to their politics. But if I don't know, because Uptown, you will not know, you will not understand how if it's a normal person, conservative person, or non-conservative person, just someone that's been familiar with that terminology or phraseology, and then he hears this, then he's going to say, okay, you're generalizing me amongst what I'm not. But when you look at, okay, the Abiola boys, which I could see because I was pissed off that they were trying to shut that girl down when she was getting results. But if you call it, okay, the Abiola boys, the Baptist, the this, but don't say Yoruba Ronu, don't bring the ethnicity. Nobody is saying, oh, if you see, people can say IPOP, because we know not every I have no family in my family. So I'm not going to say my family were IPOP. We're not. So that's what I'm saying. If you say IPOP, then that's fine. Or if you say obedience, that's fine. But no, I don't say Igbo, because that's where you draw the line. Or don't say Yoruba this. That's where you guys need to be careful.
You people are overflogging this man.
Sorry. Kolata, did Dewale, did he lend you his phone?
Yeah, that's what I want to ask. What's going on?
Oh no, I mean, I think my Wi-Fi or something just switched. You know, I'm driving.
All right.
You're truck driver, the engine.
Truck inside, all right. If you remember where you were, carry on. So we can get to.
But I'll try. Solid, solid moment where you have been wanting to say something. Let me just say this. I know when people interject me like this, it drags on. Let me just go straight now. So my point is this, guys. Well, you see, you people always want to tell us what to say, how to say certain things. I don't know what your I don't know what your problem, you guys' problem is. What is all this? We use Batified. We use all kinds of names because you people evolve with time. From Batified Adon, Batified Agbado, and then Ronu, and then.
But people were saying Yoruba Ronu. People were saying Yoruba Ronu. Keep it as Baptist or keep it as ABC or whatever that East it is.
Come on, let me. Can I throw a word in without even having you to interject me? You guys are metamorphosed with different names over time, but the obedient has always remained one name.
And they did it by themselves.
Who is you guys now? What I mean,
you guys? Who's you guys? Can you tell us who those guys are? Yoruba people, right?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. I think this thing has gone out of control. Come on, man. Rational man.
I like to trigger that very well. I like to trigger this people.
When Rational Man came on
it's gone on for way too long, man. That's one point.
Mike, because I don't want.
I'm just making a statement now.
Yeah, but just hold on. Okay, make that point, and then after that point, I have to insist that Rational Mind gets to speak, so that when he speaks, then I go on to. But I don't want him chop, because then even tonight I started to complain. Larry Spencer is a new voice, so make that point, and then let's just play the guy through. Yeah.
Rational Man can use Ogun to swear right now. Even you, one man, you know. When Rational Man first came on this platform 3 years ago, he told us he was an Igbo man, and he even spoke Igbo. So all of a sudden, about within a year and a half ago, he started telling everybody, because most of the people here just started coming here, like maybe a year ago or something. He's been telling everybody that he's a full-blooded Yoruba man. Are you kidding me? Later on, he claimed that I was having. When I asked him again, like, guy, you told me you were Igbo the first time I came here 3 years ago. They started saying, oh, I'm half Igbo.
I never said I'm Igbo.
Now he's saying.
Let him just speak, and then
I think you deceiving. Okay.
That's my anger with you. I don't like that kind of fake human being, man. That's my frustration with you.
Thank you.
Let's debate. Don't be saying Yorubas are big, or you're lying now. You're a full-blooded Yoruba man. Are you kidding me?
All right.
All right. Thank you, Mike. So after that, let this guy just speak. Rational Mind.
Woman, it's a. It's so I don't even know where to even start. Let me address him real quick. Yes. When I first arrived there, I was talking about the Igbo side of me, and I said I had that from a great distant grandmother from my paternal side.
That's not what you said. Stop lying.
Hold on. I clarify with time. If you're not here on this platform, go and look at it. As time goes on,
are you really explaining yourself, man?
I never said I was.
Rational Mind, can you do me a favor? Can you just abandon that and then go to Jimmy Agba?
I'll abandon it, but one man, because I wish Agele Koko is here. I know I've said so many things here, but there's clarity to my position. I won't come here and just review myself once. I've never said I'm an Igbo man. I said I have an Igbo blood in me. That's what I said. And it came from a distant great-grandmother. And even some of my brother, one of my brother is married to an Igbo woman. So I have kids, I have nephews that are half Igbos, half Yorubas. So I need you to understand that. My people have married, we've intermarried, and we keep intermarrying. That's how our family has evolved. My two parents are mostly Yorubas. Their parents, their dad are mostly Yorubas. We only marry people from outside who are non-Yorubas. That has been our pattern. That is what over time I've explained on this platform. I'm a full-blown Yoruba
liar.
No, Mike, on Latin is now. What's all this?
I hope
Mike, I need you to give.
For the fact that let me say this.
No. So sorry. Hold on, Rational Mike. I need you to let me direct this platform, this session, and when I say that's enough, just indulge me that. Rational Mind, back to you.
And if my mixed race kids have to go back to Nigeria, I will be appalled. I'll be so disappointed if people were to refer to my child as not Yorubas because they look a little bit white. I'll be very, very disappointed in my people for rejecting them because their dad is a Yoruba man. Because they look differently, should not make them. So you see, this is the danger of what I'm talking about. That I was challenging Ajale Boko on the other time when I was vehemently opposed to him at the beginning when people were talking about this Rose Vivo issue. We are starting even the so-called Tinubu you people are fighting against is his wife Remy. I didn't dispute that. Is his wife Is his wife Remy? Even is he a full brother? Is he a full Yoruba? Let me not say that. I don't want to use that.
Remy is from Ogun State. Her mom is from Delta. Ishekiri.
Yeah, fine, Ishekiri. So now, should we now say we're disputing it because his mom is not a full Yoruba man, a full Yoruba woman, but the dad is a Yoruba man? Should we say that? No, I will never say that. What's his name? Tinubu.
Look, Rational Mind. Nobody's going to call. Hold on. I'm going to make a quick point. Nobody's going to call my own kids. My own kids are half and half, and nobody's going to deny them. Nobody's going to deny them their ethnicity too. So we are talking about someone that's also in a mixed marriage. So don't say this.
Nobody's hearing you. You just.
You are not the one hearing me. People are hearing me. You need to cut out the generalization of a tribe. The tribe is not Tinubu. Tinubu is not the tribe. You that claim to be Yoruba, you did not support him. So why will you now generalize the entire ethnicity and say, okay, Yoruba Ronu is batified? You need to specify the politics from the people.
What you're doing is disingenuous.
It's not disingenuous. I'm correcting it. It needs to stop. If you're going to call politician jobbers, call politician jobbers.
You're not correcting it crap. You're not correcting anything. Don't stop. Don't come here and gaslight this your Yoruba crap that you're doing.
But Rational Mind didn't generalize.
No.
Rational Mind was going there.
Hold on. Uptown. Let's the conversation.
Larry just asked me that same question, and I clarified that I'm not talking to the generality of Yorubas. I know many Yorubas that are not. I mean, Pade Banjo is one of them. There are so many Afenifere people that are not on Tinubu's side on this matter. What are we talking about? Does that make them? I mean, we've had stories now. People calling Pade Banjo Igbo man in me. But did they not refer to Obasanjo as an Igbo man? What are we doing here, dude? Guys, I'm telling you the antecedent of this politicians on Tinubu's side. They are very divisive. That's not to minimize what the Igbos, some of these Igbos do. But my point is this: is that usually what I've seen online on Twitter is that they trigger most often when the obedient are to respond. Like this issue of that girl from Ogun State. At some point, they said this girl was an obedient. And this guy had to come out and explain to them, no, I'm not an obedient. In fact, I'm a Tinubu person. I voted Tinubu. Hold on.
No, just hold on, Rational Uptown. Carry on, Rational Mind.
But suddenly because now I'm criticizing Mko Abiola, who happens to be an APC, a Tinubu person. Now suddenly I'm no longer a Tinubu person. I'm no longer, okay. For that reason now, I'm no longer Tinubu anymore. And for them, what did they do? They went for her. And when the obedience saw that these guys aligned with them, and they joined with her. And now they have to make it like obedient now versus Yoruba Ronu idiots. And that is how it all played out. But you fail to understand how it all developed, how the whole thing, how it all evolved, how it all began. A Yoruba girl started something, and then before you know it, it became it backfired. And before you know it, and then they started saying it's now Yoruba versus. That is how it began. But what I've seen is this. I've always seen that this Tinubu Ronu coups, They are the one that always gaslight things. And when they start it, I know the other people too, they will take it up and they will become bigot like them too. That's what I've seen. So how do we solve it? That's the question now. How do we go around it? Can we just focus on issues? Let us criticize either Obi, you want to call him, or say they speak like woman and gay, whatever you want to call him. No problem. Tinubu, oh, that one when they fall like something when they get a certificate, oh no, you know that druggy. Fine. Let us leave our tribe out of it. But when somebody like me, who's a Yoruba person now, say I'm not for Tinubu, you say, oh, like that girl now. Oh, you see her now. He's not a Yoruba person now. Because who is Tinubu? Tinubu, I mean, Yoruba anthem says, even though I'm a slave, it's the same way Tinubu was born. The same I was born. Does not make Tinubu superior to me. And that is what some of you Yoruba Yorunukus, you pedestalize this guy. You made me like a godlike person.
This is exactly what I'm talking about. This is exactly what I'm talking about. You just said it again. Yoruba, stop bringing the tribe. You can call it Tinubu. This is exactly what I'm talking about.
I'm not talking about.
I don't even know what woman is doing.
I'm not talking about the totality of the Yorubas. I'm talking about the Yorubas that are aligned with Tinubu. That's what I'm saying. And you get triggered. What is wrong with you guys?
Rational man, why do you enjoy this so much? You just relish this dwelling in this. Just move on. You've already made your point.
Allow Rational man to talk now. Why do you guys not allow him to talk?
No, but he's been talking for the last 30 minutes now. He's wasting a lot of people's time here.
Allow him to talk now. Let him talk now.
Rational mind.
Okay, in conclusion,
you have to consider other people's time, man.
Rational mind.
You tell that to those people that interjecting me so that I make my point. And
I still want to interject you.
Okay, Larry, please.
We don't, the kind of words you use, I respect you so much.
But what are these words now? I mean, Larry,
But are you afraid to be Tinubu's slave? Is it are you part of the Tinubu slave?
No. Can I just hold on? Too many voices.
Insulting, and some of us will kick back. That's just it.
No, come on.
Please stop this thing.
He's already made it. What is the point wallowing in it?
We don't like it.
No, Rational Man is an equal bastard. He's a bastard. If you go to people down, they'll call you.
You can talk of APC, you can talk of Labour Card. I don't care. But the moment you start saying Yoruba Ronuku, will kick back. Stop it, please.
I'm not. Come on, dude. I mean, Larry, I said it. I think I keep repeating myself. You take me out of context.
Rational man, you know what you are doing. I'm going to tell you that you know exactly what you're doing.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Then you should have no business talking.
All I'm doing is
to gaslight a whole tribe. Yoruba Ronuku.
No. That's not what I did. That's not what I did. No. Don't tell me to stop it.
Yeah,
you don't understand what I said, and I've explained to you.
You are basically
when I said Yoruba Ronukus, I'm not talking about.
What is the meaning of Yoruba Ronukus?
Okay, let me explain to you.
Just call them APC Ronu. Let them rest.
It's going to take another 10 minutes to explain to us. Man, shut this guy down, man. He's just going on and on and on.
Stop it.
What is
I don't know what point he's trying to make. I don't know what point you're trying to make.
The guy is a bastard now. He's a bastard son of the English. He's an old.
No. Hold on. No. None of that, Mike. No. What's the meaning of that now?
See what I'm saying?
What's the meaning of that? Don't do that now. You read the one here now.
That's what man is talking. He's resulting Igbo. So how Igbo take enter this thing now?
All right. No. You can't interject, guy. Don't just keep saying, can I interject? Just let's settle down. Rational might bring it on 3 more minutes, then we go on to Niger. What's all this?
Larry, I don't want to go this route. It's just why I'm going this route.
No, can you not do that? What's all this now?
The reason why I'm going this route is just so I will clarify it, that there are some Yorubas that are not for Tinubu's. They are also Ronu in the sense that we Ronu in a balanced way. We welcome people to come to Southwest and live with us. In my grandfather's Abba, there's an Abba my grandpa has, my maternal grandfather. He has a huge settlement of his own. We have Robos. We have Igbos that settles there. My grandfather rented those places because he has a huge cocoa farm. That's how I was raised, how I knew my people. So my point is this. Yoruba Ronu means we need to understand where we're going, where we're coming from, where we're going to. But you not turn the Ronu of the true Yoruba Ronus to the bigoted APC Ronus. That's what I'm saying. So when I said Yoruba Ronukus, I'm not talking about the totality of the Yorubas. I'm only referring.
Yeah, I'm just gonna get out, man. Fuck this shit.
All right. Thank you, Mike.
That part of Yorubas that are for Tinubu. One man, I leave it at that.
All right. You see, thank you, Larry. So Tunaja, you are up next, and Tunaja, with you being up next, with your permission, I'll hand over to you. So the floor is yours.
Sorry, one man, before you hand over to Tunaja, because me too, I'm going to bounce. Let me say this and say it pretty clear. Everybody, most people, they have a motive. And for your platform, if we're going to get out of this bullshit ethnic nonsense, because I'm not even married to my own tribe. So if we're going to get out of this ethnic nonsense, you have to let people be a bit more precise on how they talk. I will not just say Igbo this. I can say IPOB. I can say obedience. I know exactly who I'm calling out. If you say Yoruba Ronu, there's a genuine Yoruba Ronu movement for those that don't know. It's been on, even before my own dad. So can we cut this shit where people are referring to an ethnicity to say, no, this is what I'm referring to? That it's insulting, especially insulting for us in mixed marriages. Can we just cut that shit? Because if you have beef with a politician, call that politician. I don't know your history with that politician or how he made your life miserable, but call that politician. Don't bring the ethnicity into it. Don't bring a derangement syndrome and just generalize all of us. For some of us, we want to have a good time.
Go to Twitter now. Is that not Ronos they're using for them?
Can you excuse me, please? If politicians use these diversionary tactics to not do their jobs, I don't want to be caught in that nonsense game. So if you're going to judge or whatever, APCs, parties, APC Ronuis, obedient, fine. But don't bring the tribe into it. It's nonsense. It is insulting. And if it continues like this, it's just going to dissuade a lot of us. We're here to have a good time, but I'm not going to sit down and let someone generalize me on something like just brush everybody with the same thing. It's bullshit. Sorry.
Well, Kulata, one man, real quick. Well, why don't you call people out when they refer to people like us as Omali? Is that not bigots? Is that not
bigots? When did I sit down here and let someone call you Omali?
Oh my!
I only judge you.
When? Somebody called me a bastard a while ago.
Well, why would I mean, so I should be shouting every time. Look, rational mind. You ask for the trouble yourself. You ask for the trouble yourself because of how you speak.
I asked for it. Oh,
I'm going forward. If you're going to extend your Tinubu, look, everybody here knows you have a batified derangement syndrome. Keep it to that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay,
thank you.
Thank you.
You're acting like you're a champion of.
Let me just carry on.
To say something.
Come on. Contain yourself.
Has been going on for hours.
All right, brilliant. All right, so tonight you're up next. I'll bail out and you take the floor. Ayo, the super chatter. So Ayo, still the super chatter. There's Isaac Ojo right there. That's Efosa Isaac. Can you read that last name, Tunaja?
Efosa Isaac Ohoeze.
Ohoeze. So that's Efosa right there, and still Efosa Isaac Ohoeze. And then that's Tima Jack. So that's Tima Jack right there. That's Isaac Ojo, who's on screen as well. That's Kulata before he decided to come on. That's Isaac still having conversations there. Kulata still chimes in with something. That's Isaac running commentary still right there. Isaac carries on still, and that's RB flogging at our rational mind. So keep the conversation going. Keep the super chat streaming. Thank everyone. See you tomorrow. I know you only came in as a panelist, but you know I always bully you into it. Tonight. Yeah,
I don't know. You show my head earlier than you expect to do, but
no, it doesn't. It doesn't matter. I just when you get bored with it, shut it down. Yeah.
All right. Thank you. I'll have my say now because before I start becoming a moderator, see from what I can tell in Nigeria, The Yorubas are the most benign of the three major ethnic groups when it comes to using tribalism and stuff like that. That one, from my experience, that's what I've seen. And when it comes to the politics of the last year that we've seen, you have the obedience didn't come at it from the point of view of tribalism. That is, from my observation, is more about Peter Obi, and if you're not on his side, they come at you. And but I noticed that on the APC side, they used tribalism in a very nasty way that resulted in actual physical harm being done. So these are facts on the ground. And
thank you for that point.
Pardon? These are facts on the ground. So it's not like
thank you for that very, very honest point.
Yeah. So these are facts on the ground, and this is why I was a little bit frustrated hearing this conversation earlier on, because it's a very simple thing. If you observe what is happening, you can easily see that yes, nobody will accuse Yoruba people of being the most tribal group in the country. All my experience with them has not indicated that they do things in such tribal manner. I think somebody mentioned something about they lost Ilorin because of this, and that is something we have to be careful about. And that kind of statement, I listened to the video, the audio that was played about the Southeasterner making some statement. Such statements is not new to me. I've been on a panel where they've made some of them anyway. I don't know why they do that. I really don't know why people do that kind of stuff. It's very rarely you hear Yoruba people make that kind of statement, or Hausa person made that kind of statement. But you will see a Southeasterner come somewhere and just say such things, incendiary things that is not even good for their own people. It's like, I don't know what that person that is making that statement is a Southeasterner, because how can a Southeasterner say such things that bring such negative energy towards their own people? It doesn't make sense. But you see them, these elements, they go about saying this. It's not only, they don't do it only in the Southwest, they do it in the South. God knows why they don't. I don't know about the North. It happens in the South too, and they make this statement. For the life of me, I don't know why they do these things, because it doesn't bring good energy. All it brings is people just start attacking you and hating you, feeling like you're just talking down to them and stuff like that. This is a fact of life that any Southeasterner should pay attention to, and if they see their fellow Southeasterner doing, they should shut them down, because those people are not helping.
My brother, sorry, let's also add that when that audio dropped, there was a counter audio dropped by Obedience from that same space, showing that majority of people on that platform called that particular guy out. Everybody,
I agree with you. I agree with you that Obedience don't.
Everybody called him out. Both
real
obedience and obedience.
They didn't go at this from a tribal point of view. They didn't go at it from a tribal point of view.
They use one part of it. They just use one part of it without looking at the collective.
Exactly. That's not equivalent. That is not equivalent.
They went to the space. They cut out the part where everybody called him out, and then they cut his own out and used it for their tribal agenda.
So that's what we're saying.
It's not equivalent. That's the thing. The one person says something, or one Southeasterner say one stupid thing. It's not equivalent to the Obedient campaign doing that, because the Obedient campaign, from what I observed, they were very, very non-tribal. They were more about obedience. Yes, they can be very, very passionate, even against me, but they were not about tribe at all. And it was the APC side I saw repeatedly make it about tribe. And even in Lagos, you saw, my goodness, we all know what happened. Come on, we saw it with our own eyes. You don't see that from the Obedience at all. Their body counts to this case. That's the thrust of the argument that I think Rational Man was trying to make. That is not the same thing when it comes to the political angle. The Obedience were not approaching it from a tribal point of view, but while the APC made it tribal, especially in the Southwest. They made it tribal.
Lata was coming to gaslight us now with English language, as if we are not on Twitter.
Now, you see, the thing is, when people say those sort of things, you say, okay, show us the evidence now. Look at the body counts on the.
That's what I asked you.
Show me the body count on the APC side. So it's very obvious what was going on. We all know that. So I will leave it at that anyway. I hope.
He asked for body count.
You are part of the people, you are among the Rolu tribe that are talking about. You are part of the people using that language. Go back to Agbo and protest.
Just keep quiet. You're not
your word, though.
Again, you're
So
not being
what are we
coherent.
hiding?
You're,
You
you're
are
not
part
being
of it.
you're not being
If the angry
coherent.
directional mind is
You
calling you
are
out,
not.
just be angry
You are.
about it. Just change it. And
You
I
are
said
not
it here
being.
that
You
the
are not being
educated people we
coherent. You
have
are
in
just
Nigeria
making
is
noise.
one of the people. Is you are the we are one
Niger,
of the people dividing this country. The
shut up,
educated
Ekene,
ones
please.
like you. You are one of the people dividing this country.
What
And
is the
claim that
Okay,
you're
yes.
intelligent.
pretender? He
Oh,
likes to
we're here.
pretend. He's a hypocrite.
Let me put it this way. To Niger, the
Stinks.
violence during the elections. If you are paying attention to, the first person that died in Lagos died in a solo. It was an APC thug that went there to try and disrupt the Mallet board, and he got killed. And then there are other people that got bullied in the southeast. But from a scale perspective, yes, what happened in Lagos was more magnified towards the APC side. But when you look at the body count, it's on both sides. But yes, from the election perspective, there was more. There was more of it, especially expressively, from the MC Oluomo and co. But to now deny that things did not happen in the other side, especially when you look at videos of people that wanted to even vote for the other side in the southeast. That happened too, but that
We are
wasn't well
Yoruba stopped
discussed.
in the southeast. We are Yoruba stopped. That's what you should speak to. Don't
To
be
Not
talking
Niger,
Yoruba.
to Niger,
There was
we are
Igbo
Yoruba
people
in Anambra. We are
that were
desperate
to
to
doing it, not
speak.
Niger,
Yoruba
can you
people.
Then we
indulge
are
me and let
Yoruba.
me
That's
come
not
in for
Lagos.
1 minute, please? Because it will not, I don't think I'll ever catch a rational mind, a Kenya and Playtown on the same platform again. So just give me 1 minute. This for rational mind platform, Playtown and Ekene. You see, this rule you are using, I know you've been wondering why it triggers a Southwesterner. It is historical. And the circumstances where this word came from, that the playwright, Hubert Ogunde, used it and waxed a record to wake up the Yorubas. It was during the 63 riots, the Wild, Wild West riots, 63, 64, that eventually led to the 66 coup. I don't have a good voice. I will have sang it for you. So it triggers any Yoruba man because Ogunde was it has a conscientizing the Yorubas that why are we killing ourselves? And when rational mind goes further to put coup in Ronu, it's like go and die depressed. I hope my interpretation is correct. The Yorubas go and die depressed. Ronu coups. And that's worsening the narrative. So maybe I think in just a nutshell, you can understand why even Larry, I consider Larry the gentleman of the platform, why he is triggered, even at that Runu coups. I can take Runu, but anytime I hear rational mind say Runu coup, I get something inside me really kind of snap. You understand? No, Mokonri, I'm trying to, because this is historical. So maybe so that we can moderate things.
Can I just say something?
No, sorry, please don't say anything.
I've
Please.
been trying for
Please,
2
please,
hours.
please,
I've been
please.
silently listening. Everybody has been talking.
Please. So, Ekene, Playtown, rational mind. Maybe if you understand the small
rational man, let him just finish so that then you can be able to reply, because I've not even finished my own this thing, but it's okay.
So that is the essence. You can see I've never seen Kulata like this before. You understand? Not even Larry. I was shocked that he reacted. So that is what triggered it. Yoruba ro bio ni no ale or some Yoruba ro bio mi okun wa gba fele bi wa gbe bi falare wa pole ko wa ja wa tu polo ko wa mu something. Look, just maybe you ask the elders who they can explain to you, because I know there are Igbo elders that are really, really Yorubanized. You understand? Maybe they can give a perspective better than mine and interpret it for you. So that is what is triggering. So maybe batified or maybe other subtlety language that could soften the effect.
So I can address him. Hold on, please. Because he was speaking to me directly. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to stop anybody from speaking. Baba, Emma binu pe mi o pe ko ba ke mo koro sin lenu. But the thing is this: I'm being quoted out of context, and I hate it when people quote me out of context. And I don't know how many. That was what Tunanja was alluding to. Why do you have to repeat yourself? Why are you always going back? And yeah, I have to go back because this is what they do here on this platform. I'm not saying you, Baba, because maybe you heard it because what you heard was maybe by what people were hammering on that. Why do I keep saying Ronukus, Ronukus? When I use the word Ronukus, I'm not referring to the generality of the Yorubas. Well, yeah, I get it. You said maybe I could just say the APC, the Agbado, the Batified. I could say that. But my point is this: I'm trying to what's that English word? I'm trying to look for shock value here to drive in home a point. And the point I'm trying to drive. Hold on, just listen. Hear me out, please.
No, I'm not saying anything.
Is that those Yoruba wing of Tinubu or APC that are arrogating that word Yorunu? That's why I have to expatiate a little bit. I know the antecedent. I might not know the totality of Gilbert, or Gilbert Ogunde, Gilbert or Albert Ogunde, former the playwright and the cinematographer. So I know I know the antecedent with that, how it came about after the operation? Is it that when the Akintola versus Awolowo debacle at that time?
Operation Wete. We were almost destroying each other, and they said, "Go and think."
It's okay, dude. I'm getting somewhere with this. What I'm just trying to say, I know that's where the whole thing started from the 60s. I know. I might not be alive then when it happened, but I hear the story. I watch Ogunde's most of his films. But my point is this: when I use the word Yoronukus Yorubas, I mean, I'm sorry, I don't mean the totality of Yorubas. Yorubas who are not for Tinubu, that will not apply to them. But when people keep quoting me out of context because I said the Yoronukus, I'm using it contextually here. The context here is that I'm talking to the APC wing of the Yorubas that arrogate that word to themselves, thinking that they are the custodian of that Yoruba Ronu. I mean, that's not Yoruba Ronu. Yoruba Ronu does not mean you have to bigot. You have to spew your bigotry and prevent other people from living their lives and being able to express their voting rights. That's what I'm saying here. So when I use the word Ronukus, I'm referring to those APC Yorubas who support Tinubu and who want to continue with this bigotry. That's what I'm saying. I'm not referring to the generality of Yorubas. And I keep repeating that to Larry every time. He keeps going back and she says, I can't help you then. If you don't understand what I'm saying. I don't know what else to say. So
then if you want to,
no, I really just came to put. I mean, I can hold myself. I can hold my tongue.
Baba, hold on. Let me just say, if you want to talk to people, you really want to, because it looks like you just want to flog those people, not necessarily want to communicate with them, because it appears you are using language that trigger them.
Two guys both. I want to communicate and I want to flog them. That's what I want to do. Because
clearly,
rational mind. His word is two Nigeria. Can we say something? His word is understandable, and people like Kulata should not be triggered because they also make such statements to the obedient or even to the Southeasterners. Even today. So when you talk about anything, they tell you go. Even this Kulata make use of the word. Go back to Agolo. Go back to Onitsha. Go back to Anambra. An educated man as he is, he makes use of the word. Have I ever told you to go back to anywhere? Have I ever told you to go? And then you come here to pretend that he's not a bigot. So when you make such statement, what does it define you?
Let him just finish, then you can go.
Let him land.
It defines you as a bigot. So you will tell me how many people here that make such statements. Go back to here, go back to here, go back to here. It's people like Pikulata and other people that is in this platform that makes so when rational mind is talking and you are triggered, it's because your conscience is flogging you, and that conscience should flog you more. That's what I want to say.
Can I speak?
Thank you.
Anybody out
Can I just
Solid next, then Kulata go, then Solid next.
Solely, let me just quickly, because I'm doing something. I'm middle of scraping something.
I've waited for you many times.
Okay, Solely, go ahead. I just don't want it. I just want to respond to Ekene directly.
No,
Ekene,
I just
no, because you may say something that may continue another conversation, and I think I've passed my message. But this is what I'm saying. When I'm talking, I talk obedient. You hear obedient, you hear pub. And when we're talking and we're joshing, saying, "Oh, I want to do riots in Lagos," and I said, "Go and do riot in Agulu," where Peter Obi comes from. Agulu is where it comes from. I'm referring to the politician. Peter Obi does not represent the entirety of an ethnic group.
Why not Adamawa, where Atiku comes from? He's also an opposition
leader. Because there's no Atiku person to judge back with me. If there was an Atiku person in the platform, we'll be judging back and forth. Is this the first time you see me make fun of obedience?
On Twitter. You guys have
because tell me one Atiku person on this platform. No. Uptown, let me finish. Uptown, let me finish. Uptown, let me finish. Am I going to be speaking to myself when I'm trying to make fun of an articulator? Who is the articulator that I'm talking to? On this platform, it's just batified and obedient and people that are in the middle or pretend to be in the middle. So if I'm going to be saying Adamawa, who exactly am I trying to make fun? Who am I trying to get reaction from?
So when we talk, Sowore supporters when they call for protest,
I make fun of Sowore supporters. This is the first time you're going to see me laugh at Ajale Koko. Did you tell him? Is this the first time? First of all, stop trying to make useless equivalent. When Foley is there, can I speak? Can I speak?
I don't know who that is. Please hold on. Let me finish. I think Solly wanted to say something. Please.
Let me round up. You can't tell me, Showore, when Foley starts to Showore or Ajale Kuku starts to Showore, I'm one of the first people to laugh at them and to call them whatever. I'm not going to be talking like a madman and talking to people that are not represented on the platform. So when you find me a credible or witty articulator that can take a joke, bring it, and I'll be telling him to go back to Adamawa or to Chamba. What I mean, when they talk, excuse me now.
Okay, just finish. I want to respond to you.
You just don't make equivalence out of equivalence sake. Like, oh, let me be talking to the wall because no, I have to be fair. Cut it, divide it by 4. This is for this, that is for that, that is for that. It's stupid. I only talk to people that are available.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anybody wanted to say something? Sorry, let's please try to keep it brief so that I need to go back to my own.
After I finished talking, I would have left since. So I just wanted to make my final statement and leave because I've seen that there's no point staying here. You know, there's never any accountability on the other side. We should just all be coming here for our daily flogging for being Yoruba. As we are bigots, you know, we are the most bigoted tribe in the whole of Nigeria. We are the most tribalistic. In fact, we are so tribalistic that we are not even welcoming at all. We go on social media to incite tribal hatred. Nobody's triggering us. So we just wake up in the morning and just start firing back at nobody. Just because we are better at doing it, we are the evil ones. We just wake up and we are the only ones that do it first.
Nigeria, bow out. You have your job cut out for you tonight.
I have to accept my sin as a Yoruba man. Since they came to come and flog me, let me flog myself too, because I'm such a bad person. Nobody ever starts with us. So nobody ever starts it with us. We just wake up early in the morning and then we start firing back at everybody. This same thing was done to Northerners for 8 good years.
You did it last week to Northerners solely. You did it last week to Northerners solely. I listened to you on this platform. You were speaking bigotry against Northerners, and they didn't do anything to you.
For hours, and I've heard you
one man
shout
called you out for
it.
So don't even indict yourself.
I've been. Can you mute this guy? I've been here for over 2 hours. Watching you accuse and shift goalpost, and I
never speak this night, though. I never speak for this.
I would say let's just be brief so that I can carry on. I will need to change the topic soon anyway.
I say I will go after this. Don't worry, I will go. You can continue flogging us after I've left.
No,
You know,
just go straight to the point. Go straight to the point. Sorry, go straight to the point. We're hearing you.
My point is, this was done to Northerners for 8 good straight years. I now understand why the Northerners kept quiet and chopped that flogging. Next election, come and collect presidency. Let's see. We'll see if all
Is
this.
anybody running for president?
We'll see if all these insults.
Is anybody running for president here?
So you see that in Netherlands, you come out.
Wait now, can I finish? Maybe all this is for the Lord and Savior Peter Obi, right? You think you are helping him? I can bet you $100 to every Peter Obi supporter on this platform. He will get less votes than his previous election. If you want to bet that
was in 2022.
If you want to bet that with me, one man can give you my contact.
The one where you bet for 2022.
Shabi, this is what you want. I am the evil person. I am not even welcoming at all. I wake up in the morning and I incite tribal bigotry.
Leave him now. Rational man, let him finish so that the next person can go.
Let me flog myself.
Let him speak, rational mind.
Let me flog myself too. So there is no point in me defending myself. I will just keep quiet. And when the election comes again, since you are right, you must win the election. No? You must win it, oh. Because if you don't win it, and you've been insulting for years, you must show me what you gained, though. Since we are the evil ones, you did it to not. You expected their votes. Come and collect votes.
You keep repeating yourself now. You keep doing it not. I mean, what are you doing? I mean, you've already said that.
The issue is the problem is this. The problem is this. You when they talk, you just notice it from there. You know, most of the time, if they say go back to your state, I will just laugh. They think you think you are talking to me. I will just laugh. You see the reason why I say that. I don't know why I see the way I look at educated people in this country. I don't know if that's how you people see it. Because most of the time, I don't know why an educated man will come on the platform and tell people that if you want to protest, go back to your state. And it is somebody that is seeking for good governance, so that wants the country to move forward. So for me, in order not to respond to you, I'll just tell you, okay, I don't want to protest. But you that needs good governance, an educated man, speaking, narrating things, giving the government analysis of their policies and all that, and they are not carrying it out. And you see the country going down every day by day. So your priority now is the protest should not start in Lagos or in your own state. The protest should start in Anambra or in Agolo. So that's your narrative. When you see other countries doing it, succeeding, Kenya just did their own and they succeeded. Yeah. Nobody tell each other go back to your state, go back to this place, go back to this place. So that's why most of the time, why should I protest when you are telling me to leave Lagos State where I stay and go back to Agolo and protest? And the statement is coming out from an educated man that claims that he's educated.
I come here because of you. Please, I have a quick question.
Try to defend it. You understand? So keep your Lagos, keep your Ronu space. Nobody will destroy it. Nobody will kill it. So the best thing you can do is to keep it.
Let me ask you one question.
Nobody will touch it. And we're not going to protest. Do your government. Whatever you want to do with the Tinubu government, if Tinubu is the man that I don't know is untouchable, his government is untouchable. Nobody is ready to touch his government. If you touch his government, you are a sinner. Then you can keep the government, continue to enjoy it.
To be fair,
you understand? That's why I made a statement yesterday.
To be fair, I do criticize the current government on this platform heavily. And they come at me, but you notice that they don't come at me based on tribe. So I think there is a way you talk to people that is not necessarily tribal, and
you are not that way.
The other thing is that I've never seen myself come to Kulata, try to type him and say, Kulata, you are this, or go back to.
Do you see me in your dreams?
Because most of the time, if I see him do that, I just laugh. Is this what he's going to teach me? Somebody that I want to learn from. I will just laugh at you. My guy. When I change you.
hold
Look
on.
when I change. When I change.
Let's talk about. I mean, there's one topic that I've always wanted to talk about. Nigerians are fascinated with revolution, tearing stuff down, and all that stuff. I want us to look at things like Arab Springs. Look at, okay, they've done it. What happened after? Are they better off? Kenya now,
Yeah.
they've done it. Like destruction, there's still financial mess. We need to talk about it, not just like from an emotional
I
standpoint.
think you
It's
are right.
killing my
Kulata, we
brain.
can talk about it,
I
not
think you are
telling
right.
people to go back to their village.
That's where I'm going to next. Hold on.
Let's,
That's where I'm going to
my
next
brother,
because
you
that was
understand
a
what I'm saying, yeah? We can talk about it the way Kulata said it. Let's talk about it. Do we need it or not? But that's not what they're doing. They will tell you, go to Agulu, go to this. That's not what we are supposed to be saying. We're supposed to say,
that's true.
okay,
That's true. Fair
what should
point.
we do? Should we
But
protest or not? You give your
uptown,
reason
Peter
why you
Obi is
think we
from
shouldn't
Agulu
protest.
now.
And
Peter Obi is from
somebody else.
Agulu.
But
So if they say they're yapping,
you're not gonna say
That's how you
make it
sorry,
tribal.
that's
You are bringing
sorry,
tribal
Tunaja,
that's how you
Tunaja, sorry,
that's
uptown,
how they dabaru the whole thing.
uptown. Can you hold on 1 second? Kulata is actually trying to move the conversation away from that tribal space. So go along with that.
Yeah.
Tunaja,
Thank God.
No,
Thank God
that's
that's
what
one
I
why
man
I
is
wanted
here.
to
say what he said. I said that
Thank God one man is here. One man. One man. One man.
What about disappeared into the wilderness?
Disappeared.
It's all right.
Okay, sorry. Before I leave the stage, I want to quickly say maybe I might be wrong. Maybe say the right thing about this issue you guys have been rolling. Now, I'm going to tell you people the truth. We have 3 major tribes in Nigeria. They call them the Wazobia. Thank God I am not from these 3 tribes. So, if a Yoruba man comes into this platform to come and give the judgment, he is wrong. If Hausa Fulani man comes to this platform to come and give the judgment to all you have been saying, he is wrong. When an Igbo man comes here to come and give the judgment to everything you guys have been discussing, he is wrong. The only people that can come here to come and give you people your report card, these 3 tribes, are those people that are not from there. And thank God, me, I'm not from there. I'm going to call the result now.
So you don't belong to a political party. What are you saying? You don't have a political
Okay, you don't even understand what I'm saying.
You cannot accuse him of being tribal. Please go ahead.
You don't even know what I'm saying. That person that spoke just now. If you don't understand what I'm saying,
right.
No. Why I'm not brother? My brother is not confrontational. What I wanted to tell you is that we were.
Why are you coming forward? Why are you coming forward?
Calm down. I'm
talking to 3 tribes.
Calm down. It's not about tribe.
I'm not talking to one tribe.
I know now. Calm down. It's not about tribe. I don't care about tribe. What I'm saying is that the conversation really started with obedience, which a lot of tribes are in that movement, and the APC people that call themselves Ronus, which are also.
I'm not talking about obedience.
So that's what we are discussing
I'm
now.
not talking about obedience now.
Please allow the
let him make his conclusion. Let's hear what he wants to say. Let him make his conclusion.
I'm not talking about obedient. I'm not talking about articulated. I'm not talking about a Baptist or whatever you call it, bat or whatever. I'm talking about Hausa Fulani, Yoruba, Igbos. And I repeat myself, if an Igbo man comes here to come and say he want to call the report card, any report card he will give here is wrong. If Yoruba man come, his report card is wrong. If outside Fulani man comes here, his report card is wrong because each one of them will be biased. So I now said, the only people that is looking at you people from far will be the best people to give you your report card. And I said, I want to give you people your report card. So I'm not talking about obedient or B or article or all that. I'm not even talking about politics issue now. I'm talking about tribes. Now, I want to give you your report card. The first people that came first, the first on my report card is the Fulani Hausas. They took first. Then the people that took second, the Yorubas. Then the people that took third, which I will call the people that took last, is the Igbos. Why did I say this? The Fulanis, they don't mostly do these things that the Yorubas and the Igbos do, coming to condemn each other and all that. The only thing I hate about the Fulanis and the Hausas is that whenever they want to do their own, they use violence. That I don't like about them. They don't talk. No. When you talk to them, that's why somebody was saying on this platform that time that they can't try this thing in the north. A Yoruba man was referring to the Igbo man, that the Igbo man cannot try it in the north. It's only our side. You will come and try it, all that stuff. So you can see the way I define them now, those people. So I gave Yoruba as the second report card from the way I'm also seeing them. They are, what I see about them is they always want to fight back. Even the Hausas, they don't fight back. They don't like throw mouth to me, I throw mouth to you. If you throw mouth to them, they don't throw mouth to you. They result in violence. The Yoruba man, you throw mouth to them, they will throw mouth to you. The people that throw mouth pass, where they always throw mouth, where they start them, they are the Igbos. So that is my report card. Whether you like it or not, or whether you believe it or you don't believe it, that is your own business. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Let
me carry on.
Move to the efficacy of riots. We need to talk about it. People need to learn.
That's where I was looking to go next. I must say, to an extent, I concur with the last submission. Apart from the North, they tend to do it based on religion, and this is why they don't tend to go after the Southwesterners, because Southwesterners generally half and half is this in Muslim, and Southwesterners are quite benign in terms of, they don't do. I don't know why it appears as if Tinubu just made it a thing now. It's not. If that was the case, people would not be going to Lagos as much. Let's face it. And I also think that all fingers are not equal. These three tribes in Nigeria, they need to get their act straight and use their tongue to count the number of teeth in their mouth. If you ask me today, if I'm to say the dynamics of Nigeria as it stands today favors even the Southwesterners the most. And but eventually, because of the demographic shifts that's going to happen, it's going to favor the northern parts of Nigeria. It's funny enough because most governors that's presidents in Nigeria are often from the minority groups because of the rival suspicions between this in a major group. But that said, in the end, those are not very important things because other nations have them too. Look at the UK; they just handed the Sunak, one of the worst defeats ever, to the Conservative Party because the guy was Indian. So, but that said, regarding the efficacy of riots, and I really do like the way Emeka came across his submission, the way he put it, because you have to look at events, which people he favors and who he doesn't. Given what happened in the Arab Spring, it's obvious. The result is very clear to see that there was a lot of negatives that came out of it than positives. And if you also look at the way riots happen around the world, or protests, let's do protests, not riots, you have to, this idea, you have to know yourself. In other words, you have to be aware of the geopolitical weather. What is happening? It's like somebody going to war without understanding the weather of that region or what is happening. If you don't know what is happening, you go into this kind of stuff, you're going to end up in a worse situation that you cannot even predict. And what I mean by that, understanding the geopolitical weather, is that you have to know the forces, that are outside the country causing all these. Some of them want certain people to be in power, and if you are trying to dislodge them, they are going to do everything to stop you. And you have enough power to overcome them? No, you may not. And if you don't have enough power to overcome them, if you don't have enough power to overcome them, do you have alliances with other people that will challenge them so that a neutral outcome from the people will be made? That's what you're going to get. Because if you don't do that, what is going to happen? An example is you go and protest, and maybe Americans like Tinubu. Who do you think is going to replace this in during the protest that is going to happen? Who do you think they're going to put there? It's going to be somebody that likes America too, and especially the Chinese say they don't care, or the Russians say they don't care, and other people say they want to hands off. Americans will win. They will get their way. You can't beat Americans in that game. They will get somebody that will speak your language, talk like you, be from one of you, and he will go and do their bidding in the end. How do you think Tinubu emerges? Every time, I think somebody said something yesterday that I found quite interesting, actually, that in Nigeria, there is a lot of churn in the political class, that there is barely one family that dominates the Nigerian political space, that they always, there's a massive rotation going on. And this is why you don't see a Tinubu emerging, two Tinubus emerging as presidents, or Babangidas emerging as, you don't see that in Nigeria, because there's a lot of churn. But how is it that the outcome is still the same, even with all that churn? It tells you that the people that are in charge are ensuring that a certain type of people makes it into office. And if you go and start tearing your street up and you can't control the outcome, forget it. If you look at the countries that protest and it favors, look at Hong Kong. They protested. What happened? The protesters went and won election and went into the House of Assembly and started governing the state, because the Chinese can contain it. You can. Americans try to influence this in the protests, but the Chinese were strong enough to make sure that, mind your business. If there is a protest in Iran, the Iranians are strong enough to say, mind your business, America. The outcome is going to be ours to decide. Or in Israel. But in Nigeria, do we have the power to tell them to back off? Do you? So you have to be careful. All the nations, if you look at all the nations that present, like Syria, Libya, others will don't have the power to prevent Americans. And look at what happens.
Tunaja, sorry, you're taking it to look at Syria, they protested, or look at Egypt, they protested. The thing is, protest is not the end goal. What was the successive leadership they got? They lost all their rights.
The protest can lead to positive outcome. Like if you look at from the case of the French Revolution.
No, that's like, look, that's a modern protest. Let's bring it back to modern world.
South Korea is on a modern state. It was from protest, then they emerged the way that they emerged. Now it wasn't a massive
okay, let's talk about South Korea. What did South Korea end up doing? They picked a bunch of corrupt guys. What's it called? Is it the Chabot? I forget. Those companies, and then they empowered them. But the company is the company better off? Yes, but in Nigeria we'll call it corruption. They picked the Samsungs, the LGs, the this, the that. They picked them, empowered them, and that's it.
Not to be fair to them, they were also patriotic, even from the late 50s and 60s, because they put import substitution. There was a lot of protectionist measures that they put in place to put the people first.
In the Nigeria situation, people go to this. Let me just say this. Let me just quickly say this. Prince Daddy. In the Nigerian situation, where we're not galvanized, we're not aligned. You can clearly see that this night. There's a massive protest. You tear shit down. The successive leadership. What do you think? What do you think is going to come from? What's the plan for the succession after the protest? Nobody has an idea. Everybody wants to run to the street and destroy and just vent your spleen. But then what?
That is why you can't predict the outcome. The outcome is, look at what happened in Egypt. They put this in Islamic.
Nigeria. I was going to speak to that point real quickly. Actually, the outcome is very much predictable. Actually, it's very easy. That's why I see the pattern from the Arab Spring to all around the world. What happens after a massive protest? You see, though they say organized protest, at the end of the day, when they create a vacuum, the people that are already organized have the resources and have the leadership usually fill the vacuum, and it's usually the opposition that's just like the one that was pushed out, okay, having the same kind of agenda that comes in and rule. We saw what happened in Egypt when Mubarak left, when the Muslim Brotherhood came. That the Muslim Brotherhood is not just a fringe organization. They've been around for a very long time. They have structure, they have resources, they have assets, they have everything. So they were well positioned to come in and fill the vacuum. And that's why this protests, they don't tend to lead anywhere, because the way there's a term called TANO. If you know the meaning of that acronym, then you know what I'm talking about. You have to be organized. See, when these people just do, these young people, even older people, don't matter. They just protest. when they protest, they leave. They don't have a plan for succession. They don't have a plan, that will bring about their ideas or what they're trying to push forth. That's why it never works. It never Arab Spring was just so the Arab Springs was just bunch of and by the way, it's it's okay. Part of the acronym of the term I'm telling you is the one that's is taking advantage of a natural occurring event. Say some people, some organizations or individuals or institutions, they just sit by the sideline. They don't have a clue what is going on. But guess what? When there's a protest, it's a great opportunity to come in because they're already well organized and well funded to take over. That's what usually happens.
That makes sense. That makes sense. What did you call it?
Channel.
Okay, I think that makes sense because, like you use the example of the Islamic Brotherhood in Egypt, because this is what I'm saying, and like you said, it needs to be organized. You have to be aware of what is going on in your country, whether there is a power block that is looking to take over, and whether this in geopolitical space allows for it to happen in a way that the wish or the outcome you prefer will be achieved. Because if that is not the case, if you have to have several eyes in this type of things. The idea that you just go on the street and start tearing things up. If Tinubu resigns, what comes next? Is it Shetima, or you want to remove the entire government? How is the election going to happen? The chaos that is going to occur. You wonder why Nigerians are not ending up on the street, because nobody has come to spell whatever is going to come after out.
Can I say something to Nigeria?
Go ahead.
Or to Nigeria, that's in Nigeria. Anyway, so you see, for me, this issue of protests. What happened in Kenya, I don't see it really happening in Nigeria. I don't think it will ever happen. And the reason is this. I think somebody earlier said that all the protests that we ever seen, even the ones that were done back in the 90s, 80s, usually has some politicians behind it. But because the one of Kenya, at least as far as we all know, even though we know there are some, because I think for up to now they're still trying to find out who are the source, who are the financier of that. Of course, definitely they must have financiers, and probably no doubt this has also politicians. What I'm trying to say is that these ones, that of Kenya is quite different. It's just some youths just came together and said they're tired of this status quo and all of that. But in that of Nigeria, we've always said that the protest that has always been in Nigeria has the backing of some elites. These elites are politicians, like the ones we've seen in Lagos and other places. It has always been, one of them is the one that is currently in power now, Tinubu. He was one of their financiers. So having said that, now how do you expect to stage a protest against him when he used to be the godfather of the protest himself, who was the backer of the protest? How are you going to beat him in that game? So I see it as probably not a way of trying to make your whatever grievance you have with the current government. No, I think the best way would be to vote them out of office. But then,
hold on. But I think you can protest.
You can protest.
I think the mistake the protesters make is that when they make a demand, they forget when the demand has been acquiesced to. In other words, when the demand has been given to them, they carry on doing it again. See,
the Nigerian state.
I think so. Hold on. I think if you want to protest, you have to have specific demand. Make it. Once you get it, retreat. Because if you don't retreat, then you're going to get other forces that will come in and cause chaos.
Yeah, but it's other forces that comes in. It's because the Nigerian state has never given protesters what they want. Not even June 12. With all the June 12, it was just because of this guy died in office. That was how we were able to see we're able to see what we're seeing today in Nigeria, which is the new thieves that are all there, the old criminals that are out there now. But at least at one time, we were protesting during the Bangida's time. Maybe Babangida, what was during the
That was military guy now. Military guys are not the same now.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There's a context to everything. So now we're talking about civilian now. So it's very difficult because for me, I just believe the only way to just take people out of office is if we can just vote them out of office. Because trying to protest, because the NSAS, the last NSAS, they only just changed the name of SARS. Not as if they really changed the brutality. The brutality still continues. We've been seeing images, videos of EFCC people raiding the hotels and being assaulting people. So what has changed? Nothing has changed.
See,
so I don't believe what you're saying, telling me that they get what they want. They don't get what they want. They only give them an illusion that okay, we're good at that last protest, the NSAS protest. Davido was invited. Other people say they go and speak to the IG of police there, and just create a sort of an optical illusion to the kids and telling them, okay, we listen to you. But then what happened after that?
No, that's not accurate. Now you know they disbanded NSAS, they compensated families and all the rest of it. You know that.
To Nigerian rational mind. Look at this Kenya example, right? Those kids or those people went out, they destroyed stuff. What concerned they did not sign the law, but did the problem disappear? The money they owe, their financial situation, it did not disappear. But they've now destroyed stuff. So they've kicked the can down the road. The concession the president made, okay, I remove budget from first lady, second lady, whatever second lady means. Cosmetic. But the country is still in trouble. So what's the efficacy? That's why I'm going to the efficacy.
To be fair,
because the best form of protest is to vote people out. Vote them out.
I don't think so. That means you have 4 years of terrible I think in the context of Nigeria and for example, even the one of
stay on the Kenya. Stay on the Kenya. Like what did they get?
The mistake the Kenyan president made was that they passed too many bills and too many taxes at the same time. Just like the Nigerian government, I don't know how they always go everything like gun, like double barrel gun all the time. Like you don't do things gradually in the West. When you want to increase stuff, you do it gradually. You don't just overnight, boom, let's go and suffer. You know, and while you guys are living large, that is not the way to do things. You have to sensitize the people, talk to them, let them gradually ramp the stuff up so that people have time to adjust. And if you just ramp stuff up, especially in the context of Africa where people are already at the bottom, it's like you just want to drive them crazy or what? So these leaders, they have to take responsibility for the way the outcomes that we've seen in those these countries. And to be fair to these democratic leaders we have in Africa, the truth is that when the people protest, they tend to move. That is the truth. Let's make no mistake.
I actually agree with you.
They tend to actually move, and it means there is power in protest. But the people that are leading that process, you have to know when to stop. Because once they've granted you what you want, just sit back and watch.
They'll be moving in recent times. In the past, no, I don't think so. Maybe anyone can give me an example that when that happened. But to your point about this, volume of policies being implemented at once. Look, it happens everywhere around the world. But the difference in Africa and maybe in other parts like the West, of course, is that they have more safety nets. You know that they have welfare programs that are thriving, so to speak. So when the government comes about and implement budget policies, it trickles down because the people don't really feel the impact as we do in Africa. So the excuse that the Kenya government is insensitive, I don't care for Ruto or the government anyway. I'm just saying it's not entirely true, because sometimes some of these policies are complementary policies. You know that you can't just pass one single policy. Sometimes you got to pass multiple ones for things to be cogent.
We are talking about 3% to 5% tax on the value of your car, the tax on tampons, tax on everything. Overnight, you can't do that in Nigeria. When we brought just payment tax, cyber this thing tax the other day, you saw how Nigerians went. Now the government pulled back. So can you imagine that? That's what he wanted to do. Multiply it. That is exactly what he wanted to do without consulting the people enough, without telling them precisely what he's going to do with the money. I don't understand these leaders. I really don't get them. You have to tell people exactly what you're going to do with their money. And believe you me, people are reasonable. They are not just going to start fighting you when they know you're actually about to use their money for their own progress.
Is that an African thing? Give me an example if you can.
Oh, like in the UK now, if they want to tax you, like when this election now, they will give you the figures exactly what they are going to do with the tax that they're going to get from you, whether they're going to increase your tax and by how much they're going to increase a specific percentage. They will give you specific percentage of what you're going to do with your money. Not say, oh, we just tax you, I will do whatever I like with your money. That is not how it works.
That's not entirely true. I guarantee that if they tell the people we're going to tax you and go give the money to Ukraine to fight war, people will protest. I don't think so. They may tell them what sounds good, and it's not always the case, by the way, that they tell them exactly what they're going to use that tax revenue for. I don't think so. It sounds good on paper, but it's not true.
Guys,
that's the one they have to explain if they are raising the tax.
Let's put this in perspective. What led to that their Kenya protest, from what I gathered, was that they borrowed the money from IMF. And IMF gave them the condition that, okay, fine, like the condition they were giving to Tinubu, that if we're going to give you money, you have to increase your tax nets. Like he has always talked even during his campaign. So, and that was what Ruto did. So now they borrowed money from IMF, and now they're going to tax the people to be able to get the revenue so that they can pay off those But then the question is, why do you even need that money in the first place that you're paying from IMF?
Exactly.
So because most of the money they borrow, like our own in Nigeria, when Tinubu got there, all the money has been borrowing is for building that for the vice president, buying a SUV for. So basically, they're just taking care of themselves.
Things they don't need.
So hold on. So, just as even the Kenyans too were doing, the lawmakers were all doing. They were just. Ruto increased their money. He gave them a lot of, But the question is, are you there to serve yourself first or to serve the people? That's the problem. So you are borrowing money, and then you're using that money to take care of your own self for the large part of it. And you're giving them crumb.
So all government do that. See, somehow, some way, when we talk, like no government borrows money or try to look for alternative ways to fund the government. I just read someone just posted on Twitter, like I think it was today, yesterday. In the United States of America, we spend about $900 billion this fiscal year to service debt interest rate. Go figure it out. Rational mind.
Let me carry on with my submission, Jerry. So I'll move on to other area.
One man is telling us to move on with some other people.
Yeah, we can carry on with other this thing, because after all,
Matoski, are you there?
David Hundeyin that made this point. So for me, I just feel like if you want to protest, you better know what you are doing, and I think there is merit in protest if you organize and say this is specifically what you want. And if most of the country supports it, chances are that you are going to get it. And our mistake is that we don't seem to know how to protest. Maybe that's a skill that has been lost in time, where we think that when we protest, it's equivalent to this thing, what they call it, a revolution. You can protest and get what you want, then stand back. Then the next time you come out again, get what you want, and you stand back. That's how you do it. And I don't see anything barring the politicians from fulfilling the needs of the protesters. If protesters come up today and say, you know what, we want security in this country, you need to go and recruit people, you need to put secure our borders so that our people can feel safe, the government is going to move. Are the government going to fight the people for demanding that? No, you won't. If the government, people say, we want to protest for electricity, are the government going to fight the people for doing that? No. Sooner or later, the government will concede and say, you know what, this is a state of an emergency. The people are really upset about this. We are going to act. And can you see the kind of positive force you can, positive outcome you can get from protests? So I believe protests can work. Just that you have to be organized and know exactly what you want before you even start heading out there.
Tonight, I don't think the government respects the people. Let's just start with that. See, even when they come out and protest for security, power, and good roads, they're not going to do nothing about it. That's the reality. They're not going to do nothing about it. They don't respect the people at that level.
It depends on what you demand. If you are smart,
even when they demand for electricity and good roads and healthcare.
Can I just interject?
Before you stop, the government have to spell out how they are going to solve the problem.
Niger, nice discussion. I woke up from sleep to hear this. Let's be realistic here. We're very educated, intelligent people, right? And I think we should be able to extrapolate from past experience. What has protest actually achieved? Let's look at all the time we've protested in Nigeria, number one. From 1993, we protested against the annulation of the election. Did it produce any results? No. The Aba women's riot, did it produce any result? No. Occupy Nigeria 2010, did it produce any result? No. Are we not still suffering from the subsidy removal? What else again? NSAS, did it reduce police brutality? No. Are we not still experiencing police brutality? Go and look everywhere in history, even the United States. What has protest actually achieved? It will delay the decision, but that decision will happen. Mark my word today. What the president of Kenya just did was delay that finance tax. They will put it back. This time around, they will not announce it. People will pay. They will just tell you, oh, things has gone up. What's the finance tax? What will you do? So the mistake they made was to announce. And then people reacted. And to be honest, if you monitor geopolitics very well, I overheard you said the United States are, and you're quite right. The Arab Spring was sponsored by the CIA. And that was why it was effective to bring down those governments. The only time it didn't work was in Syria when the Russians came in. Now, most of the protests, even our current president sponsored protests. He sponsored the occupied Nigeria. He was part of those who sponsored the 1993 protests. He has been organizing ever since. So even this Kenya election was sponsored by the opposition. If you don't sponsor protests, it doesn't work. And then again, protests do not achieve anything. It delays the decision. Go and sit down.
I think you conflated quite a few data there.
Let me just add my.
No. I need to deal with that point. Let me deal with that point directly now. It's my turn.
No, it's not your turn.
1 minute.
Talking.
It's my space to talk. If I decide not to grant space. It's my turn now.
You are the moderator.
The host now.
No,
you can interject.
No. It was my not. It's not at the host. It's as my turn. This guy, this righteous mind. What is his name? Rational mind spoke for more than 1 hour. But let me have a reply.
Are you contending with the panelists now? You are the host. You should let
I'm
this
not
thing go round.
contending with the panel. You see me muting you. I'm just saying it's my turn to talk. Allow me to talk.
If you can just allow the guy, he's a new voice. I mean,
why should I allow him for? Because he says
you're the moderator now.
I'm not the moderator. Don't cheat me because I'm a moderator.
No, the moderator now. That's what one man said, right?
When one man left, it was my turn to speak, and I'm not finished.
We've been back and forth on this topic.
So let me reply to him. So for me, the points you made regarding you conflated quite a few things together. You said June 12 didn't work. Actually, the June 12 protests and the pressure that was put because of the protesters and all the movement that took place during that period is why we have the democratic system that we have now. That's why Nigerians say never again for military, at least for 25 years so far. Also, the NSAS one, they granted them exactly what they wanted. See, the idea that the ultimate outcome, nothing changes that much, is the reason why the process.
June 12 didn't work. MKO died. See, June 12, hold on. And that June 12, it was how many years? 8 or 9 years, right?
Yes.
The protest died down after immediately when the military stepped in. The organizers ran away from the country and were shouting from outside the country. June 12 never worked. So
it worked.
It never worked.
Let me explain why I say it works. Let me explain. See, the ultimate objective of the June 12 was democracy, wasn't it? What was the end?
It was the annulation of the election by Babangida.
And it was democracy that we're heading
for. It was not just it was later on that it became, because when time has elapsed. It was later on that became the fight for democracy.
The reason why Babangida put the election was to transition to democracy, because he cancelled the first two that he started. Then when they voted for Abiola, he cancelled it, and everybody was like, it didn't matter whether it was Abiola or not. If anybody else, they would protest the same way, because
get my point. Let me analyze June 12, just 30 seconds.
Okay.
The effectiveness of June 12, someone won that election, right? Or someone was winning, they didn't announce. Abiola was leading that election, and that election was annulled. Now, to ensure that if we want to say June 12 worked, is because the democracy, we actually had an election, that result should have stand, or the result should have stood, rather, and Abiola will be president.
Yes.
Right? That's when we will say it worked. It never worked. Everything was cancelled. The military continued. And then we had another election again. So that protest was not effective.
I think your interpretation of history is actually wrong. You have to look at the churn in the population and what was going on, because the objective was democracy. Make no mistake, it wasn't back to military. They wanted democracy. This in Abiola is just a vehicle for it. If Abiola didn't succeed, they knew full well the moment Abacha died that either Abiola takes over or they have to hand over
No,
to a
but that's
democratic.
the way it should have been, because we had an election in 1993.
Yeah,
The military came. So the military came illegally. Now, if they wanted to hand over, we had an election. It was to hand over to Abiola, who was the president-elect. And Abiola will take up to become president, do his 4 years, go for another election, do another 4 years if he wins, and then it's like we are returning back to 1993. But we didn't return back to 1993. We move forward. Abiola died.
Forward in a
Abacha died.
because Abiola died, we move forward in a
Or
democratic
Abiola
system
was
that was.
murdered. Not that he died.
Hold
Abiola
on.
was
I think
murdered.
see, your mistake is that you did it here. You used saying that the June 12 failed because the Abiola died.
No.
Hold on
I
now,
didn't
hold
say,
on, let me
I didn't even go to that point. I said, what is the effectiveness of a protest? Even
Yes,
June 12th was not effective
that
because
was your submission that it failed because of it.
the viewpoint of June 12th was Babangida should reinstate Abiola as president. Did that
Let
happen?
me flesh out
No,
the point you made.
it's not democracy. No, you are changing it.
Hold
June
on
12th,
now.
I know June 12th. Maybe you were out of the
You
call.
need
You know,
to allow
you
me
left
to speak
Nigeria
so
very
that
early.
you made
You
your
left
case.
Nigeria very early.
Let me make my case against the points you made one by one.
Oh yeah, go
So
ahead, make your
you
point.
went
But
on to
to
say the
Nigeria, I just want to remind you that you left Nigeria very early.
it's okay.
Okay.
You went on to say that you went on to say that the NSAS protest didn't work because police were treating people badly. So in other words, you are looking at the ultimate outcome. You were not looking at the fact that the government gave them what they wanted. So suddenly now you made that argument as a part of your case, but when it comes to Abiola, you didn't make that argument that the ultimate outcome is democracy. You see that inconsistency that you are doing there. If you want to be honest about it, protest does work. It depends on how you do it and the circumstances that it occurs. In many cases, in the context of Africa, it doesn't work.
I think we are talking from we are getting to the same point, but from different pages, right? Now, the protest on June 12th. I'm talking about that June 12th era in
Please,
1993.
can we let this discussion go round?
Let me let people speak.
Niger, I've been asking to add something to what you're saying. It's actually an extra point to your own point, Funino. Please, if you will let me add it.
Please go ahead.
I want to come at it with the answers my brother said. And I am a full participant in that protest. And I can tell you that all we wanted to get with that protest, we got it. We wanted SARS to be removed, to be ended, which is actually the name, NSAS. Why? Because police brutality had gotten to almost 90% in terms of velocity, efficiency. People were being killed. It started in Uheli. It didn't even start in Lagos, that protest. And right now, after that protest, police brutality went from 90% to shrink to almost 10%. That's massive. That's the if that was an exam, you passed. It's an excellent mark. Police brutality immediately went down from 90 to 10. It can never, I don't think even us that was protesting expected the result to be down to 0. No, there has to be some brutality here, but that 90 was massive. So it works. It's just like saying your argument, my brother Emeka, is just like saying, if I'm having headache today, I won't take paracetamol because if you take paracetamol and it goes down, sometime next month you can still have headache. So why take paracetamol? No, let it go down now. When it comes again, we can do something to it. It has to be regulated. Even if you take all the paracetamol today for headache and headache stop, you still have headache. If you don't have it next month, you have it next year. Yeah, so that's not the point. The point is you have headache today, you did something for it, and it calmed down. SARS was disbanded. Even the ones in Anambra that was causing mayhem, the ones in Edo, those notorious ones in Delta, most of those places were being shut down. Most of them are shut down today. There's a little bit resurgence in the last 6 months here and there, but those are skirmishes. What triggered that thing in 2020 was massive. Like, I can't even go for shows. I can't enter Uber in Lagos State and go for a show from VI to say Ikeja without praying that maybe I won't end up in the show. I'll end up in a cell, kidnapped. Nobody will know where I am till I bring out all the money I have or get beaten or whatever it is. That was almost living in fear as a young person. That was massive. You can't tell us that we achieved exactly what we wanted to achieve with that protest. And the second one was that, remember, is that protest that led now to the youth being politically aware. Now, a lot of youths that before then, they don't care. They're just watching Big Brother, watching African.
Okay.
Now, youths are talking about
Uptown.
politics.
Uptown, quickly. I can agree with you that
Can I say something?
A protest. Let me finish, please. A protest can bring about an attention to a single narrative and bring about a change, just like you said. But I think
my
maybe
brother,
myself and
please,
Colata. Let me line.
Let me add something
Huh?
before. I think that's where you're driving to. Let me just put
That what?
caveat. Let me put that caveat real quick so that you won't bother going wrong. There's a strong caveat to that, and I think that's what Niger was speaking to. When you want to protest to a single narrative. Pick something, like the way we say there is SARS. Pick it, disband this. When you're done with that, chill. If there's something else you want to protest about later, and make sure those things are deliverables. Don't come and say you're protesting for electricity. You know electricity won't be fixed in 3 days. So pick deliverables, attack it, get it, and calm down and re-strategize. That's how protests work. But when you overstress it, even after getting your aim, that's where the trouble comes in. Yeah, but me personally, I'm not a protest person.
Okay.
And that's where
I think Emiloko wants to come in.
Before,
Larry, I don't know if
okay,
Larry is still there.
go ahead.
1 second. Let me
That's my thing.
add that. Let me add that I support Kulata
Thank you.
in terms of protest. I don't think leadership answers work because it's just a police brutality thing. Yeah, but I don't think leadership and governance that protest does anything. No, I think democratic revolutions, the ones that happens in the ballot, is the only solution. That's why if people are talking about protest on Twitter, I don't put my mouth. I am busy talking about how you're going to prepare for the next election, because I know you're going to protest for bad governance. That's the nonsense. That's the nonsense. You never go to my timeline and see me pushing for protest. I think that's the nonsense. The only protest you can do legitimately in terms of leadership and governance.
But you never say anything about it. You see, hold on, when Upton, right?
You guys don't start. Let Emiloko or someone talk, please.
I'm not part of it.
Yeah.
No, Uptown, let Emiloko talk.
Kulata, just I will
Thank you very much, Kulata.
I will shut up. But Uptown does not say anything, which means when you are quiet, it means you are in support. But if you express an opinion,
I didn't say I'm going to attack the people doing it.
Uptown.
No, you can
Uptown,
legitimately do it. But I'm saying for me,
you either stand for something or you stand for nothing.
No. That's not how to
All
do
right,
it.
please. It's okay, Uptown. You don't need to defend yourself. It's
come
that
out
is
now and tell
sufficient. You have
Nigerians
already
that
stated your point.
Nigerians should not protest. That's weird. I can't do that.
No, but the thing
my
is that
own personal observation of what I feel about protest in terms of governance and leadership.
all right, in my own opinion, though, I believe that protests should be part of the people's tool in order to make their reasons, what do I put it? How would I even put it now? Their thoughts
Their
known to
demand.
the government. Yeah, thank you. Their demand, I think. Thank you very much. And this is why. This is because in Nigeria, for example, where you have over 200 million people on the average, you can't expect them to have a consensus agreement as to how they have a consensus strategy in order to demand this kind of demands from the leaders. So there's tendency for everybody to trust the government enough to lead them and everybody go their way, especially when you have this level of schism amongst the nation state in the country. But the thing is that the government always, and don't let me say always, but usually, and everybody now think it as the norm, they usually make decisions that make the people feel worthless. And after a while, the people will definitely revolt. It's a normal thing. And if you think it's not going to achieve anything, the fact that it shows the government that we are not in support of your stand on these particular issues, it's enough itself. Because sometimes the government, when they're in power, they say power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. There's tendency to have forgotten that you are there because of the people. And you begin to make decisions on some other reasons that are minor to the people this time. Because, for example, if you are making decisions because you want Nigeria to serve in the geopolitical space, you want them to Nigerian government to lead, you want Nigeria to be a leader in maybe in West Africa or something like that. Yeah, the people are hungry. Then you are not doing the first bit of why you were even voted in. You should first of all make sure that your people go without being hungry. Your people are well served first, and not beginning to fight battles that are now personal to you, or that brings your shoulder up amongst the nations. That is not what is needed. And when the people are with you, definitely you make good decisions, and the people can understand. For example, look at the issue of the Kenya issue now. The people revolted because they were not carried along. Yeah, why some might say, but they have representatives and those people voted. On issues like that, it is not just only your representatives that should vote. You should even subject it to dialogue. Because as Upton said, or who said it now, that he said eventually that kind of law or bill will still be passed again. It is not an issue if it is passed or not. It is, do you listen to the people? Do the people have the knowledge that this is what we want to do? And funny thing is that the people, they believe that before you make laws that impoverish the populace the more, you should first of all cut your coat according to your size.
But you have representative guy. Let's be realistic.
Wait, please, can I, please, it is not theory. No, please, let me land.
So,
let me land. Can I just land? No, please.
Hello, you are throwing theories that are not real.
Okay, I've accepted.
There's no government in the world. There's no government in the world, right, that actually do what the people want. United States, no. Australia, no. Canada, no. So you are throwing theories that don't work.
That is fine. I'm not saying it works. Please, can I continue my statement? This is what I'm trying to say here. Ruto enjoyed the benevolence of the people. That's why he became president today. He was seen as not part of the establishment. That's why the youth even voted for him massively. So they vested trust in him. So he should understand that before he makes such a decision, he should have gone a different route than what is normally seen. That is what the people were asking for. First, before you place bill, have you even reduced?
God, there is a representative that comes from the people that
you need to understand that when trust are placed on people,
when people are talking theories. You have one representative that passed the finance bill. Why are you saying all this now?
Why is just
let's be real here. There's the Senate in Kenya that they came from the people.
If you won't let him speak, I will take you on. Then we'll go toe to toe and we'll see how correct you are. Let him have his own point.
Okay, let's go toe to toe. And to Nigeria, there's the Senate that came from the people.
Let him finish his submission.
So why are we talking out of our asses here? The Senate were voted by the people.
Now.
And the finance bill in Kenya was passed by law. It was an act. Yes. It's not like he just came up and did an executive order. It's an act. So when the Senate, listen, people, we don't understand government here. That's the problem with us. Very ignorant all the time.
I think when
the Senate pass readings on things,
can you let him finish, Emeka? Let him finish now. Come on.
Let him talk fast. Let him not be talking theories. We don't
let him land.
Let him
finish. I was going to suggest your position also, but let him look and finish.
Let him finish.
You see, you guys have to understand that everything doesn't have to go by your capitalism ideas all the time. Life is for the people. And it shouldn't continue. You shouldn't make laws all the time to continue to impoverish the people, especially when they have that mindset already. And they don't even have an idea in the past of what good your decisions have made them. You can't just continue. Look at, for example, in 2015, there were a lot of decisions that Buhari made that everybody kept quiet, accepted. Why? Because they believe that Buhari is a new leaf to that system. And they endured it. But after 8 years, what happened? People were more impoverished. Now, in just 6 months that Tinubu came in, Look at what he did again. So how can you tell the people, for example, that hey, the decisions that Tinubu are going to make is going to in the next 8 years benefit everybody? When you already seen the records, you've seen the antecedents already. So if an average Nigerian goes to the street to protest, will you say they are wrong? Will you say, oh, but that is not the best way to make your claims known? Look, we have to just be human first before we begin to exercise all these economies that you've read in school and you say, no, that's not how it is done. Who told you that is not how it is done? We should do it the way it should be done. We should make decisions with the people in mind. We should make decisions before you make a decision of the look. Not an average person wants to pay the bills they are talking about, wants to pay the tax. But let them see that, yeah, you've cut your coat according to your size first. Now, after the protest in Kenya, look at what the lawmakers were saying. That, okay, how will somebody be having 4 million hectares of land? Now, people were beginning to question themselves. Do you think if they are forced question themselves and discover that, okay, this is where we have spent a lot, can we reduce on before we now tax the people? Do you think the people won't accept such a tax? Do you think the people won't see that, oh, yes, look at what is happening in Argentina, for example. They trusted the president and look at the way he made laws. It affected them, they knew. But look at what is happening right now. You can realize that that guy has gained more trust than even before he came for the elections. People will give you trust once they see that even you are also struggling with them. But you don't distance yourself. Look at it, you are claiming people should tighten their belts, yet you are buying 160 million cars for every of your lawmakers. To what extent is that? You are not even buying the cars, you are not even buying Nigerian made, you are buying foreign cars. That people who understand economics, people like you know that is a wrong idea. Everybody understand that you didn't start 6 months, you could have planned. If people are saying that there's a structure and a plan in place, a strategy in place to improve food, do you think people will be shouting there's no food?
Sorry,
you need
brother,
to make the people. You need to make the decisions first.
I'm sorry to interject you again, but there's something I really do not like when
what is it?
We speak out of not knowing. The legislature have their own budget, right? They have their own budget. Executive has their own budget.
So the Nigerian person, the average Nigerian person that
we are not talking about the mechanics of
government. Don't dismiss me based on your ignorance. You don't know this. I'm telling you now. You don't know ignorance.
What do you mean? Who are you to tell me that?
Don't tell me. Don't do that. Don't do that. No. Don't do that based on your ignorance.
That you enjoy the system doesn't mean everybody does.
About the mechanics of government now. He's just talking about what they are supposed to have done.
That you enjoy the fruits of this present government doesn't mean everybody does. And you shouldn't just come and bamboozle everybody.
Let me back what you said. The conservatives in the UK, they ran an election. They went for an election and told the people that their lives were going to get worse. They are going to cut. They are going to raise tax. They're going to do. They talked about everything they were going to do before they got into office. So when they started doing it, the people were not surprised to see it. When you just come in, you can't just. Not tell people what you want to do.
I don't enjoy it when people just begin to criticize and they don't understand how government.
It is my opinion. Hello. You don't have that right.
Don't hello me. You don't. Bosu Tijani did it. Now he is minister. What is he doing? Nothing.
What do you mean? What is he doing?
Instead of him to focus on his ministry as Minister of Communication and deliver on his portfolio,
is one of the shining lights in this government. And people enjoy him.
What the hell? What dirty shining light is this shining? What dirty shining light is this shining? What has he done? What has he done? He's busy talking about agriculture minister. What dirty shining light is this shining? Where is the training? This is how many months now? Where are the training plans?
Meka, what was it? Hold on now. Meka, what was the objective of Tijani that he hasn't met?
Tijani has not. See, it is easy to criticize. That's what I'm trying to say. No, if you are not part of government, it's easy to criticize. Now you are part of government. Come and deliver. Bosu Tijani is a clear example of what I'm saying now.
Yeah, but Meka, I just asked you what were the objectives that Tijani was supposed to meet that he hasn't met that you're criticizing him for.
He has not even met. See, he's Minister of Communication and Innovation, or what nonsense portfolio he has. He said he wants to train 3 million Nigerians. He has not even trained 100.
Okay,
he has not even trained 100.
Fair criticism.
So, and that is just one part of his portfolio, one part of the innovation that he came out with. And so far, so good. What have we been hearing so far? Cricket. He has not done anything. Now today and yesterday and today, he's talking about agriculture because the first lady is talking about farming, having a garden in her house. And he was, I went straight at him and said, Chief, that's not your portfolio. You want to use, see, you're a minister, you have a Twitter page, you should be communicating what you are doing. You are busy now talking about agriculture. Are you the Minister of Agriculture? You see how when we were talking about ministers not knowing their job, it is easy to always criticize, just like what we do
Is
here.
it not where protest is good? Because if you will go to Tijani's office and say, hey, you promised us 300,000 or whatever, you haven't even started. Then he will remember, okay, I have to step up because I
You
promised.
don't even need to protest. You need to call him out like I did.
Oh,
I
call
told
him
him,
out from
Oga,
here. How many people are going to
on
see him?
Twitter, call to face your job. You don't know your job. Farming is not your job. Go and do your job.
To Niger,
Go and do your job. Now, I want to correct
let me conclude my
that guy
point.
that was talking. I
So
want to
you
correct
see,
him. Now, you have
in
House of Representatives,
patriotism, there
right?
is riot in
Okay,
it.
you have House of Representatives. You
So
will
you
not
see,
hear
that
now.
means
You're not going to
that-
learn now. You're going to make ignorant statements.
Are
You're not going to hear
you
now.
okay?
He's not
You're not
making
going to hear now.
ignorant
You are the one that is not
statement
okay, that is making
now.
ignorant
Are you
statements.
mad?
Emeka,
You are the
calm
one
down.
that is not okay. You are making ignorant statements. You are
Emeka,
telling me I'm mad.
this
You are
is
the
not
mad
a
person. So when you
controversial
are going
thing
around,
now. Come on. This is not
when you are going
controversial.
around talking idiotic things and somebody is trying to correct you now, you are because your ego is on the line. You don't know this thing, and somebody who knows it is trying to tell you.
But there is
Tell
no
you how to
ego
know
there
it.
now.
Why
You
is
can't
it? Why is
you are
he
trying to
trying to
bully
throw
people or
insult?
something.
Why is the idiot trying to throw insult on things he does not know?
Why you calling him? You are calling him
Well, he
name.
said, "Am I mad?" Why is he asking me if I'm mad? When he's a stupid person that does not know what
But
he's
you
saying.
started
I'm trying
it
to
now.
correct him that he does not know what he's saying. I'm trying to correct him. He
Okay,
doesn't want to humble himself and listen.
keep it down so that we
Let
can
him humble
hear
himself and listen. Let somebody who knows tell him what
You
he's
are
supposed
part
to
of
do.
the
They're busy
deranged
talking nonsense. You
society in
know.
Let's hear
Nigeria.
each other. Let's hear
Idiots.
each other. Let's say, okay, see
Idiots.
now
I've
it's
watched
getting
you
bad.
here.
So he
I've
does
watched
not know
you
that
here.
he does not know that the
Emeka,
financial
you are a
act in Kenya
stupid
is actually a law.
Backstage.
He
You are a
doesn't know.
stupid fellow.
People can talk.
Emeka, what's your name? You're a
That-
stupid fellow.
You are the
Idiots.
mad idiot.
All right. Where's the other guy? Is that Eme? Eme, you are very calm before. How are you replying to Emeka like this? Okay, who is next? Who wants to say something about this protest? This thing, Emeka doesn't contend that protest is useless, and I contend that it is useful in a measured way. You have to be measured. It's like in life, in everything, you have to be measured. While some people believe that one way or the other protest is good, it doesn't matter how you do it. Protest is good. So, who wants to go next? Is anyone there that wants to go next?
I think we
Let
need to
Kenya go.
Showore supporters. We know they are the revolutionary guys. Let's hear their
Is
take.
Kenya there? Hey, Kenya or Larry?
No, Kenny now. I don't know who
Please,
is
can
there.
I
I
just
can't see
submit
the
my
name.
statement finally, please? I'm sorry.
Okay,
I am
please go
sorry
ahead.
for the audience. I'm sorry to the audience for such a
Amy,
irrational.
I know that's not your style. I think
Yes.
Emeka got
But you
it.
know, you see, so
Emeka
this is
took
what
that
is also, this is also what is affecting us in the nation. Some persons just like to they want to gaslight you, like to make you feel like you are nothing, to make you feel like you are ignorant. I might not understand all the economics, yes, but that doesn't
But
mean I'm
you
not
are
human.
now. I'm
Can
trying
I
to tell you,
can I
you are
speak?
insulting me. If I correct you now, you are
Emeka,
insulting me. But you are. Accept you are ignorant.
Emeka is a scientist, you know. He's not totally ignorant. He does know, at least to an extent, what he's talking about. Please go ahead, Amy.
Thank you very much. So I apologize to you, Emeka, but please, you should let everybody have their own right to their decisions. I'm sorry. So, but tonight,
No wala, go on with your speech. I'm sorry too for shouting at you. It's just I don't like when people are saying things that don't. Sorry, no
please,
offense.
thank you. That you don't accept it doesn't mean that you correct me. I will take it. So let's just leave it that way. So, but my point is this to Nigeria. The word patriotism itself has riots in it, and there's a reason for that. If you want a patriotic nation, all of us in the next 100 years, we won't be here, but our story will be here. Our history will continue. So in order to continue to build a better future, we need patriotic people. We need a patriotic history. And sometimes riot might be one of the tools to achieve that sense of patriotism. That riot is not good, fine, it may not achieve all its purpose, no problem. But the thing is that let the people use it whenever they feel like. And most of the time, since the people know that their voices are not always heard, they always come back to that in order to make their own change.
Emiloko, riot
Yes.
or civil disobedience?
Because I want to try and clarify between the two.
The thing is that if you look at it, one is like a subset of the other. Civil disobedience, yes, but there's no
Riot
way
has a negative, it has a violent connotation to it.
Yeah, I appreciate what you said, connotation, but
I think
sometimes
we're
it may not
just talking
necessarily
about
be.
protests.
So, but the thing is that either you say civil disobedience, I accept, but one way or the other, when you have 100 million people, for example, having a civil disobedience, there's no way you won't have skirmishes of riots in there. You understand my point? So there's no way you can avoid it, because in order to say I revolt, some persons, because we are in different frame of mind, some persons will break some things, they'll break some government property, and that's what you call riots.
So you know that what you are saying, you start off with civil disobedience, and riot is a manifestation sometimes of civil disobedience.
Yes, and I think the government should try as much as possible to communicate. When you communicate, when you dialogue with people, look, eventually you won't have this kind of thing, because riot is a negative energy
But
to everybody.
Emiloko, you said that, I just kept quiet. When Tinubu, Obi, all of them were campaigning, all of them said, I'm going to remove subsidy, right? Of course, people may thought they were bullshitting. All of them said they were going to float the currency. Not with, maybe it's only Showore. Okay, Showore was not the major candidate. So let's just say all the major candidates, the three candidates, they were aligned on policies. So did people think they were BSing like in the past? In fact, I mean, there are problems with how they implemented it. Don't get me wrong. The implementation was awful.
Kulata, they didn't understand the impact.
And Kulata, that is the thing itself. It is implementation that people are talking about.
But we need to agree that they were transparent about what they're going to do.
Yeah, so it's not just the implementation. Yes, it was implemented untimely. It was implemented untimely, but I think Nigerians didn't realize how the impact would come.
Emeka, there's no way Nigerians won't realize. There's no way Nigerians won't realize. There's no way you say you want to remove subsidy. There's no way you want to remove subsidy.
Emiloko, let me say something. A classmate of mine, even though secondary school, it's not like we went to the same university, so I don't know whether he ended up in a polytechnic or whatever. I don't know. But he thought that, they're going to float Naira. Actually, he thought it was going to reduce. He thought the Naira was going to gain value.
That's serious. Some Nigerians didn't know how the impact was going to look like. You know, when they were spinning it as campaign rhetorics, some were thinking it's a good thing, right? Yes, it could be a good thing, but they didn't know that there will be short-term pains. And when the short-term pains came, people started shouting.
Nigerians to say they don't
I
know.
thought when they used the term convergence, I thought when they used the term convergence, they were talking about
before election.
Sorry, I thought, see, the trick for me, what fooled me was the fact that when they use the term convergence, I took it that they are talking about the current price at that time, which was the black market price, and the CBN price was going to converge and meet somewhere in the middle or somewhere in between themselves, but not that both of them will go north. If they told people that the Nigerian currency will lose value altogether, like go up to 1,000, people will not sign up to it.
Even the CBN governor,
I doubt.
Even the CBN governor, right? Let's be realistic. The CBN governor did not, and all the economists in the country did not know how severe that impact was going to be. It was after the implementation, and we began to see the sensitivity of the Naira to the dollar, that we now knew that things were truly, truly wrong. So if they knew how that impact was going to look like, that the Naira would balloon itself to this rate, I don't think they will want to do it. They will do it gradually.
How can you say that? I think sometimes some of the things you say is a little bit alarming. Yet on Sunday, there was this this doctor that came on. He made a very devastating case against the government that they should have put a lot of measures in place before they floated it. That they should know. They didn't control demand.
I engaged that guy tonight, ja. A lot of what he did was Monday morning.
He was very correct.
Let me explain. Let me just explain briefly, 30 seconds. First, did the government bungle it? Yes, they bungled it. But there were many unknowns that will have taken time to unravel. Let me just land my point. Let me land my point first. Let me land my point. There are many unknowns. First of all, nobody knew the status of our reserves. Nobody was able to say. It was a foreign bank that had to tell us the exposure of things that, I mean, out of, was it 32 or 30 billion, that it was only a few that was available to actually use to defend. Nobody knew that. At that point in time, there was no audit of the CBN. But does that mean they couldn't have done it better? No, I'm not trying to excuse them, but it doesn't mean they couldn't have done a better job. But I'm saying that there was a level of opaqueness
No, but the
that was
CBN governor
existing there.
said it himself now.
They
They
knew
didn't know
what
the
to
extent.
expect. They were
No, the CBN governor,
APC.
no,
Come on,
Tunaja,
look at the
the CBN
excuses. My
governor,
God,
the CBN governor actually said it himself. They
APC,
didn't know how
APC
bad the
don't know what
situation
APC
was.
was doing.
Forget APC, it's a different administration.
Wow.
The CBN government,
They had a
the
3 month
CBN governor
transition.
did
They
not
had a
know
3 month
how
transition.
bad. The 3 month transition when what is his name is always was actually running, and they
You
caught
don't
him.
need to remove it without a cabinet. He didn't have a cabinet when he did it. Bring a cabinet. You have to have an ego eye view first.
Now that is where
Can we all
Kolata.
agree?
Wait, that
Can
is
we
where
all
Kolata
agree?
said. That is where
Can we all
Kolata
agree
said
These
the
are not
government went
secondary
wrong.
school students that
This
are
is normal
engaged in their
Exactly.
position.
information.
These are
Exactly.
well-educated people. They should know.
No,
It's their
In fact,
job to know these
okay,
things.
okay, guys, let's listen. Right,
they
the
made
You don't
Nigeria
president
know
like
what
floated.
a
The
learning
president
space.
floated the naira without a CBN governor being in charge,
And that
without
is
a
wrong.
minister of finance.
Oh
That is
my
wrong.
God.
That is very wrong. So if a minister of finance was in charge and has seen things, and the CBN governor was actually at the helm of affairs and seen things,
Very
I don't think he
simple.
would have
So why are
floated
you
the
guys
naira.
saying that we
And you
can't?
think the
No,
president
that
didn't
is
know
what we
the
are saying.
consequences of
That
what
is
he was
what
doing?
we are saying. That is what we are saying.
And
That
you
they
are telling
didn't
me the
know the
government
extent.
didn't know the consequence. They waited 6 months. Do you know? They said they waited 6 months before they started taking any measures to control demand and supply. They didn't do anything for 6 months. They left it like that. Come on, man. If you pretend as if these people didn't know what they were doing,
When
I
you
don't
say
buy
6
that.
months, when you
For
say
me,
6 months,
Yeah,
when you say 6 months,
the doctor that came on this in the panel the other day, he talked about how they didn't control the demand, they didn't control this in
that guy
the
was talking
supply. They
nonsense.
didn't no, because it was very
He's
correct.
talking
Because
nonsense.
it was the
This
same
is a
point I
president. This
made.
is a president who went under the recommendation of
Oh my
IMF and World Bank and
You know
decided
more
to
than
float the
people that are
naira.
experts in
Right?
You
that.
don't just go
He's talking
under
nonsense.
recommendation of
He's talking.
blindly now.
He's
You heard what
reacting
Obasanjo
on
How
said
an.
can
about
you?
Hold
that.
How
on
can you?
now.
Oh.
Let's put timeline into perspective. He's reacting based on what has happened. The president entered without his cabinet, and the first two things he did was to float the naira and remove fuel subsidy. Now, in hindsight, what the president did was wrong, completely
In
wrong.
hindsight, it was wrong
Right?
in the first.
Completely wrong.
See, we are not economists, and I
Completely
didn't know
wrong.
a lot
So
about foreign exchange
we could
then.
come out.
He
So when
was
somebody is
wrong.
coming out,
This CBN, this
when
in the
somebody is
governor
coming out, hold
that
on
he
now,
has
let's
employed.
put it in the right perspective. When somebody is coming out and say they should have known, who should have known when there was no CBN governor or minister of finance? There was nobody there.
Okay, so he decided
It's
as a
easy
president,
to
he
know
decided to
now.
float the currency without the
Based
CBN governor.
That's
based on IMF and World Bank recommendation. That was what
Oh,
he followed.
so that is not sabotage to the Nigerian economy. You listen
Clearly,
to a
no, but
foreigner.
we can
Hold
see it.
on. You are telling me our own president listened to a foreigner to tell him to float our currency before he chose a CBN governor to advise him on the proper thing to do.
But
Wow.
Tunaja, hold on.
Very funny. And then they
Tunaja,
come
hold on.
and
Tunaja, hold on. I don't. You know, Tunaja. It's been very long. You left Nigeria. Always remember that. We've
It's
always
not.
been devaluing our
Why
naira.
do you keep
We have
saying
always.
that?
No, why I'm reminding you is because you are in short, you are British in my eyes. We have always been devaluing our naira. Emefiele devalued our naira 3 times or twice, based on
Yes,
the
that's
recommendation of
managed
IMF.
evaluation. That is the way to
Yes,
do
I
it.
agreed. Manage devaluation. I agreed completely. That's the way it would have been done if a CBN governor was in place. The mistake the president. So I'm not excusing the president. He made a mistake. He shouldn't have entered into that kind of discussion or
And we are
implement
paying
that
for it right
fact.
now.
That is, yes, we are paying for it. Completely paying for it. Completely. So it was a huge mistake. So when somebody come and say they should have known, the person clearly
For
was
me,
not
it
living
was.
in Nigeria.
I'm not sure it was a mistake.
Hold on,
It was more of a
Emeka.
sabotage than a mistake, if you ask me.
Emeka, Tunaja, when was the naira left to float? Was it on the first day of his presidency?
It was in his inauguration. He said
The
it.
naira?
Yes. In his
No, no.
inauguration.
Well, he said it, but see, a lot of things happened there. See, even though
No,
he
no,
said
no.
it, I didn't think he
That
meant it.
timeline is not true. It's the
Uh-huh.
subsidy that he announced. The Emefiele
Okay.
was actually the guy that floated. The problem
Okay, good.
is it was during a transition. It Emefiele floated. Shortly after that, I mean, it even took a couple of months before he fired Emefiele. But a
Oh yeah,
CBN is
yeah, yeah.
not
That's
just
true.
them.
That's true.
There are
That's true.
multiple deputy governors in the CBN, so it's not just one person making the decision. When they do MPC, there are multitudes of the executives in the CBN that meet. So one person is alone.
But
The
those
top alone will not
those
make a
CBN
difference.
governors there now, they were all corrupt.
That's even worse then. If
Okay,
they
on
had
the
all
on
these
the
people
issue,
there
one
making
second. On the
decisions, that's
issue
even
of
worse.
the subsidy removal, on the
I
issue
just
of
checked.
subsidy removal.
He floated the currency under the when he made the engineer, the mechanical engineer acting CBN governor, and Deji was calling him out for that. That's when he floated the currency. When
Imagine
Deji
that.
Yeah,
asked him
See,
that's
about
Yoruba guy. There was a
hold
Yoruba
on.
guy he made acting governor. But he started with
Unlike
Emefiele, then that Yoruba guy kept at it, and yeah.
unlike see, the subsidy removal, okay, was not meant to happen the first day. The insiders, just like inside traders, they engineered and circumvented the whole thing. It was true because we all know Buhari said there was no provision for subsidy in the budget anymore. We know that. So him saying subsidy is gone is essentially telling Nigerians that he's not going to uh provide or make provision for the subsidy anymore going forward. But the people that are in the know, okay, panicked the whole nation, and it became an arbitrage in a lot of ways, and people.
even me knows that the market will react to that. Even me knows the market will react to that. If talk of a president does not know that what he says,
No, the market only reacted because of the way the
Because of the
insiders
announcement.
operated. No,
Let's
no,
be
no.
honest, the president made a
No,
mistake with that
see, no,
announcement.
see, no,
It was
no.
a
It
big
was not the
mistake.
announcement. See, let me tell you. See, it was true. Come on. If you know about market perception and reaction, the fact that the news was even percolating and it was not the president yet, and they knew he was going to do it, I think the market would have tumbled even before he announced it on the first day. So don't go with that. That's not how the market works. If he announced, oh, if it comes to pass 3 months or whatever, how long before he actually took that power, if the market knew, everything would have gone haywire. But the fact that he announced it on that day and all this brouhaha happened shows that it was orchestrated. That's my position, and it was quite clear. Market don't just behave based on a single day pronouncement. It takes a while. Okay, how come the
No,
market
it
does not
depends
react?
where the announcement is coming from. Or is it come from the most powerful person in the country?
But
Even
yeah,
to get
say no, no,
even
no,
great
say no.
economic
But
even
this is
a
the
great
timeline.
economist
When it was running, the
said
market
it was
was not
about
sure. Hold on, when it was running, the market was not
No,
sure. When it
I was in
won,
Nigeria when that guy announced that, the market reacted immediately. Instantly.
no, on that,
Prince
no, no.
Daddy,
Say,
Prince Daddy, that was an ad lib. I think someone admitted afterward that was an ad lib. It wasn't supposed to say that. It wasn't
no,
in the
no.
speech.
Hold on, Colata. Do you see my point here? My point here is that okay, when Obi, Atiku, and Tinubu were running, fine, and they all said they're going to remove the subsidy, but the market was not sure. So when we finally had the winner when INEC announced Tinubu to be the winner, I think at that point in time, from that point on, that's when the market should have started reacting, not on the first day that it became the president and said it. It doesn't make any sense. My point is that
So,
when
let me defend the market a little bit. No president has had the balls to pull subsidy. So that's what the market, the market probably thought all of them were bullshit.
That was campaign promise. I agree with Kolata on this. Yes, that's true. Because all presidents, even Obasanjo, tried it. It didn't work. They were only doing it in phases. So for him to come out to announce it completely, that was, man, the market reacted. I agree with Kolata on this one.
well, no, okay. I also submit to Colata's point of position, but again, when he announced on that first day, okay, that was not a sufficient time for the market to react. It just dawned on those people, the people in charge. It just dawned on them. So, oh, this guy's not BSing. He actually going to do it. Okay, that's why they reacted, and all those things happened. And even though, yeah, if he had announced it on that first day, which he did, there was still time for for the announcement itself to percolate the system to make any real impact. Okay, I think that to what maybe Fatai had been alluding to a while ago about the true transactional nature of the crude oil or the gas industry, how they react. But anyway, I know you guys don't believe that things just happen by happenstance. There's always a reason why things happen, and nothing happens by chance. Nothing really happens by chance, especially in the economy. Some people are engineering stuff. That's my point here. But anyway, next
I
person.
think that's true. I think there are a lot of speculators out there taking advantage and harvesting wealth from Nigeria.
Yeah, but you guys know transactions happen in microseconds now. When a window opens, you take advantage of it. Because if something was not part of the prepared speech,
but most Nigerians are not equipped for it. Most of the people that gain from this are foreign speculators.
Yeah, but let me speculate here. I'm going to speculate. I think Tinubu was over enthusiastic to please our slave runners, which is the international community, Western, whatever. I think it was over enthusiastic to show that I'm the market-driven president. This is I'll do bold. I'm going to do bold actions. This is like a brain-dead recommendation that everybody wanted to do. I'm doing it. But could he have waited? He could have waited till the July when it was supposed to expire. But he decided to jump the gun, and nobody kind of like prompted him to do it. He did it all by himself. And then, of course, the market will do what the market does.
Yeah,
that's my speculation. I'm not saying it's a fact. It's my speculation.
You can argue that he wanted to please them, but that is, for me, that's even worse because it means that he's not even aware that he has to put the people first. That's even worse.
It's not awareness. He doesn't care.
This is exactly why we are arguing that it is wrong to make policies because you think you are there and the people are not important. And this is also why you have riots. Because now, how do you want me, for example, to trust a leadership that you believe should have done their due work before making pronouncements that can damage the lives of people, that they didn't do that? How do you not trust this kind of leadership to make the right decisions henceforth? Is the Nigerian space a learning space?
But Emilio, let me ask you a leadership question.
Yeah.
Doing what is right doesn't mean the people are going to benefit. It's for the overall long-term good from fiscal sustainability point of view. So if you're a leader, you're not there to really kind of like dance to the people's whims. The people will always want free beer. Right? So taking the bold decision is a right step because everybody agreed on that step. Now they flopped it, yes, that's a different conversation. But if you have the will and the boldness, you're a leader now, you're not a follower. You're going to do what is right, but he didn't do it the right way.
Emilio Khan and many Nigerians are not used to Tinubu's style of leadership. A leadership actually that says something and does it. It's foreign to them.
He did it wrongly.
Well, whatever. But the point here is that he said he was going to do something, and he actually came for it and did it. Of course, I'm not here to debate you uptown about its execution or the way he went about it.
Execution is as important as the thing itself. Look,
let's not pretend. Okay, yeah. This is the point. This is how I look at leadership, right? I look at leadership based on the ability to make correction when they make mistakes. So let's not pretend that where you guys live or wherever you are, that when they say they're going to do something, everything turns out perfectly. Not at all. Just like Collector said, because a leadership makes a pronouncement to plan to do something, it doesn't mean that it's going to benefit in the short term. It can be very painful, and usually tough decisions are painful in the short term.
But the people are not afraid of pain. You know that. But the thing is, when they just have the pain for nothing after 8 years, then how do you expect them to endure more? That is it. That is what we are talking about. You see, the economics is fine. The purpose is good. Yes, we need all those things. But the question is,
people
the way it was done.
Pain if they know where they're going to and they can measure it.
So there's a point there to say did they carry the people along? They didn't carry the people along because after making them suffer through a bad decision. Then they now, I mean, the optics was just good. Then they now turned around and started discussing the yacht, car, all this bullshit.
Can you imagine? Can you just imagine?
Yeah, but
There's not that is
yeah, but that's where they did wrong.
This carrying people along is what gets me a bit. I need to understand. Did you see? We have House of Representatives and Senators that we elected to go and represent us. They don't need to carry us along, and when have they been carrying us along?
They need
no. I agree with the They don't. We have a representative government.
We have representative in government.
Yes,
our House of Representatives.
And when the people born,
who has the time and the resources to be informed? I mean, to be informing Nigerians every damn second.
Look, you guys should stop defending this thing. This is what gives these people they say.
No, guys, let's be fair. This is how government works. Even in the United States,
even in Canada, you agree that they need to be able to fake some empathy, like fake it at least, fake it.
Look, you see, people are not afraid to pay taxes. People are not afraid to pay taxes. They want to.
Let's be fair in our criticism, right? And do a bit of comparison. In the United States, when they make policies, who do they carry? Do they carry the people along? They don't. They just make the policies. Yeah, people might not like it. They might raise their voice. They say, "Oh, people don't like it. Oh, my constituents are reaching out to me. Let's see what we can do." Do they come around every time to come and be telling? How many people do you want to go and tell about the?
Yeah, but Emeka, the United States is driven by ideology. So if a government gets in power and they make a decision, it's mostly driven by ideology. So you automatically 50% of the population are with you.
Exactly.
Okay, yeah, I agree with that. I agree. Yes, you are fair point.
Millions of hungry people, frustrated hungry people.
Fair point. Our democracy has not developed to that level. The United States at some point, their democracy.
No. Mecca, don't let collateral run away with that. Give an example of that.
Tax cuts. Most Republicans and me, independent and some right-leaning independents, love tax cuts. So when they pass this,
hold on now. Now, tax cut. If you're Republican or if you're Republican and if you're Democrat, what does it matter? At the end of the day, it's like
it matters. Some people don't want it.
Excuse me?
Not everybody will. Not everybody supports
I'm yet to see you and your fellow Democrat return the money that you saved from tax cuts.
I've told you many times. I'm an independent leaning person. But do I like tax cuts? Yeah, sure. It's more money for me. Okay,
yeah, but why I agree with Kolata is because if Republicans are going into power and they're being voted in, you are going to get tax cuts. If Democrats are getting into power, you are not going to get tax cuts because they need more taxes for social benefits and welfare. So typically, it's driven by ideology. So when that happens, a lot of people will just say, okay, I will wait for another 4 years to see if I can get out this useless government, get them out. So I agree, it's driven by ideologies. We have not gotten to that point yet.
No. Guys, I need another example. Give me an example. Tell me Americans that are like, okay, we want a higher fuel prices at the pump. We want to go to war and pay more taxes. Give me such examples.
That people want more taxes. Yeah, the Democrats want more taxes because they're going to tax the rich. So if government comes in, Joe Biden comes in and say, "I'm going to tax the rich."
The rich, yes, they want Democrats want the rich to be taxed more because so that
what rich have been taxed? No, the rich don't get taxed. They just pay their own.
That's the narrative.
It sounds good.
Taxes because
any serious rich person in America knows how to get their money.
You're giving another argument. We're talking about ideology.
Exactly.
You're fighting a different argument.
The implementation is not what we are talking about, but the talking point, Biden will say it, I will tax the rich, and everybody will be happy.
And people will support him. 50% will support him.
Yeah, they will support him. They say, hey, I will tax the rich. Hey, but does he actually tax the rich? No. Even the rich, they know the shortcuts they play. They don't get taxed. So it's talking about
so that's the difference between Nigeria and the United States. So I just wanted to make that clarification.
I agree with that. I agree completely.
Okay, so everybody's in agreement that government don't have to carry the people along and all that. Personally, I think you can have it both ways. Ideally, you should carry the people along because for me, I think somebody said the process, the way you implement stuff matters. But the problem with this one that I'm seeing in Nigeria is that the outcomes too is terrible. Because this fuel subsidy that was removed, the purpose was we don't want to pay for fuel subsidy anymore. But now we are paying it again. The other one is foreign currency was supposed to help our economy. No, it just made things worse. And the only thing that can rescue it is the refineries that they seem to want to kill too. Did you see that speech that Oshomole made? Oshomole is supposed to be one of the guys that are robbing the country, but the guy was like livid with the way some sections of the Nigerian elite are trying to prevent our refineries from coming on stream and also want to strangulate the Dangote refinery. In other words, we'll stagnate like this till the next to the 2027.
Oshomole is the only senator in that red chambers, as far as I'm concerned.
It's unbelievable. Like, what is going on in Nigeria? What I see going on is sabotage. It's like there are actors in that nation hell-bent on sabotaging our progress. I said it before when Tinubu was coming to office that Tinubu could be the greatest president in Nigeria.
There are also there are internal and external actors. So the external actors are using the internal actors to sabotage our country.
It's really horrible. Because Tinubu had it in his gift to be the greatest president. Because you have almost 4 different refineries coming on stream in your term, and you want to remove fuel subsidies, which gives you a little bit of money in your pocket. But what did you do?
Yeah, let me ask you to do me a little favor. Just read about European refineries. Just if you have any recent news on European refineries, you will understand what is going on. There's a lot of them, their capacity, they're reducing it because of Dangote. They've been making a shitload of money for a long time. But this guy is starting to disrupt their business.
And the Nigerian government should be backing him because it's our money.
That's the sabotage. It's not just Nigerian government now. The IOCs, the part of the Nigerian people, it's a mess. But that's just the way of the world. Dangote is a big boy.
This is the stuff we need to fight for.
Okay, hold on. Shine a little more light on that. European refineries are reducing capacity because of Dangote. For what benefit?
Yeah, because we buy a lot of crappy petrol from all those refineries, and they're going to forecast future demand and all whatnot, and they're looking at this Dangote guy is going to carve out at least the West African market. So what is going to happen to their business? Their business is very cutthroat, very slim margins. In all these are Western countries, this tiny amounts in volumes make a boatload of difference. I was reading it. I sent it to one man. That was like 3 or 4 months ago. That look at what's going on in Europe. That those refineries they're discussing how they're going to be able to handle the future where there's low. They mentioned it like lower demand from Africa. Of course, I put 2 and 2 together now. Like these people are talking about when Dangote kicks off. So I'm not surprised that they're trying to sabotage it. But also, Dangote too may be trying to get additional concessions from the government that it doesn't deserve.
Kolata, didn't you hear that he complained? He made a speech about it. That
he complained. I saw it, but I still, me too. While he's complaining, I still don't trust Dangote fully because he may be trying to get some it may be, I don't know the deal he's trying to get from the government. I don't know. But for sure,
billionaires now they always have their own interest.
I don't trust him because he's coming to lament. Don't pity the guy. Dangote's business is a business. One of my friends is one of these private equity guys in Nigeria. We were talking in our group. He said, "Look, don't look at Dangote and think this. Dangote is a business that he outsources his risk to the government. How many people can outsource their risk to the government?
And that is our risk now." So we want it because his success is our success.
Okay, again, sorry, shed a bit more light on that. So we know that big business, they externalize risk. We know that, and waste. In terms of Dangote, give us more insight. Like what? Getting free money from the central bank?
Sorry.
No, that's not what Kulata is trying to say. Sorry to interject. I think apart from the international oil operators being jittery about that refinery, Because I quite remember when I made a submission about that about 2 years ago, those people that I make submission to, they probably pass that kind of information to them. Whatever that is going on now is that Kolata is right. The European and the American, they are going to lose a chunk of market to refined product to Dangote. So Dangote, being a very smart businessman, is also negotiating for a better deal from Nigeria. Because at least, if we tell Nigerian people, you also have a stake in this refinery. So the more we make more money for the country, and the more he also makes his own profit, because he also have to satisfy some of his creditors. So it's going to be a win-win situation for him in the long run. All those movements you are seeing, the Creole in Nigeria today, is part of what they plan. And at the end of the day, he's going to get what he wants. And let's just hope he started pumping this refined product to Nigeria. So no matter what, probably the price will come to about 700 naira per liter instead of 600 per liter at the end of the day. If you start deciding.
Remy, I even have this question to ask you people, please, on this Dangote. These creditors, are they not even Europeans? Are they not the same persons that it's just like they are fighting the same war within themselves just to make it look like it's
No, it's not like that, because it's a good news for them and a big chunk of profit for them if Africa, especially Nigeria, still continue to import PMS from them. But now you are cutting. You are not even cutting enough to zero to like 50%. You are cutting the 100% away totally. So and you see they have a lot of refinery that they also refine, then especially from the Netherlands.
And my question is, I don't know, Kulata, do you have a list of investors in that particular business? I don't know, because you know why I'm asking this question.
Investors were.
How can you have a list of investors?
No. I know it might sound, but there's a look at, for example, look at the Vanguard, the BlackRock. We know that virtually good businesses all around the world. You think they are just standalone businesses, but they are owned by this set of people. And
you're right.
They find wars within themselves, and you think they are totally different. But eventually, when you look through the funnel properly, you see that all the money is still going to the same set of people. And that is my point as well. Like,
yeah, BlackRock is, when you look at all those businesses, BlackRock is there. And when you look at who is behind BlackRock, Warren Buffett, anyway, it's a messed up world. I mean, it's beyond my
and that's exactly my point. Like, even though I think it is Dangote, that's why I was asking if you know the investors as well, because that might also give us an idea of who are those behind what we are talking about, we are looking about now. Because it might still be like it's the same war, but they just want it to look like what to us. You understand? But if eventually the money is still going to the same place.
Yeah, but you know, all this stuff, like each country have a way of doing it. America will use their corporations to fight their wars. I mean, fight the economic battles. And to a large extent, Europe too. Well, France, they're more direct. China will do it with, I mean, they loan you money, they bring their own people, they build it for you, they inherit whatever they build for you.
Kolata, I happen to know a guy that worked for China Petrol. And when I asked him that, why are you not lifting crude oil directly from Nigeria? They said they don't have the authority. So they have to go through Shell and Chevron and other big ones from America.
Yeah, Shell, well, there's Shell, there's Ajip. There's a couple of them. They come in, they come out. But the ones still
what I'm just trying to say is that America controls that. America and Europe.
Oh yeah.
How long is our deal with this Shell and all these other companies? How long is it? Is it forever?
The deal is forever because they are injecting about $500 million into our gas again, and they are also heavily involved in the Trans-Saharan pipeline from Africa to all the way.
We can't get rid of those guys.
The point is that, like you talked about, the Chinese coming in to do crude oil. This is drilling.
I'm talking about. I asked them because I happen to know some people that time that I'm also interested. Probably I can work for them. So I asked the question that Nigeria is a big exporter of crude oil. Why are they not lifting that oil from Nigeria directly?
Wait, the Chinese company, is it not Sinopec? Is it not Sinopec or something like that?
Apart from Sinopec, they have other ones, okay? So those ones they call them China Petrol. You might not know them because they are not very visible in terms.
They're not very big.
Yeah, so my concern is that that's what I'm interested in is how long is Shell and the others going to control it? Well, how about the Chinese companies? Can they?
Because this is an international commodity, so at the end of the day, you don't expect them to put up to say, "Oh, we are no more involved." They are going to be involved till the old world perish. Okay.
But if we say, don't we have the ability to? My point, what I'm trying to find out is that did we sign a contract that says they have to be here for 200 years, or we have
No, I don't think it's like that, to Niger. But you know, we have bid rounds, right? They have all these oil blocks and then they sell it. So they may give you, for example, but one way or the other, you will have to call one of those big guys and say, okay, oh, I have like that rich woman, that rich Yoruba woman. They've given her that oil block for a long time. They didn't allow her to develop it. She didn't have money until she spoke with one of these IOC. So the way they do it, you will have to involve those people. It's like you don't have a choice.
And the IOCs, can they be like from China? That's the point I'm trying to.
And so that's the part I don't understand. That why don't you allow the Sinopec, all these people bid?
The problem is
or partner, or you partner with them.
Why don't you ask the same question? Why is China controlling the train technology all over the world? Why are they the one constructing your road and bridge? So everybody hold on tight to where they are.
Everyone power holds on to their. I
guess that's a fair point. It's just that for Nigeria, we want flexibility. We can't say because China controls trains and the West controls oil, we say let's leave it like that.
You
can choose.
Do you know how long it takes China to break into that African market and compete with European America and kick them out of our road construction and train technology? It takes a while.
They were not even constructing. That's the problem. They were not.
It depends. Let me give you an example. When I graduated and I was working, that was when we were setting up all this MTN and all those things. Back then, Ericsson had the monopoly. Ericsson, there was Nokia then, Siemens was there before it became Nokia Siemens. Bottom line is they were controlling the stuff. It didn't take less than 10 years. These guys had been replaced by a company called Huawei. And almost everywhere, Ericsson is struggling in Nigeria right now. Huawei took over. So it's not impossible.
So, Kulata, do you know what the American industry do to Huawei? They stop them from this.
I know in America, but you know what Huawei does? Huawei will tell the telcos that, hey, I will give you this, I will also give you the loan, and I will install it for you.
Yes.
So why do I need Ericsson? By the way, what are you guys giving me?
You know ZTE technology. They deal with
I know that. I know it.
And the rest. So these people are very. I remember because when Economic came on board, I went for a training there in Nigeria. So they are the ones supplying all those technology. Equipment. I'm not talking about equipment. They are the ones supplying.
But why can't Nigerians go to China and learn how they build? Because if the Chinese, those guys can build quick and build fast. Why can't we just go and learn?
Nigeria, the perception of average Nigerian about Asia, especially China, is that China is there to cheat you. China is there to molest you. China is there to control your economy. So the seed, the Western world already planted is there. And the perception of an average Nigeria about Chinese is that inferior quality. They are not going to do, they are going to just do, But I am a firm believer of one thing. If you want something, whether you get it through loan or through borrowing, get it done first. There's always a way for you to renegotiate after. But when you disrupt it, or you have, because by this time we're supposed to forget about that standard gauge ran to Abuja already. But because of our legislator, they are fighting, the contract is not good, and blah 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 like this. At the end of the day, it was stopped.
So when you say to Nigeria, go and learn what? Because the Chinese have no qualms training you on how to use their product, right? They will train you that. But how to create the product, they will not teach you.
Yes, of
course. It's also true in America. It's intellectual property that we're dealing with at that point. But do you think Nigerians don't go for training? They all go for training. But what do? They collect extra code, stay in hotel, they go and shop.
Yeah, I
Just
think
yesterday alone.
let me just add to the training aspect. I think Nigerians probably have the training. Like we have construction companies in Nigeria. Maybe Nigerian this thing can say, you know what, just to make sure you do your job well, we incentivize you to go study the equipment that they use there. And if you want to buy some of them, buy them, bring them to Nigeria. And one of the biggest drawbacks we have is that we don't manufacture steel. We do
Okay,
cement.
I want to
Steel
say
and
something
cement
here.
allows to manufacture those equipment. Please go
I
ahead.
want to say something.
Yeah, but we don't have the intellectual property to build those stuff too.
The Chinese model
Build your
is
own. You don't have to
totally
build their own exact
the
price.
the model they introduced is totally different from America and the Western world. What they did was simple. Because they have the money, they float all these corporations, they call them corporation, all these CECCC, all these ZTE, they are state-owned before they started divesting interest from them. So they support them, which is, if any Chinese company get a big contract in any African country, they will go to the China Exim Bank, that is China Export or whatever Import Bank, to source loan from there. And the government will support that company because they have a big interest. Majority of them are from the state, but they give them a leeway to have a director. But the way they operate their own business, it's not like Nigeria, all this wahala that it's not from my state, it's this tribal. Whatever their leader said, that is fine. Everybody follow.
Yeah, but let me add to one thing China did. China, while what you are saying, they did that. But what they also did was took money to Western universities to fund research.
Yes.
So you had Western professors doing research on behalf of China. So those findings, the intellectual property from that, of course, had to be repatriated back to China. That's one strategy. The other strategy is outright stealing of intellectual property.
I quite remember that there was a big plant from Ford, from all these big Western automobile companies. They built a very big plant, and after about 5 years, they forced them to have a joint venture with Chinese own automobile like FAW and the rest. And before you know it, they started churning out their own local product. It was a total 100% copy of all these American brands. But one thing that after about 4 or 5 years, all these their local brand can compete favorably with foreign brand, even more better.
Because you've developed competence.
Yes.
You first need to know how to copy.
Just share this quickly, man. Because for me, when I look at this, it's just a marvel. It's like I don't know why Nigerian government is even bothering with Western companies to build stuff. They should just go to China. The Chinese are ahead of everybody.
It's not easy like that.
So when you say go to China, is it to go to China to buy? Is it to buy?
For example, watching a train go trough an apartment isn't something you'd expect, but in this city, it's completely normal.
This is Chongqing you are showing.
You will find the gas stations on the rooftop of buildings.
Yeah, it's true.
It is not enough. This city has one of the deepest subways in the world. It goes 94 meters deep, which is equivalent to 31-story building. This city has got to be one of the most complicated.
It's a marvel. This is just crazy.
Nigeria, what you are seeing over there, that is the beauty of if you have opportunity for people to travel and explore. If you travel and explore, you will discover that there are so many countries that is far ahead of almost of this Western nation. You will be surprised.
This is another level.
If you don't know and you just stay, if you do not want to travel, then you have to read and research by yourself. By so doing, you will know exactly what is going on. That is the major problem.
But here's also what happens, right? Your country, where do they get their money, is important. If you're getting loans from the West, they may put 1 or 2 stipulations that will not be favorable for you to go and use a Chinese company.
So that's
if you're going to borrow from China.
So that is the
it's a game now. It's a game at the high level. It's a power game.
So this is the way it operates. When you borrow from the Western world, they will give you the money with a lot of conditions. When you borrow from China, China will not hand over the cash to you. They will come and do it by themselves.
Exactly. That's what
So
you need.
And they
So
won't teach
when
you.
you get the money,
and they
when
get
you
things
give the money
done,
so you can go and steal it, I prefer
and they,
that.
and they get it done as quickly as possible. But they also have their own condition. You have
What
to
is the
also
condition?
create one of their conditions is to free your market for their product to flock into your country.
Oh, is that a condition? I've never heard that before.
And you're okay, so you don't go to your Eko or
To be fair, their products are already flowing in without any loan.
Go to your Lagos today. Whether you not see a lot of Chinese selling wigs, selling clothing, and so many things. Before they were not there. Now they have shop in your local market.
To be fair, the reason why I'm saying that is because their products are already moving in without them even doing business in your country. That's the thing, because we go for their product because they are cheaper.
But if you put them side by side with the Western world, a lot of people will prefer the Chinese. That is right. Because seeing is believing. Not somebody that give me money and then tell me go and do whatever with the money. And some of the money will end up going back to them again by our people stealing them.
I prefer the Chinese approach because you're going to get something out of it at the end of the day.
Yeah.
The Western approach,
and
I
also
don't like
it reduces corruption. People cannot steal because they build the stuff. They're not giving anybody any money. See what I mean?
But Nigeria, don't be deluded. All of them are trying to rape us.
Of course,
without
I
an
agree with
exception.
that. I agree with that. That's for sure. If you give them the opportunity, they will. And for me, when you ask them to build stuff, you have to make sure that stuff they are building for you, you know how to capitalize on it for your own interest. It's not about them. Worry about what you are going to do for your people. That's how I look at it.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, just like Kulata said, if you have two companies in your hand and you see one that can build things very fast, very quick, that's what you go for. But at the same time, you have to also look at the population or the people of your country too. Where did they, an average Nigerian, most time we probably go with the Western world.
China probably generates more than 20 gigawatts every year of electricity. More than 20.
What are you saying?
I mean extra, not the one.
Let me tell you something that will shock you.
They can easily use our power system, but our government is not dragging them here.
You know what they did? They have one super dam in the center of China. That one alone produces about 50,000 megawatts, and that is not enough. Now, when you now go to their northern part, you will see a lot of solar, wind power energy. That turbine, very big, like very. So what they did was that they used the climate of each region to generate electricity, and why that climate does not suit that one, they use a big dam or something like that. So they continue to generate electricity almost every year.
Oh my God!
They never stop.
Let me give you this number. Let me give you this number I'm seeing here. Oh my God! In 2023, China added 216 gigawatts of solar power and 76 gigawatts of wind generation capacity in 1 year.
Because they have a huge population. So what they use that
these guys are superpowers already. Forget Americans. These guys are.
Do you know what they did? If you go to their big cities like Shanghai, Beijing, Guangzhou, Chongqing, and some of all those big cities, their AI technology is super. That once you step out from your apartment building, I'm talking to you that once you get into the elevator, they're already seeing you. They're all over the place. There's so many cameras that you even ask yourself, what is this for, sir? So there is no way that if you perpetrate crime, you are going to escape. They will catch you easily.
They control their population a lot without their social credit system and everything.
That electricity. They have a very stricter law for their people. Not too strict that people thought. What they just want is that you cannot talk rubbish about government. And if you as a minister or whatever, they are also corrupt. I'm telling you, don't forget about those things. They are corrupt, but at the same time, if you are in the book, good book of the leader, you can still escape it. But if you are not, the moment you are no more in that good book, you are gone.
You gave us some figures just now concerning the solar. China solar, whatever, in 1 year.
Yeah.
And then the response from Remy was that it's because they have large population. I wasn't expecting that.
What
that
do you mean
response.
a response is large population? I don't understand.
That was what I heard from you.
Maybe
You know, you
that's
talk
the only word that you had. Maybe you didn't hear the other one. Did you not hear when I was telling you that
no.
they have
Immediately he said that. Wait now. Immediately he said that the very first response I heard from you was that yeah, it's because they have large population. And I was expecting you to ask him how and why Nigeria can't do such. When you say solar energy, is it not from the sun?
I think first and foremost, you do not understand me. What I'm trying to say is that before even when he mentioned that, I gave example of
Jesus
they have
Christ.
a big dam about 50,000 megawatt, and I also told him that they never stop. They still continue to create more, generate more electricity. And I give example of where they use the climatic condition to generate electricity. I talk about the wind power. I talk about so many things.
Is that Isaac?
Yes, I think
I'm almost sick just reading these numbers. These
Isaac,
are staggering
Maybe you
numbers.
don't understand
China
what I'm.
produces the cheapest solar available right now. That war, as competition with the West, has been lost by the West. So their solar is so cheap that the West is putting tariffs on exporting it. So they
See,
can afford to solarize everywhere.
they generate more than 30 times more power with wind alone than Nigeria. 30
Nigeria not the
times.
country now.
You know,
Oh my God.
to Niger, do you know River Niger of Nigeria? River Niger. There is there is a river in China. They call it the Mother River. That river runs from the north to the south, just like we have the River Niger that gets distributed from the south and then run to the west and east of the northern part of Nigeria. That river alone in China, they use it to generate a lot of electricity. Like so when you will see on that river a lot of turbine about wind that comes from that river, they use it to generate electricity. Nothing is waste in that country. If you travel from the expanse land, all those bushy area, they convert it into agricultural farmland. Because
Are
you can,
you looking
you have
at
about
let me show you our Shemo.
those. We are the architect of our
We
own
are not
dream.
even saying Nigeria, we are saying the entire Africa. Look at the graph, the graph here. Electricity consumption by region. The United States alone is the blue one. Look at how big it is, and look at the timeline, the change from 1990 2000, and look at Africa, tiny. This is including Nigeria and all the Egypt.
When you also look at the graph, see the way China is catching up with them. Look at it from
Exactly. China is
20
already overtaking them
from
now.
year 2000 to 2025. So who told you that
China is overtaking America.
They will overtake them? It's as simple as ABC. So
it's just me. I am feeling sick reading the numbers. We are talking about terawatts now, not gigawatts anymore. The numbers are staggering, and these are just the people like us too.
But one
Leaders
question
don't
I
have
want
shame.
to ask you, tonight, one question I want to ask is that these people they are working like this. Do you think an average Nigeria can put his own personal interests aside and work for the country?
They can. It's possible.
I think it must be under like dictator like Abacha, okay? Not this democracy. Forget it. It's not going to happen. This democracy.
The people need to open their eyes. I think if people know some of all these things I'm reading, I'm feeling sick reading it alone. This is sickening.
I think what you guys, the mistake everybody is making is until we get to the point where we can make our own stuff, we will never catch up. So don't bother even trying to compare us because we can't make stuff. We can't make anything. So why are we expecting something out of nothing?
So tonight, when I read
can't.
about tonight, so when I read about their protest and some of the conditions, I just laughed. I was thinking that if you are going to pray, why don't you guys launch yourself to Abuja and go to the National Assembly and tell them, first and foremost, you want to reduce the current expenditure. We want one house. It's going to be on part-time basis. Second, we want resource control. We want the federal government to hand off a lot of stuff. That is what we are talking about. But you are telling us EFCC is too handy. They should do this. Oh, these are flimsy, unnecessary demand. You go to the root of the cause that can change everything. Not bad being power. They should import food. You go to where you give more power to the state, and then you handle the state later. That is how it's supposed to be.
I was talking to a colonel yesterday, and from a retired colonel, and he was proposing a change in this in the constitution. And one of the things I liked about what he was talking about was this rotational system of government and making the creating regions from the 6 regions that we have now, and having those local governments will become like states somewhat, where and changing it into a parliamentary system. And the thing I like about what the UK did, I will finish 30 seconds. What I like about what the UK did was, the moment the election was over, the government is changed. All the ministers are in place. Not like our government, where they will take 6 months to a year to appoint people. That is such a waste of time. It makes the nation not efficient at all. And I think we don't have money, and we are running in a
Listen,
very, very inefficient system.
I used to maybe as of 2 months ago, I used to be, oh no, this constitution, blah blah blah, and I said, okay. I looked at now, okay. Thank God for ChatGPT. I said, okay, which country has a similar system, constitutional system as Nigeria? Guess the country. India. India, the federal government controls the money, and then they share it equitably across the states. India is developing. Yeah. They have exclusive lists. They have those 3 lists, exclusive lists, this one and the one for states. They have it. Go and check. But they're still developing. We're just not serious. Give us any system, we're still going to be fast.
That's not the reason why we are not.
So what are you saying? Can I comment? So what are you saying now is the constitution is not the problem?
Of course, it's not the problem.
We are the problem.
The UK doesn't have a constitution. They have a country that hated each other, and they went on to rule the world. What makes you think that the constitution is the problem? The UK, today, they are just making it up as they go.
If you guys think I'm lying, please check India. Check India.
Okay, let's put it in context. What you just said now about.
Let me respond to Rational Mind.
India has a bicameral legislation. Or it's not unicameral.
I don't know. Honestly, I don't know.
Rational Mind.
But they have exclusive list. They have all those 3 lists that they have.
You see, you people come here, you like to do this thing.
And the federal government shares the federal government takes all the money and shares it to the states, just like Nigeria.
You said India is working. Why is it working?
It's working.
Now, take a closer look at their system that they practice, which is similar, like you said, to Nigeria. They have a bicameral. I say unicameral rather. They have a prime minister. They have a president. So, and the president,
okay, what about the resource control?
They have more like a UK.
You're telling me it's not the constitution.
No, what about the resource control?
Yeah, resource control is more like Nigeria. They have it like a UK.
The own constitution allows for unicameral. That in itself, that cut down on the law on the expenses there.
Yeah, Rational Mind, please.
But that's not the reason why you see, if you take all the cost of governance, and if you save all the cost of governance, it's not going to make Nigeria great. The amount is not as much as you like to think. You think it costs up to 1 billion to run the Nigerian this bicameral system? It doesn't cost up to 1 billion, and that is not the reason why Nigeria is
$1 billion what? $1 billion?
Yes, it doesn't. It's not $1 billion.
How much is the economy that how much is the budget that you're giving $1 billion to?
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. That it's not close to that. If it's not close to that, then why you? It's not the reason why we are poor.
How much is your budget? How much is the House of Rep? I mean, the House of Rep and the Senate. I mean, National Assembly. How much are they gopping?
It's not.
It's really small on the grand scale.
You're looking at it,
on the grand scale, it's small.
That other people are operating with.
No,
that is nothing.
It's not.
To Nigeria, sorry to interject. Rational Mind. I think you have to look at it, and Kulata, you also have to look at it. How much is our generation? How much are we generating as revenue compared to the expenditure we are spending on these people? I'm telling you the truth. This system we are practicing in Nigeria does not fit that country. Let me give you another example.
Because we're not a productive people. That's
why. So
we don't generate.
What do you do?
If we are not productive today, what we do? We cut down our expenditure. Why don't we cut it down?
Like we don't have money. We don't spend anything. We don't have money.
Let me tell you something. Like example in China, most of their lawmakers, they don't sit like Nigeria. What they do for them is simple. They do their shadow election. But every year, they will not pick them from their locality to spend 2 weeks in China. The government set the plan. The government will not put them in check. They deliberate on whatever they want to do under 2 weeks. maybe they have give you supporting material before you come in, but it's not like in Nigeria you have a state assembly that you are sitting down there. No, they don't have that kind of wastage of resources to keep you, give you a house, give you a car, give you this. No, they don't do like that. But for them it's different because it's more or less like an authoritarian society, which you guys you don't want. You want freedom, but you want good things. But anything that is too free, that good thing you are not going to have it because people should be controlled to some extent. But if you don't want people to be controlled, then you have to be satisfied with what you are getting now, which is mediocre. So the truth must be told. The current expectation is too huge, and when we are not generating enough revenue,
Why do
you
you
cut
use
it down.
huge?
And you are telling me the constitution is not a problem.
For me, it's
When
a
the constitution
scrap
makes
we are
provision for
living on.
camera, hold on, it makes provision for unicamera. I'm sorry, camera by camera, and even within the state has their own house of rep.
Okay, how much additional expenditure is coming out of bicameral?
Huh? You guys
How
even realize
much?
how
How much
you're
additional cost?
hold on. You guys even realize how much you're spending on governance, both federal and on the state level. You know, you guys realize how much we're spending just to.
Honestly, my county here will probably spend more than that.
What is that? What did you say? Say that again.
My county, the county I live in, they probably spend more than the difference in the unicameral and bicameral.
You keep using you keep comparing apple to pineapple. What are you talking
Okay,
about?
that's why I said India. Have you been to India? There's poverty, there's disease, there's all that stuff. But there is is it $4 trillion or $6 trillion economy right now?
Okay, but then you're talking about India, but you're not factoring in what they are doing, what their constitution allows. For the fact that their constitution, they practice federalist system.
Okay, rational mind. The constitution allows for sharing of resources from the federal government to the states.
Replica.
They don't have resource control like we always want.
Don't come here and give false information. You are giving misleading information.
It's not false information. Go and check it yourself.
You like doing
it's distributed from the center.
I'm just.
Hold on. We like to compare. We like to compare countries. Can you hear me? We like to compare countries.
Let me just finish what I'm just showing it because look at this.
Come here, just kind of use this false narrative that we just started.
Because I think when we look at Nigeria, we expect to see something else. But when I look at Nigeria, I'm seeing more than what we should expect to see. Because if you look at this country now, this UK that I live in, that is not exactly paved with gold, they spend. This is in pounds, so 1,226 billion pounds. That's their projection for this year to next year. That's what they're going to spend. That is equivalent to 1.5 trillion US dollars. That's what they are spending in their country, and that's annually. If you take how much they take from government there, I can assure you it's over 2 billion pounds from that. So Nigerian government, and that's parliamentary system that is doing that. So what does it tell you? Even if you take all the money from our government and say spend zero money, it's still not enough for Nigeria. How can you spend 30 billion on your country? A country of 200 million people, and you expect people to do well? They are not going to do well. That is the problem we have. We have to find a way to start doing value-added manufacturing and exporting so that we can start magnifying the incomes that we get. Right now, we are getting about 30 billion. We need 120 billion in the next 4 years to even start looking like we are beginning to edge in the right direction. Instead, we went backwards. So we are in trouble here.
We have
You have to look at
they do not know how to take us out of this doldrum, this whole madness of economic backwardness. They don't have the panacea.
No, I think rational you are getting it wrong. It's not about they can't take you out. Whether you like it or not, government will come. Listen first. Listen.
New voice.
Listen first.
New voice.
Listen first. Government will come. Another government will. Another one will come. What I'm trying to tell you is simple. What I'm trying to tell you is very simple. We are comparing with other countries that have at least much more better than Nigeria.
After Remy, praise daddy, please.
That are more better than Nigeria. In terms of what we find ourselves today, if majority of Nigeria want to have the change they desire, they must take their leaders accountable. And the kind of democracy we are practicing, we have to tinker with it that will favor our own grown democracy. because and I gave example of some of these things. Some of this country, their lawmaker is just on part-time basis. It's not that okay, like Nigeria now. Look at the 36 states. They have state assemblies. All their state assembly members have cars, have money that are given to them. Then we go to that. The current expenditure is huge. Nigerian youth or Nigerian people should focus their attention about how to take more power away from the center, and probably the state reduce the power. Just make this lawmaker part-time. That one will reduce a lot of our recurrent expenditure and focus more on the areas that this state can develop with their natural resources. That's what we are trying to say. So
Before Prince Daddy stops, I'm only going to say this. Are we taking full advantage? When I mean full advantage of our current system? No, we're not. And we just blame the system when we're not even taking. Is this the maximum potential that we have for this current system? If we're being productive and the federal government is sharing money, we should be a 1 trillion economy, even with this messed up constitution. So, Prince Daddy, I mean, I don't buy all these excuses. We're just not a productive people. Prince Daddy, sorry.
Don't you think the system? Sorry, Prince Daddy, don't you think the system we're practicing now is too slow, too bureaucratic, and sometimes does not lead anywhere? And it's all about at the end of the day.
Yeah, but Remy, at the same time, Osun State could be doing X, Y, and Z. We could have cocoa here. We could have palm oil there. We could have backward integration there. So all that stuff is our God-given resources. We're not using it. And we're not doing anything about it.
The state are not tapping. Everybody just rely on the federal government just to give money every month. This is not a working system.
Remy, why are you blaming the system? When the system wants to function, they can change the national anthem within a week. But when they don't want to respond, they will.
So that is
the people, not the system.
So that is why I am saying that if you want to protest, why not protest from what can really make that change immediately?
Okay. Like what would be the number one thing?
Don't forget Prince Daddy.
No, yeah, Prince Daddy.
I'm asking you now. Sorry, no, I wanted to ask.
If our Nigerian youth today, we will gather ourselves, go to the National Assembly, effect a lot of changes. Resource control is there. Give us state.
So if you asked you to choose one now, what would you choose? The most pertinent one for you?
If I want to choose one, I will go for total resource control.
Okay, fair. Okay. I think it's Prince Daddy and then Kezo.
It's Prince Daddy, please. Sharply, I don't think there is anyone that will work for Nigeria until all these people, all of them die. Come on, no one will work. Forget that thing.
No, I was gonna say, so India has about 8 to 10 times the population of Nigeria, right? And they are as complex and complicated and diverse than Nigeria by the factor of 10, actually. So
I think it's about 7 times. 7 times more.
Okay, yeah, roughly. So, well, because you assume that Nigerian population is 200 million, perhaps, but that's irrelevant. The point here is that, if you look for poverty, corruption, all the malice of this you can find in any country economy. India has it. India has it for sure. So let's not be moved by what we see the statistics that we see or things splash on the headlines about India. And at the same time, they've done a lot of great things. The nuclear power they've done a lot of great things. So, I have a question, a general question for everyone. Why does countries like India works with all the complexities, okay, doing great things, and Nigeria cannot seem to get it together? Of course, when we had regional government, I think we're doing very well as a regional entities. We were doing very well, actually. But now, nothing works. We can't. The entire system is sabotage from A to Z, And there's corruption in India. I think Remy was saying earlier also. In China, there's heavy corruption. If you guys want to look at corruption in the billions and billions of dollars, where you're going to find it is in China. They execute them sometimes, and it's corrupt. The CCP and the PPC, they're all corrupt. They're super corrupt. So how can the government be super corrupt as China is and still find a way to do great things? I mean, from name it, from agriculture to infrastructure to a lot of things they do. What is going on? What is our problem?
So can I quickly give you an answer to that? It's an authoritarian society. You have one leader, whatever he says, everybody fall in line. I'm talking about China. In India perspective, they have a brutal police force. They even cane you on the streets. They don't give it. You cannot just be writing nonsense or doing anyhow in those countries. They'll pick
That's
you
not
up.
the reason, though. That's not the reason at all.
Does that help the economy? Police flogging people on the street?
No. I am trying to say what I'm trying to say is that they have an organized way of doing their stuff, and everybody fall in line. But when you just oppose it with Nigerian situation, most things are always looking into it from ethnic or tribal background most time. That you are giving those, hey, what about me? What about this? Everything is concentrated in this seat. What about this? What about that? But
no, Remy, sorry, I just asked you that question, because Nigerian police, they also wait. Somebody will want to say something. You wait more. I just asked you the question, even though what I want to say is just something a bit fun, but at least maybe they make fun much more now. I just asked you that question because even Nigeria police, they listen to us, to many of these programs. Maybe they don't come go, they carry cane, they beat people for street.
Because Prince Daddy was asking, with all their corruption or whatever, why are they being successful that way? And I'm trying to tell them this is the way they do their stuff sometimes. Because when you have an authoritarian society, people fall in line easily. Because if you don't fall in line, you know what will become of you. But
if you compare authoritarian society like Russia to Western Europe is doing better than Russia. So that cannot be a reason why economy is doing well. That's not the reason.
There are other factors. I think
Many
this
other
is the
factors.
thing now. I think we are coming down to this thing.
Yeah.
Because
Can I comment?
it depends. Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I want to say that.
Update on Kenya.
Yeah, I want to say that this India love doesn't make sense. India is what I call a shithole country. I mean, the GDP per capita is lower than Kenya or Botswana or most African countries. The only advantage India has, which that's why I don't even like comparing to Nigeria, is India is a single administrative region with 1.5 billion people. That's it. So the government can collect enough revenue and set up special economic zones. Like if you look at Calcutta, Bangalore, Mumbai, some of these cities are actually having good, Pune as well, and Chennai, right? These cities have high, and also Delhi, right? These cities have high GDP per capita, around $5,000, maybe $7,000, because they're specialized cities. But the rest of India is actually even poorer than Africans. So I think what the best thing India did was be able to collect tax revenue, set up these special cities, and of course they could exploit their large population because you're going to have a lot of geniuses there. And they are allowing, free market capitalism with its regions. That's why you had prominence of, families like, Tata Steel and all that kind of industries. They've been buying up European car manufacturing, etc. So I would say basically, India, it just happened to have done a few good things because they're simply able to get tax revenues. If Nigeria had 1.5 billion people, they would have done the same. What if India was doing what China is doing with an average of $10,000 per person? Then I would say that India is actually up there, but it's not. I mean, if you compare Africa's GDP and compare it to India, we have a similar population. We have a slightly less, actually, 1.3 billion people. We actually have a higher GDP than India. And if you compare all the African countries, we are more developed than India. Right? If you look at Africa as a continent, we are more developed than India, right? But the issue is we're not a single administrative region, so we don't have the ability to leverage
that's not the reason, because India it's not even a economic superhouse. I mean, if you compare,
Kaiser, we can hardly hear you. You're
Yeah.
breaking. You're
That's
breaking.
not me.
Can you hear us?
That's Olga Cyrus.
Is it
That's not me.
Empire? Oh,
No, that's not.
Okay, that's you. The other guy speaking.
Yeah.
You're breaking.
It's Olga Cyrus.
Kaiser, you're
Yeah, so
breaking.
look,
I think they still have. I
Okay,
think they still have a higher GDP per capita than than Africa as a whole, and higher than Kenya.
no, they don't. You can't think. Go find the data to Niger.
I'm looking at the data. That's why I'm saying. You should know me by now. It's 2004.
Show me the data.
Okay, let me show it to you. Since you want to see, that is that of
India
India.
is $2,400.
And then this is that of Africa, and that of Kenya is, as you can see, and they have been to the moon, and they have nuclear power. They have generate far more power than the entire African continent.
To Niger, $400 is a big deal for you.
No, it's not a big deal, but then you can say we are in similar level than to say we are higher than them.
Well, hang on. You're comparing two countries. I compared Africa to India. That's different, right?
Yeah,
but
I compared Africa too. That's Africa's figure here, 2,100. So I'm quite thorough about these things. I don't just talk out of my business. So the point is that
2022, right? Well, I want to see 2024.
2024. So you expect India's revenue to drop? Okay, enemy of progress. You see how like our people are hoping that.
Let me chime in.
It's going up actually. So as you can see, the graph is showing that it's going up.
Two of those regions, Africa and India, is not. I mean, their PPE is some of the lowest in the world. So that's not a standard of we're doing good in terms of economic development. The thing with China and India, and I even throw in Russia, the reason why they're doing a little bit better is that these countries, compared to Nigeria, is that they all focus on one specific thing, one or two specific things, and they don't joke with it. So in China, is their manufacturing, that's their main lifeblood. In India, is their technology, and mostly their technology, their IT services, which they showcase throughout the world. And in Russia, this is the oil and gas. But in Nigeria, the oil and gas, which is supposed to be the main thing, we make a joke out of it. I mean, look at Saudi, all these Middle Eastern countries which are doing well. They have just as much oil as us, but they take that control of that resource extremely serious, and they were able to push their economy to where you have all these athletes from all over the world willing to reside in their country. If somebody was going to tell you 10 years ago that all the top footballers will be residing in Saudi Arabia, no one would believe it. But they use that one thing that they have, they took it seriously. But we do not take our resources seriously in Nigeria. I mean, even the refinery reports they have, we still don't properly have it yet. I don't think we properly have it yet. So we're just not serious in the country, and the citizens take it like that.
League now. Africans are playing minor league. I think one other thing that I saw today that almost made me sick was the power generation that the rest of the world is consuming versus Africa. Not only Nigeria, Africa is like we are dwarfed in everything. And this is why I keep telling my people, why are you fighting over the little pennies here and there? Fight about changing your leaders' mindset so that we actually start competing for resources in this world. We can't generate power in Nigeria. I think it's about 10 to 12 gigawatts when China just added altogether more than 500 gigawatts last year. It's sickening.
Even you're even going. That's too far. That will even fly over a lot of African heads. To South Africa, I think it was some kind of power issue they had earlier this year. The whole country took that thing seriously until they fixed it. But even in the capital, even in Lagos or Abuja, you have power outages as seen as a normal thing. There's no power in many of the places there. So we're not even compare it to a country like South Africa, which is far more developed than Nigeria. Talk less of Egypt and other countries such as that. So it seems that we don't know if we're going forward or backward. We're just doing whatever inside of the country.
This is scary number. For me, this is scary. This is Africa. Oh. This is 1 point something billion people. This is us here. And we, if anything, our power generation seems to have come down versus the rest of the world. Look at that. We're thicker in 1990. And this is the trend that I tend to watch. This macro level trend is what is more consequential than all the arguments we keep having. Look at that. We are coming
Some
down
people,
versus everybody else.
yeah, some
Yeah, but
people
we
say
don't
that
produce
is
anything. That's why.
so some people say that is how God. Hello, some people say that is how God designed it. So that's why Africa cannot do otherwise.
Let those people go and sit down.
Will say something like that.
Let them go and sit down. If people, somebody that don't want to do
Who's
anything,
saying that?
say it's God. Of course, God did
They don't have
everything.
nothing to do.
That's what many people say. That they say that is how God designed it. So that's why Africa can't do otherwise.
Isaac Black, that's why. Okay, here's the other narrative. This is the other, 1 second.
The world too.
This
Jesus.
other side of the narrative.
Me, I'm
God
beginning to believe
loves
it.
Africa so much. He
I'm
gave us
beginning to
all
believe
the
it.
natural resources in the world. What about that?
Prince Daddy, I'm beginning to believe it. Oh.
You're showing us. What are you talking
What
about?
did, what did he just say?
Electricity consumption.
Did you just say? What did he say? That God loves Africa so much. What did he say?
Yeah, I said maybe God loves Africa so much. He gave us all the natural resources in the world. What are you looking for in this world that you're not going to find in Africa? Tell me.
Yeah, but now it's beginning to be a
So
problem.
it's also the question is God partial? Is God partial?
Who knows these things? But look at the rest of the world. The rest of the world used to have a proportionally higher energy, but now it's like these OECD nations, China, this thing, they're just eating everything. America and the OECD nations, and this is exactly the breakdown you get during COVID-19 too. They ate everything while the rest of the world, Africa, was just exactly the same way too. This one is South America, Brazil, and all the rest of them. At least they are showing a little bit of respect for
No, but
life.
Niger, I mean, this is not that surprising. These countries, these are the countries that are productive.
Or you're showing us electricity? What are you showing us?
Because it's a sign, huh? It's a sign because this thing correlates to almost everything else.
No,
not necessarily, Niger. I think there's a few things you're making a mistake here. For example, in the UK, you need to heat up your house. You need to heat up your house.
I don't know what you always like to do. You're bringing us electricity consumption as a yardstick to show economic.
I think we should focus on PPE.
No. Of course, it correlates now. Tell me where it doesn't correlate.
Let us focus on PPE, earning per capita. That's more.
We can also
more
do
nuanced than I think that's more better than more quality than that.
Yeah, because when I looked at the Chinese energy generation, I became ill, man. I couldn't just like the terawatts. They talk in terawatts. They're not even talking about in gigawatts anymore. Look at this one. This one is 2,000 gigawatts, and we are talking in megawatts. That's what we still talk about.
Niger. Let me tell you the problem of Africa. Yeah, my alarm is ringing. Sorry. Let me just quickly.
Kenya power generation and total power generation. Let's see. Maybe Kenya is doing better. Kenya is one of those few countries that seem to. Why are you laughing now? Eh? I'm trying to big up Kenya here. You're worried.
Tonight, Kaiser's on the show, right?
Yeah.
Okay, maybe you can spend a couple of minutes to tell us what is going on with the protest or the riot in Kenya, and if truly the protesters got the demand from the government, because we've been running them out talking about Kenya got what they wanted from the government because of the protest.
Let me just get Kezo to break down what Kenya total power generation is. Is it Kezo? Am I mistaken? Is it just 2 gigawatts? Hey, I thought Nigeria was bad. I don't know, man. I can't help it, man. I'm sorry. I just had to laugh about that. I thought Nigeria was bad. Man, Africa, we have a long way to go.
No. It's not. You say 2 gigawatts to Nigeria.
Yeah.
What are you?
2 gigawatts. That's what I'm saying.
No, 2 gigawatts.
That's why I'm asking you to break it down for me now. You're not breaking it down. Let me bring it up again.
It's 12,000 gigawatts hours generated yearly.
Where is it?
2 gigawatts.
Okay, where is it?
I can send you the data. 1 second. It's about 13,000 gigawatt hours, right? Right now, let me show you this.
Gigawatts hours. No. Gigawatts, not gigawatts hours, because that one adds values to it.
Oh, no. Hours.
This is
The hours part.
5 gigawatt. So look at what they wrote here. It says current effective installed grid electric capacity is this thing 2.651 megawatts.
No. You're talking about different things. We're talking how much energy Kenya generates a year is 13,000 gigawatts of energy.
But what is it?
Well, I've sent you a link right now. You can check in the back chat.
To Niger, you're on the wrong website. Kaiser, give us update. Give us the full update of what's going on.
Okay.
What updates?
Give us the update. The daily updates.
Hold on, we are going to get that one now. I just want to clarify this one.
Man, that power thing is boring, man. We don't know boring. None of us have light in that continent. So
tonight it's 12,000 to 13,000 gigawatt hour per year, right?
Where do you? Okay, is it the back? Yeah, it's the back.
I sent you two links in the back chat. There's no need for you to think. It's there.
Now, so everybody can see now. I want to see what Kenya can do, because I don't know whether this link was doing it for us. So because it's good to know what other African countries are doing. Because Kenya is about 40 million.
13,000. Right. It's at 50 million actually. Yeah, 13,000 gigawatts. This is 2022. This
one here. This is not what we are looking for. This is gigawatt hour. That's different.
Gigawatt hours is the same thing. That's just it divided in the power form.
No. The power form is magnified. The power form is magnified. What we are looking for is the actual wattage. And this is the wattage, and it's similar to what we saw in Wikipedia. So Nigeria generates about 12,000, and sometimes maybe less, depending on the direction the wind is blowing. But if this is the number for Kenya, that is scary, though, I have to say. But we can move on. I think some people want to move on from this.
Go ahead, Kaiser. Tell us what's going on.
So what is scary about it? What's scary about what's the population of Kenya? Is it up to the population?
It's a lot more than they should be consuming, far more than that. If you see that nation is moving anywhere, they should be consuming far more.
2,000 megawatts.
No, that's 2,000 gigawatts. Yeah, that's nothing by international standards.
2,000 or 12.
No, 2,000 gigawatts.
So what's the population of?
No, it's not 2,000. Hang on, Nigel. Where you get? I think you need to understand how math works, right? It says. 1 second. To Niger, that says 2,000 megawatts. That is 13,000 gigawatts to Niger.
What?
Yeah, okay. To make this simple.
Mega is a higher number than giga to Niger. It's 1,000 times higher.
Mega is higher than giga. Oh my God!
Right.
You need to do this thing. Go and do your.
Hold on to Niger. Kaiser, tell us in Kenya now, and how many hours of electricity do you guys average per day?
Okay, sorry. Can you ask the question?
Like in a day now, how many hours after 24 hours per day? How many hours do you guys have steady electricity?
Every day, all day. I haven't had a power out for the last 2 months.
Is that mostly in the capital or in the lesser cities? And how does that extend to like the countryside?
Good question. So for all the civilized counties, they have 24-hour electricity. So this is from the central region where I am right now near Nairobi, all the way down to the south, to the east, not the east, to the south, to the west, and all the surrounding areas. They have 24-hour electricity. The only place that doesn't have electricity is what we call the Somali regions. That's like in the area bordering Somalia. Because of safety concerns, we can't even build a grid there because it's terrorists. But again, there's only 5 people that live there, so it doesn't affect business or trade. And those people are, again...
What's the population of Kenya?
It's around 45 to 50 million. That's what the official...
That's too small for that kind of a population. 2,000 megawatts is too small for you.
But he's saying that most of the places have 24... you said 24-hour electricity.
But it's impossible for everywhere to have it. I guess maybe if you think about it, because their population is about 50 million, it means that there are a lot of places that are not getting it then. And that's the only way you can explain it, because Nigeria...
You just said that everywhere is getting it though. Most of the cities.
But yeah, but it
No,
means that
Tunaja, no,
there
hang
has
on,
to
hang
be
on.
things that are
Tunaja,
not
this is
getting
what
it.
you're saying is wrong, right? I've explained it. The only place that doesn't have electricity is the northern east part of Kenya. That's Mandera region. It's just bordering Somalia. There's like 5,000 people that live there.
Hold
The
on.
rest of the
What about like the farm side, the countryside, the village side? How much electricity do they have?
the countryside has I've lived there before, right? They all have electricity. Every other place apart from Somali region has grid power, and even the Somali region they have solar power, so they use solar. It's just not grid. So everyone actually has access to electricity.
And,
It's
and
just go ahead.
so yeah, so you're saying it's 24/7 electricity in Kenya for the most part.
Yes,
Okay, you see, so
everywhere
tonight.
apart from the northeast part, which is Somali region, and that's because of security more than capacity.
What about systematic blackouts? How many how frequent is that?
Maybe once every 4 months, maybe 5 months.
Wow. To Nigeria, it's nothing else to say now.
What are you talking about?
It's
I don't
nothing.
know what's
Somebody
wrong
who
with
lives inside the country is telling you how the country is, and
you.
you want
He's
you
telling me
want
what
to
it
bring
is.
something on the
Hold on,
internet to read it.
can you just stop? I don't know who you are. Whether you are blaming me for our people using little power, don't blame me for this. I'm just going
Give
after.
them the credit. That's what I'm saying.
So,
If they're doing better,
can you let me talk? The idea behind it is that he's telling you, but I'm trying to extrapolate how that is possible because Nigeria we generate about 7, maybe 8, and okay, sometimes some people say we actually
It's
get
about
out.
your distribution system as well,
Yeah,
Niger.
that's what I'm trying to get to. That some people actually say we actually distribute around 4 to 5 gigawatts. So if that is the case, it makes sense that we don't get ours out enough because you multiply it by 2 to 2.5. And not every Nigerian is going to get it. They have 2 gigawatts. They manage to send it to all their people. So you can see maybe how that is
Megawatt.
possible. Yeah, 2 gigawatts is the same as 2,000 megawatts.
Okay.
So
Well, it's actually 3,300.
2,300. Yeah, 2,300. But that is still on a different. That's a totally different scale when we are looking at other countries, like baby scale. That's
So
what I'm
no,
talking about.
let me answer that question to Niger. We in Africa don't actually need domestic energy. We just need light and laptop, right? What you're doing here is you're kind of inflating a couple things. In the UK, you to Niger need heat, and that is coming from electricity sometimes from the radiators. You need to power your washing machine and all these very high power consumption materials. In Africa, we don't need this, right? Like for me, I use 4 kilowatt hours. Okay, 3 to 4 kilowatt hours a day, sometimes even 2 kilowatt hours a day, because all I need is just my 3 laptops, my computer, my TV, and the lights. That's it. I barely use the other things like blender and all those things. So really, domestic power consumption is lower in Africa, not because we don't use it, but because we don't need all these high power consumption equipment as well as radiator for heat. But I know what you're trying to say, right? For example, Kenya right now, you're right, it's 3,300 megawatts, right, at the moment. So if that's the case, for us to industrialize, we do need to produce more. And I think that's the part which I agree with you. 3,300 megawatts is not enough. And I think in Nigeria's case, you guys produce energy.
So, Kaiser, what about your industrial complex? Don't you guys, I don't know the temperature there, but in Nigeria, where it's very hot, especially in the metropolis, they use air conditioning.
We don't have AC. We don't need it in Kenya. Kenya is very nice cool country.
Because in Nigeria, they use a lot of appliances in the metropolis a lot. Blender, air conditioner, so many stuff. But if you don't need it in Kenya, I don't know. So, okay, you guys continue. I just want to raise that way.
Yeah, the only cities we need it in Kenya is a place called Mombasa. There you kind of need it, but even then, it's not that important like Nigeria. I don't think it's as hot and humid as Lagos all the time. So really, Nairobi is perfect. I've never needed AC. I never even thought about AC in my life. It's just perfect, cool weather.
Yeah, but of course,
Sure
you all need
why people use a lot of power. It's mostly industrial sector, manufacturing, and all our area and vehicle. Depending on whether you use electric vehicle.
Do you guys have industries? Do you have manufacturing industries?
They don't have anything like that.
Clearly, don't have it now. If they are using that kind of power, what do
Wait.
everything?
We don't have. We don't have big industry, but we have like basic things like producing, like detergents and all those kinds of stuff.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I think this is kind of stuff we have to
Pharmaceutical
look into.
research and stuff.
I don't see. I'm not delivering. I'm not here to deliver bad news to our people. I'm saying this stuff so that we actually know how behind we are. Because sometimes we spend a lot of time arguing about, oh, they are taking this one. They're taking like, what is the point of arguing that you need to go and get more because it's not enough. You can't, like, if Kenyans want to go and argue for power generation now, they go and start arguing for 100 megawatts. Why are you worrying about 100 megawatts? You need to be generating gigawatts to actually catch up with the rest of the world. We are falling further and further behind. That is my own take on all these things. But let me just check. I want to see the uses of this power that is being generated because all this is matter. One of the reasons why it matters is like when Neil deGrasse Tyson talked about it in terms of research that is being done around the world. He said in areas that don't do research and they are not going to own the future.
Let me ask you a question, right?
Sorry, can you let Kaiso answer the question, please, that they asked him about after
question?
the uprising and something? What is the situation in their country now? Please, thank you.
Yeah. So the youth over here decided to go and rebel against the government for different reasons. You know, some of the reason was the finance bill, because they felt that this new finance taxes were too punitive, and they were just coming for even poor people. You know, things like bread tax, 16%, cooking oil tax, and again, cooking oil is already very expensive in Kenya. You know, car levy tax, an extra 2% just by owning a car. There's so many things that the youth were thinking this doesn't make sense. So they started to obviously say we must reject the finance bill. That was the beginning of the protest. Now they got their way. President Ruto said he's going to withdraw it. He doesn't have any power to actually withdraw a bill, but you know, legal power anyways. But as a president, he can kind of force the other people somehow in the back room to reject that finance bill. So he claims he's going to withdraw it. So we're going to trust him on that. However, now the youth still, because of the issues with pandemic and the reduced, the high increased cost of living, they now just want Ruto and his whole cabinet to go because of a lot of exposure over some corruption. You know, someone is driving a $300,000 car and their salary is not quite matching things, right? And again, they have businesses, but there's no true audit of these politicians. Ruto, of course, has been flying around in a 200 million Kenyan shilling. That's about 1.5 million dollars. Trip to America recently. So they just think the president was lying and flying around. So a lot of corruption, especially with the members of parliament, and all these things, kind of lavish lifestyles, yet they're making the Kenyan people suffer by having more taxes. Kenyans were not happy about that. So now they're still protesting. And of course, in the beginning it was violent, but now it's not violent anymore because I think Ruto knows he's going to be put in prison if he kills any more people. They killed at least around 30 people so far. So right now, no one else is dying because they reduced it. The High Court actually rejected using force against peaceful protesters. So that issue was already ordered by them. They're even telling them not to use tear gas or water cannons unless it's a must. So right now, the Kenyan law is working well to manage this protest. But I don't think Ruto is going to go anywhere. He did engage us on Twitter the other day. I joined in the conversation. One of my friends asked him a question and he answered it. I was a bit too scared. I changed my name. I was like, nah, this is definitely a suspect. You know, they're trying to get all our names. But all in all, it's an anti-corruption march. But for me personally, I don't necessarily agree with these protesters for my own reasons. There.
Let me ask this: how is the opposition responding? Are they potent and at all? And how likely do you think that Ruto may be completely removed from power?
Okay, good question. The opposite. Okay, so let me explain Kenya's political system. We don't have a two-party state like America. You know, like Democrats and Republicans, or in the UK with 3 parties, right? In Kenya, parties don't exist. In Kenya, if you want, it's the president that exists. Let me give you an example. Even I can start my own party today, and if people like me, they'll vote for me, and I can become president. Each year, the parties change around, so there's no consistency in Kenyan politics of this is the party. People don't know parties; they know people. So right now, Azimio is the party that is obviously against this current party, and it's actually was headed by the guy Raila Odinga, who was the last presidential candidate with Ruto. the thing is, they are saying things, and they are kind of they actually are in favor with the people because their politicians did not vote for the finance bill, so they already have that trust with the people. Meanwhile, Ruto's cabinet, they're all, politicians, they voted for the finance bill. So right now, people are trusting Azimiomo. But the issue is, this is a Gen Z, millennial kind of movement. So they're trying to make it into a party politics. They just want government to stop being corrupt, and they want the whole of Ruto's government to go. And if Ruto's government did go, it would be the Chief Justice, the Supreme Court, Martha Karua, who would actually take control and become the leader of the country until the next general election in like 3 years. So
are the Kenyatta's silent, or they're just sitting back?
Kenyatta's don't really have power right now. After Uhuru left, they don't like Ruto. They've made it very clear that they're supporting the opposition, but I don't really think they have power right now. Ruto is from a tribe called Kalenjin, and these guys have a history of remaining in power for many, many years, right? The last Kalenjin was there for 30 years, Moi, right? All I'm saying is I don't think Ruto is going anywhere for the next 7 years. He's probably going to win the next election somehow, and I think Kenyans just need to understand that unless they want civil war, I don't think Ruto is going anywhere. Ruto is one of those guys who's he knows how to get what he wants. I'll say that.
Let me ask this because you asked.
Hold on. Let me ask you. I think you've been asking so many. Let me ask you this question. So are you saying? I'm sorry, my friend. Are you saying Ruto's ethnic clans or his clans, they are the largest in Kenya?
No, they're not the largest. They're like there's 3 large tribes. There's Luya, there's Kikuyu, and there's actually 4 large tribes. Luya, Kikuyu, there is Kalenjin, and then there is Luo. Those are the 4 major tribes. Each of them have Ruto's Kalenjin is one of those 4 major tribes, and each tribe has at least 15.
They have the numbers to make him president again. Is that what you're saying?
No, it's not I just said Ruto will win no matter how. I'm not going to comment.
Yes. How? Because if people like Raila Odinga is still there, who almost came close. I mean, who was it? I think it was not the second runner-up in the last election.
Yeah, he almost won actually. I'll tell you why.
You said he won actually? Is that what you said?
He almost won. Yeah, he almost won.
He almost won. Okay. I thought you said he won.
Yeah.
So
people blame those corruption.
I mean, looking at the whole political upheaval in Kenya right now, and are you telling me that Raila Odinga, if he contests again, and with all this crap that's around, what's his name? This President Ruto, are you saying he's going to still win somehow?
Possibly, and the reason I say that is different reasons. Winning doesn't mean you have the most votes. Winning can mean you find a way to win, but Kenya still is very tribalist, right? I'll give an example. The Kikuyus, that's the Uhuru's, the Kenyatta family. They're Kikuyu. They're the largest tribe, about 20% of the country. They were supporting the Kalenjin this time around because let me give an example. The deputy president is a Kikuyu. His name is Gachagua, right? So what happened is Uhuru tried to tell the Kikuyus to vote with Raila, but Kikuyus and Luos don't really like each other. In fact, in 2008, there was a temporary ethnic clash between those 2 tribes, right? So they don't like each other at all. So when Uhuru tried to tell the Kikuyus to vote for Raila, they didn't. Instead, what Ruto, the current president, did at that time when he was president candidate, he got a deputy president who is Kikuyu, Gachagua, so that he can get the Kikuyu votes. Because what they basically thought is, if Ruto runs for president, becomes president, the next time the Kikuyus will run under Gachagua as the new president. So it was a deal between the Kikuyus and the Kalenjin, and this is how it's been since the beginning of Kenyan politics. If you have Kikuyu votes, you're most likely going to win. Especially now, if you have Kikuyu and another big tribe, you'll definitely win. So right now, hopefully, the Kikuyus know that they can't trust the Kalenjins anymore, and they can actually vote with another.
But it seems like the vice president is botting it with.
Okay, a follow-up question now.
Isn't it?
Kaizo. So I mean, on this platform, a lot of the speakers they thought that in Kenya, the reason why the protest or the riot was successful was because you guys are detribalized. You don't have a tribal problem, and you guys have this unity. And for that reason, the riot was successful, the protest was successful. But obviously, listening to you, it sounds like you guys have probably about the same problem as we do in Nigeria. And also that, well, you have four major tribes, but something tells me that you have other tribes that are like many other tribes that don't really play a big role in politics in Kenya. So, to you, do you think with all the your outcome was the protest successful, and was it actually successful? And how was it possible, if that was the case, that all the different tribes came together and worked together to make this
Yeah, good
protest
question.
work?
Good question. So yes, Kenya is detribalized when it comes to the young people under 30. But the older generation, they're still tribalized. So the protest was mostly young people. That's why it was able to be successful. When I go around anywhere in the country, no one cares about the tribe. Everybody's like getting mixed up these days. I'm mixed of 3 tribes, for example. So that is not really an issue anymore for our generation, the millennials and the Gen Z. But the older generation, they are still very tribal because that's how they grew up. So was it successful? Yeah, it was successful for the protesters. They got the finance bill rejected. Now Ruto has actually agreed to talk with them and figure out. The youth have also requested Ruto to give an audit of how much how much money do we really owe, and in which currency, so that from now on, when we pay the debts back, we can actually see the numbers reduced. Because right now we don't even have an idea of how much we owe. Someone somewhere in the treasury may have an idea, but we don't even know how much we owe. So I think it started a dialogue, and the government is having to listen right now.
Let me ask one more follow up. You said there's a chance that Ruto may go to jail because of all this stuff. I want to ask, do you guys have any history of putting presidents you guys did not like inside of democratically elected presidents inside of prison?
Good question. No, but we could have done it. We just didn't do it. So what happened is when Moi, the dictator, was removed from power in 2002, they were actually going to put him in prison and strip him of all his wealth. But there's a taboo in Kenya about treating old men bad, so they just let him live out the rest of his days. That was a mercy on him, but people wanted to do it, and they were actually in the process of doing it. They just in the end, they just changed their mind. Maybe they realized it could happen to them as well, so they just let him live out his days.
Do you guys arrest like corrupt governors, senators, or even a vice president? Do you guys do?
Yeah,
do
all the
that
time. All the time. Yeah, all the time.
Oh wow.
These people get arrested all the time. Even Ryla spent 9 years in prison.
Kaizo, so what's the
Kaizo, sorry,
what's the vice president? Ruto's vice
Oh, it's
president.
Ekabwa. Yeah.
Yeah. So are you sure that that's not going to, if he has to run again, are you sure he's going to run with this guy again? Because it's like the guy is against Ruto somehow.
So Kaizo, I also want you to take this question along. Since he stepped down the finance bill, with Kenya, are you going to borrow money to finance most of your project, or how are you going to generate the necessary revenue to implement their proposed budget later?
Yeah, so Kenya will borrow 1 trillion shillings. I don't know how much that is, but I'm guessing it's like $850 million or something. To actually,
from World Bank or IMF.
IMF, yeah, we're going to borrow $850 million dollars to supplement.
So in a nutshell, that means an average Kenya is also more indebted in the future.
Yes. I mean, look, here's the thing. The Kenyans don't like paying tax. So this is we keep getting in debt. And if we don't, because here's the thing, right? If you take debt, you're supposed to produce more than you took. If I take $1 billion, I'll make it worth $1.5 billion. I pay my my interest rates of 200 million, and then I also have a profit of 300 million. Then I can grow a business also. I can employ people and I can grow the GDP. That's how money is supposed to be taken. But in Africa, all countries in Africa actually, we take debts to just pay government workers. And maintain roads, right? It's not a good system of practice at all.
Sorry to interject. You just mentioned that Kenya do not like paying taxes, right?
Yeah, Kenyans don't want to pay taxes. You know, they will claim, the protesters will claim that we don't mind paying taxes. We just want to know where the money is going. No, they don't want to pay the taxes. They're lying to us. These protesters are lying. They just don't want to pay tax.
So to me, if I look at it from that angle, you don't want paying taxes, and then the government go on borrowing again to finance the propels budget.
And then they'll blame the
I don't
government.
see any. I don't think the protest is justified. At the end of the day, it's so back to the same square one way or the other.
So for me, I agree with you. Personally, if you don't pay tax, then you can't pay. Look, let me give you an example, right, of how things run in Kenya. And Kenya, remember, is still one of the better African countries. I've been trying to, sort out my passport and all these kind of stuff, right? You go to one. First of all, we have too many different ministries, right? Everything should be sorted in one ministry. You have Ministry of Immigration here, Ministry of Citizenship here, Ministry of this. You have this decentralization that's so extreme that you can't get anything. One ministry doesn't have access.
Can you say that again? You're going too fast. You say you have Ministry of Citizenship, Immigration, or something? You said?
We have too many ministries in Kenya, for example, and I'm sure this is the same for most African countries. We have, for example, immigration, then we have citizenship ministries. These are two separate things, and they don't even have access to the same database. So when you have a problem in one ministry, you can't even fix it there. You have to go to another one. But then that other ministry will send it to another ministry. So at the end, you have to go through 5 ministries before you can fix your problem. And I know the reason why is because we don't have database in Africa. For example, every time you go for a passport, you have to go do your biometrics again. Why? Because they don't have the data to store your biometric. The only data they can store is your ID number and maybe some basic, sheet information. But we can't store any data, so we have too much redundancy. So imagine if you had a system that completely worked clean, that you don't have to now go every time by person and then waste more time by employing more people to stay there. We have too much redundancies. We need to improve on infrastructure, for example, data center. Now, Ruto, the reason I respect him is he did get us a deal with the Americans for 1 gigawatt data center. This is going to actually solve this problem. So assuming the government is smart and they now integrate the systems, and again, store the data here, we won't have this redundancy problem of every time you go for a new renewal, you have to now redo all the process because they don't have the data. So that's just an example of something that's positive. Also, Ruto has done something good also by getting us another $4 billion investment on a new super highway expressway from Nairobi to the port city, Mombasa. That's good because it's going to allow us to make more money from the landlocked countries like Uganda, Rwanda, etc., and Congo for transporting of goods. So that's going to be a big deal. And it's not a loan. What Ruto has done is he's gotten a deal, like a buy. It's an agreement between two companies, an American company that will construct the roads, and then Kenyan government will provide the land, and they'll take revenue for 30 years equally, and then after 30 years it will fully belong to Kenya. They'll just be getting revenue as a shareholder. So that is a good deal because there's no loans, there's no repayment. It's just a business deal. Now, Kenyans will say he's selling Kenya. Well, okay, for 30 years he's selling a road that's going to be beneficial to us. I don't see the problem there. So I think Ruto is trying. The issue is the average population is so focused on basic finance, they don't understand economics at all, right? They don't even understand how, the Kenyan, okay, it's not just Kenyans, even you guys here, I'm sure you don't understand how, Forex really works. And that's just how the issue is. Kenyans think they can pay back the debt using the shillings. You can't, right? The taxes even Ruto is collecting is not to pay the debt back. The tax is there to actually simply make sure government has enough money to run without having to borrow more money. To pay the debt back, you have to pay in dollars. And to make dollars, you have to export, you have to reduce the import. So even these taxes on sanitary products and diapers, it's not even a bad thing because these are imported goods, right? I don't mind putting more tax on imported goods that can be produced locally, right? If it can be produced locally, don't add tax. But if it can, then that's fine. So for me, Kenyans don't seem to understand we are on a deficit of import versus export. So we can't even make dollars net positive. Our dollars really come from the diaspora. I think about $4 billion come from remittance. Tourism, also another $2 billion. So those are the areas where we're getting net positive dollars. And if we don't, so if the government really wants to pay the debt, they should be focusing on tourism and also getting more Kenyans outside of the country, so they earn dollars and then send the money back. That, to me, right now, is the best thing, or industry, but that's going to take time.
Do you guys have a sea routes like
Hey,
you guys
so
access to ocean?
Yeah,
Access.
we have a port city. We have access to ocean.
Hey, Kaiser, so in a world where the rest of the world are embracing the Belt and Road Initiative by the Chinese, how come you guys are dealing with Americans to build your roads, especially a major one?
Good question. Because the Americans are not making us pay a loan. Chinese, you have to pay a loan. You have to pay back the money. America, it's free money. No loans.
And well, that's good. Never mind.
Yeah, no loans.
I wanted to ask about your education system, the quality of it, and your universities.
Yeah, our universities are good. I think actually Nairobi University is ranked one of the best in Africa. Let me even see ranking university. But yeah, it's Nairobi is good. The education system is not bad. Yeah, it's not bad, but there's just some small issues there. They've changed a lot from the British system, but I don't think it's bad. It's better than like Uganda, Tanzania, and these countries.
You guys don't have out of school children issues?
In the northern areas, as I mentioned, near the Somali border, those children really, they're a little bit forgotten. I will give them that. The northern parts. The rest of the country, education is free. Primary education is free. Then secondary, you have to pay something.
Well, do the graduates find work after? It's impossible, or is it a bit hard, or is just a little bit easier?
Good question. I think they can if they look for it, but I think a lot of graduates tend to give up because of the waiting time. Like I had a friend who was an engineer and studied engineering, and so if you look at this list here, Kenya University is actually top 7 in Africa, with the only countries higher than it is like South Africa and Egypt. So like the University of Nairobi scores top 7. So it's a good education system, at least in terms of the university here. It's
the best in East Africa.
It's the best in Black Africa, really, because the only one here higher is South Africa. That doesn't count.
South Africa.
And one Egypt. The rest of it is just, after that is just Kenya. And Ghana is also high there, somewhere number 10. Yeah, so it's not bad. But like I said, I think
where is this chart from?
Okay, I'll send you the link.
Yeah, I like
Tonight you already hates Kenya, He doesn't like
No, I don't want. I like to verify this. Some of our people, they just like to consume information without checking. They don't. Where did this information come from? Oh yeah, it's true. You have to verify some of all these things.
It's because Nigeria is not here, That's why.
Yeah, that's the reason.
Look at that. Okay, let me just have a look.
Number
It's all
55,
right.
you see.
Yeah, top university. This is Unirank. Is it a Ghanaian? Is it a Kenya website?
Really, this is Kenya.
I'm just asking now, just in case, because I think there's a little bit of a contradiction with some of the results I got from other sites.
Can you give me an example of the contradiction?
Like the ones I can see here from this website is not showing Kenya. The one from let me see on that one. Top universities of Africa. Let's see that one. No Kenyan on any of them too. The one no, I'm not a hater. I'm just trying to be factual. You see, because this one too doesn't have Kenyan in there. So I can show them. So I don't want to. But when I'm saying stuff it's often solid. Now I don't mouth off like that. Because if it's Kenyan, why would I want to hide it anyway? It's not like it's a fact. Now.
Because you're a hater, Niger.
No, I'm not a hater.
I think
I just like you selling stuff, overselling Kenya. Well, like this one, I'm looking at another one that Nigeria popped up even. I don't know.
Nigeria is not there.
What is he? See this guy?
This guy said the truth.
This kind of enemies of progress with people like you.
like
How Nigeria is going to get anywhere?
like
Eh?
you to hold on, Nigeria man. I mean, to Nigeria, like you to go and look for chat GPT and you give us a crap of information you're giving us.
No. I'm not checking only one. You see, so that it doesn't look like I'm kind of spiking it. I try to check multiple at the same time. Like if you look at this list here now, 2024 global best in Africa. This site is not my top, but it's a US based site, US news site. And if you look at it,
Oh, so if it's US, that's what matters.
Oh no, don't worry. I will show you more. I think I just choose one. Do you see any Kenya one here? This is a Nigerian one again, and even another Nigerian one.
No. So what's the ranking based on? Tonight, look, come on.
No, the ranking, the global score now. This is the global score here. That's the one they use. So, but I'll go to others so it doesn't look like I'm trying to tilt it. If you look at this list here, there's no Kenyan university here, but I think there was a University of Ibadan on this list that we can see here. Lagos is there. So, is there any Kenyan one that you can see here? This in
this is not even a website. This is just some Google search.
It's
not even in order.
Okay, is there a Kenyan on this list? Is there a Kenyan on this list? No, there's no Kenyan on this list. Let's go on another list. I'm trying to find the Kenyan.
Anyways, let's not go down this path.
No, I'm just. See,
I think the best universities.
Go ahead.
I think the best universities, no one can debate it, is going to be in South Africa and Egypt, and maybe I say Morocco.
Yeah,
but other than those three, I think in terms of Black Africa, if Kenya is number one or have the best university in Black Africa, I wouldn't. That's not too surprising.
Why do you sound as if anything Nigerian cannot be good? You sound a little bit like.
No, I'm just saying that Nigeria. Nigeria is overrated. I'm sorry. Nigeria is so overrated, and they're just not where they need to be. And a lot of these countries that we think they don't have anything and nothing's going on there, like you look at Botswana, Kenya. We say now even Ethiopia. Those countries are doing very well in many categories compared to us.
So, civil war. Botswana is the size of Ajegule. What are we talking about here? Eh?
They have a vice, but they're doing well in certain areas. Which areas now can you say that Nigeria is doing?
Well, the thing about Nigeria is that we look at it as a whole. There are sections of Nigeria that do very well.
Go ahead. Botswana they export beef to the United States. Their beef is high quality beef. Botswana.
Ethiopia is coffee.
That's $1 million industry there over there. Not even $1 billion already. They get that exclusive export from the United States to bring their beef here. I think them and Namibia. So what happened to us? Why can't we do that?
We have not taken advantage of our oil and made a place to buy.
Yeah, exactly. We've not taken advantage of oil. Like how are we supposed to take advantage of anything else? We can't even figure out the oil one. That should be the easy one. We can't even figure that one out. Man, we really have our work cut out. Personally, it's easy. It's an easy thing. And I think this is where it goes back to the discussion we're having, whether protest does work. Protest does work. It just has to be targeted. It's like pressure group. Like in the UK, you used to have like TV stations, they champion a cause. They'll say, we want to fight for people with dementia. So they will do it until they get the target that they want. Then they will stop that campaign. They'll start on that one. Nigerians, if you want to change stuff, you have to have a campaign that you want to champion something. All right, let's go.
The issue of Nigeria, they're not looking for anything but that. They're okay with managing. And that managing mentality is what's causing everything to get worse. I mean, some of the stuff we're hearing about how good Nigeria was in terms of the free education. I think Jakande gave that, and many other amenities, job. You study abroad, you come back, you have a job, you have employment, the dollar to naira ratio, so many good things. But I don't see how we can go from that and now to this sky high inflation we have in the past, I would say 2 administrations, and nobody even is protest. We don't have a protest in that country, not to talk of. So I think Nigeria, we just have a low tolerance for anything good. They just anyhow the place is, we just manage it like that. wherever the whole world is moving forward. It's a big shame.
I think Nigeria is a mosaic. It's not. When people describe Nigeria, they think it's uniform everywhere. If you look at Lagos, that contains well over 10 million people, that is the size of some countries in Africa. The sections of Lagos are doing so well that their GDP per capita is so high, like it's almost through the roof. The same thing you go to Abuja, the same thing you will see in Port Harcourt. We are talking about millions of people. I think at least 20 million Nigerians are living at a GDP per capita of about 40,000, even some of them. So it's not like the whole Nigeria is just doing badly. Some parts are so impoverished that even 15,000 naira salary, which is equivalent to about 10, 15 pounds, they don't even get per month, while others are living so large. So that's why I say it's a mosaic. It's not the same everywhere.
I disagree with that because one is over those spots you're saying it's not even up to 10% compared to the whole country. Additionally, you're only looking at the money that goes into the pockets. You're not looking at the police, the quality of the police, the quality of the security, the electricity, the education, the hospitality. So many the election transparency. Well, what in Africa we only look at money. If we have money, everybody is okay. All the politicians, everybody is okay. We have to look at what they call it, the human development index or something like that. It's not just money going to your pockets. While you go onto the road, you see refuse everywhere. The roads are undrivable, causing accidents. This is it should not be only money that we always look at all the time.
No, quality of life. I understand that aspect. Though we're just looking at in terms of the people that are exposed. Generally, yes, it's not very good. But if you are living around Victoria Island, Lekki, Ikoyi, all those areas that are well off, and the number about 2 million, that is a whole different world. For some countries, that's almost. Botswana is not even up to that population, if I'm not mistaken. So that's a whole totally different world.
Let me ask, even these glorified spots like Victoria, Anna, Banana, and all these stuff, other than residency, is there any museum? Is there any world attraction that can make somebody want to go to those places?
No, you are making it. We know now Nigeria has a lot of issues.
I don't because like some of these places like tourism, museum, things that make your place separate and even boost yourself up more than the state that you're in. But I mean, some of these places are just glorified residential areas.
True. Nigeria doesn't encourage people to come. Let's face it, that's true. And those areas that you're talking about, yeah, they may be residential areas, but they are also well-off areas, and they have a lot of sophisticated people there.
That's not good. That's not good enough for me. Like if that area was abroad, at least it should have a international standard mall, or at least a mall that can stand in it, like in South Africa. There, it should have many amenities, great hospital, great education, great security, and stuff like that. But if it's just residential and museums, things like that.
No, I think they do. They do. I'm not sure you.
Do they have any theater there?
Theater.
Yeah.
Let me check now. Ikoyi. I'm sure they have now. Ikoyi. They must have now. Come on, man. This is Lagos now.
The dogs.
In Victoria Island, Banana Island.
The only thing you can talk about is the what's it called? This school FM on behind Akiola, what's the that where you have Zenith Bank and what's the that I did come back Mola. Yeah, behind it there used to be this is it Frenchies? No, anyway, they have
where is National Theatre located?
It's in Igomu.
Igomu, is it close to Ikoyi or away from it?
Between Surulere, Ebutebeta, and
that is not Ikoyi area now. So, but our National Theatre is quite big too. So, but I'm sure there must be some kind of
about like cinemas. Like, can you go like cinema where you can go for cinema?
They must have them.
Maybe Silverbed on Amadu Bello Way. The one that's the one I know. Silverbed.
Yeah, you can see them now. I think they are popping up. If I'm not mistaken, this is
Yeah.
you call it Silverbed. Yeah, that's it. That's a cinema there.
Galleria.
Yeah. They do have them. I would be shocked if they don't have those things. Lekki, all those areas, Victoria Island. They of course they have those things now. Well, those rich people will be bored to death now. They will just come to Nigeria and start killing themselves because there's no fun. They must have it.
There's nothing to see. I don't know why would they always they glorify this that slum called Lagos. It's a slum. The last time there was a rain, did you see those images coming out from Lagos?
Yeah.
I remember one man sent me what's it called? He sent me some videos of somewhere in Austria. I was just laughing. In Germany and Austria, the Danube River. I mean, if you know that Danube River very well, because last time I was in that area, it's a lowland. Those places are like they're lowland kind of places, except when you're entering Vienna. Vienna kind of is like a little bit elevated. So, but when you're going down from Austria, it becomes lowland kind of. So what happened was I just want to put that. I wish I remember when woman was on. I wanted to bring that up. That was why I in the private section I posted what actually happened. It was they had what they call torrential rain. The Lagos zone, don't be saying that just torrential rain. It is incompetence of the government. Do I blame the government totally? No, I'm not blaming the government. But the thing is, I still blame the government in the sense that if you have a local government that is functioning, you don't have to wait for what's the name they do all this? These people where they carry dust mean where they carry dirt. When they got is it Lamata? Is it Lamata? Yeah, Lamata. Yeah. Is it? I don't know.
I forgot their name. Yeah.
Yeah, I think they call it Lamata.
Okay.
So Lamata is centralized. It's Lagos. It's a Lagos state. No, that's not. You don't run a system like that. My own, not even the county here. It's my own city, my own little city here. We have our own refuse carrier where they come carry our refuse, where they come carry our dust. It's not even a county. County get their own. Even cities get their own. So I don't have to wait for my state governor to come and carry my dustbin or even pipe water to my house here. No. So, but everything they centralize everything to Lagos state government because they want to control everything and use it for their stupid election campaign. That's the problem.
No, don't call them stupid. Rashtam, I think they have private garbage collectors now in Nigeria.
This is late night here. I don't want you to tell me what to say. Don't tell me what to say, please. I would because I'm really pissed off that how long are we going to be doing this? How long do we have to live on this earth? That some people cannot sit down and just say, okay.
Well, I'm not telling you what you say. You can insult anybody when you insult. I don't care.
I mean, how do you actually want me to explain it? That's stupidity. That's being idiotic.
No, I was just trying to tell you before you say insult and then that I think they have. Actually, I've heard they have private garbage collectors in Nigeria. They do.
Man, that whole place is a refuse dump.
Lagos can be cleaner though. It can actually be a lot cleaner. They are not doing
it. What caused that flooding in Lagos was I'm not blaming the government totally, but I blame them. Like I said, is that you drink pure water, you go throw inside gutter, you go drink what do you call them? Viju milk. I mean what they call them? Milk. You go throw inside the can. You go throw inside gutter. I mean, it's time they need to start enforcing some kind of law. But since they cannot do it on the state level, why don't you let the local government enforce these laws and arrest people that they need to arrest and generate funds, generate revenue that way? Because when you get you arrested, you have to pay yourself out. They fine you. That's the money for the local government. But no, because they want to collect that money. And you see, how do you run a system like that?
No, let me show you what I'm talking about. This is one of the things I'm talking about in Nigeria that I really don't like. Look at the national theater I was just highlighting. Just watch what they will show you just now. These buildings are not even well taken care of. They look rough. Now look at the national theater. It looks good to me. Look at no maintenance. Look at all these areas. How they don't maintain anything.
It's dangerous.
All they do is they just want to have name that they're the political party in power. They want to win election and then start making money to give contract to themselves.
Don't maintain anything.
It's not about the people. It's not about developing the people, developing your area. You know, I was saying here that I can gather some guys together. We go write city ordinances, city codes for me, when I'm city code, maybe this time around is going to be the reason why I'm not even keen about it is because invariably it's going to be Lagos State government. The government will be the one taking over it. You can still decongest Lagos. The way that Lagos is, it's not something you can do immediately. You go, it's a target of like 20 years time, but you go gradually decongest Lagos. You go make Lagos a real mega city of a of world class. It's all about just putting town planning, enforcing those town planning. That if you have a certain plot of land, this is the X amount of parts you can use in that land, so that you can have space setbacks.
My God, these illiterate politicians are not even talking about what you're talking about.
They're not talking about these
They're
things.
thinking about looting. They're thinking about winning the next election every 4 years. They're thinking about which woman which actress they're gonna fool around with. They don't have their vacation house in Dubai and London. They don't. Let me come on now.
This is what he said. Every city looks good aerially. No, Lagos, Nigerians, they manage to make area photograph not look as good as it should, really.
But when you're on ground surface, you know that's just a crap.
What is happening with Eco Atlantic too? It's just been stuck in doldrums forever.
It's one of those their elephant projects where they make money, live and there, make it just they tempt Nigeria. They can dangle like carrots part of Nigeria.
Abandoned projects.
That's not a bad bridge, though. Ekpe Bridge. It looks okay, isn't it?
Where is this one? Where is this?
What is Ekpe Bridge? Oh my God, Makoko.
Look at
this is the shame of.
We just have clueless people as leaders.
Okay, look at campaign.
What is Lagos in build? China BRT. Say you put BRT for road. Maybe. They're not even ashamed of saying they even have BRT. BRT. Our own boss.
Look. Oh no! You see, where is that? You see, they can't look at that. They can't even be bothered. Look at it. They can't even be asked. They can't.
That's a tennis. Or pool. What?
It's a pool with tennis there, it's a pool with some kind of net, but they can't even do the net.
These are resort center and like a Pine Tropicana. That's it. I think
that was anything.
Like a Pine Tropicana is in Kenya now.
Yeah, it makes me furious when I see how careless we are with it. Ghanaians do this better, actually. Ghanaians go into detail. They are more detail oriented than Nigerians.
Yeah, they're still Ghanaians are more. Urban wise, they're more. How do I say?
That is not a bad bridge.
Like Accra, the city of Accra. The city of Accra has a lot of the part of the city of Accra has planning, and they follow it and they enforce their city ordinances there. But Lagos, they don't lie. Even for land registry, I was even talking to a friend of mine some few days ago. He has been on a case. They have a land in somewhere in Ikoyi. That case, they've been on that case for almost 20-something years on that case. The mom has a property. One of those old negotiants, what they say, one of those rich families in Lagos. The mom got those, I think we bought those land way back in the 60s or like early 70s. So, according to what they said, the Pakistani embassy used to use that property. But later when they moved out, the mom just put down the whole building and left the building, and then the woman passed away. So some people went back and went to go and sell that land. They've been on that case.
I do like the night view though. It looks like
now waiting. It will not be give the effect of a
rational mind. Calm down. It's not everything that is just
rational mind.
Not everything is bad.
If you go on ground, the story is different on ground.
Rational mind.
What do you expect to see?
Area view does not show anything. Area view does not
$1 billion rational mind.
I've been occupied, so just they enter my sister. I say, may I just flog you before I go sleep?
Block me, Mumbo.
You see, one thing is this: you were talking of Lagos at that time. A person like you that will be in the construction, I was even expecting you to even suggest a better solution, but you ended up giving some kind of generic solution that anybody will say, "Oh, do that."
Man, this area is not bad, though.
Who is there? Who is this to Nigeria that won't let on
I'm just saying what I'm seeing, man.
I'll just bite you. I will bite you from this computer now.
What do you want me to say? It looks ugly.
Now, rational mind. Do you know why we have all those? When you say they should be arresting those people that dump pure water, paper, all those stuff. See, it will never stop. The best way to stop, people will still be dumping things in the channel. The best way to stop is this:
we should stop all these open water channel. So what is it they are doing here they cannot do in Nigeria? Why will you say, okay, you want to make gutter or whatever you want to make, you make it open? It is because it is open that they have space to dump things. Here, where do you want to go and dump? It's beyond we it's
Is
beyond
that
this
what
freedom. You
again?
can't just go and dump because you don't even have hole to dump all those stuff. So it can start finding a way to cover our gutters. So
It's not even gutter at this point. Lagos needs a proper sewage system.
no,
That's what they should be talking about. That
I know that, right?
but the politicians, I haven't even heard that from them.
Wait,
heard that?
We all know this, but even what we have now, when you drop all those garbage into all those water channel, is compounding the situation. And let's get it right. Lagos, we always flood. But
Dubai flooded this year now. Why are we making that one as if it's a big deal? Dubai was flooded this year.
It's your response to it.
Even
what
was
the response to it?
But the thing is this, how long does it take for that water to recede? Is what we should be talking about.
It's a day or so now. It goes away.
So Lagos can do better. You can find a way to prevent people, deny people access to dumping into those water channels. So it's not a big deal. Find a way, even open gutter in Nigeria.
Why are you talking about gutter? I'm just looking at this thing that's about to capsize inside the water. They claim that people are relaxing there.
Soon I just say you will let someone speak. At least I'm just
let him talk now.
That is my bigger concern now. This is about to capsize. They are supposed to be having fun. They can't even be able to build a place like that for relaxation.
Good night.
What is the good night?
Ola, continue. We are hearing Ola.
Because somebody talks over you is good night.
No, because you are interjecting him. He wants to say something and he's trying to make a point.
He can make his point now.
Let him talk
the planning, truly, we need to revisit the plan. What you are saying, rational mind, actually, I agree with you to some extent, but I was just expecting you to actually expand.
All these good ideas, bring an idea from America, bring an idea from heaven. These politicians are doing nothing. They will not implement it. So you can bring all these ideas. You think they don't hear it every day? You think they can't relate? They will not do it. They rather loot and destroy the whole place now. Come on.
We keep telling them in case they don't know. We keep telling them, even though if they know, it's not wrong. Let us keep reminding them. At least when they develop Festac was not like this when they developed Festac. Had a world-class sewage system. It was when the military got to that place, they started, they changed the plan and they destroyed that Festac town. So the best way for us to go, let us start from somewhere. Deny people access. Just follow the code. Don't build any water channel or any gutter without covering it. So that's just my own point.
Let me quickly address you on that. I agree with you on that. Not of building. Let me say this to you. During Babangida's time, I think Babangida collected some money from. During that, let me not say collect IMF and that's Gulf War windfall. Lagos was one of those cities that they were trying to bring some kind of level of some kind of development. I remember that local government then, they have their own structural, they have their own civil engineers. Local government, like Apapa local government, where I was born and raised, I think for some years before I exited. They have their own civil engineers. And they have their land survey, these people that goes around with their surveying equipment to survey and all of that for town planning. They have. But I doubt any of those local government now have any of those engineers that does town planning. So now what am I trying to say is that then we used to have GCAPA. GCAPA was building some kind of gutter system whereby they will cover it. But you know what happened was that corruption entered there. So it's cheaper to build open gutter than to build closed gutter. because you have to use more materials, more cement, more concrete, and all of that. So you see, they will always find something to introduce.
We should not even be talking about gutter. Is this don't you feel ashamed talking about gutter on public platform in 21st century? Come on.
It's a shameful thing, but you see, that's what Nigeria is. Nigerians will always find a way of introducing, like I was saying a while ago. Not as if I can gather some guys, and will write code for Lagos State. But the point is this: it will not work. The reason why it will not work is that those codes cannot work. The way codes work is that you will need local government, or you will need some kind of LCDA or like CD within the LCDA to enforce it. You cannot do it on the level of states. So if you give it to the state, it makes no sense. It will not get any impact. No far-reaching impact. So what's the point?
I want to hear Kazo's knowledge on this part.
Kaizo talk about Nigeria. How can he talk about Nigeria?
Let him give us some ideas now, if things are working there or something.
You mean in Kenya?
Or wherever. I want to hear Kaizo intelligence.
I want to hear you talk. Is it there? Is Kaizo still there? Kaizo,
he's probably sleeping.
So that's just it for me. I believe I agree with you. We need to
give me 5 minutes.
Okay.
They have to change the way, to be honest, because they can't continue this way. And
they're going to continue. Nothing is going to happen. Let's not pretend.
I don't know, Ola, if you see in Lagos, pipes that take water into house, they pass through gutter. Pipe where they carry water, water we go drink, they pass inside gutter. And you wonder why they have typhoid, we're having cholera like they're having.
Even they even contribute to this collapse.
I said this several times that Lagos need to be replanned, because I know quite well, because like when I was working with NEPA now and then, you have to be digging across the road. You know what it means. For example, you took like 10 years to get approval for a road, and you now constructed a very beautiful road, and this in the next thing after constructing the road, you just started excavating again that road. It tells you a country that is not well planned. I was saying it earlier that time that if Lagos needs to be planned, the least place to start from is what Jack Hundeyin was doing. You look at the area that is bastardized. Maybe it is Agege you want to rebuild to modern city. Okay, maybe you go towards Badagry and you build mass housing. When you say mass housing now, don't build all those here bungalow. Build story buildings.
Excuse me, I want to interject here, because we're saying building stuff in Lagos. You have indigenes of Lagos who are suffering because of this over congestion and overbuilding. Let us build the Ibadan, let us build the Southeast, let us build the North, Middle Belt. The indigenes of Lagos are suffering too much. Development should not only be in Lagos.
See,
even look at Dangote refinery in Lagos. Are you kidding me?
Topic now. You are jumping out of the topic now. We are talking about environmental disasters now. We are saying overpopulation can contribute, I know. But we are telling you that Lagos plan is terrible. And when you have terrible plan, it's a means for some kind of social insecurity. So the fact that what happened in Lagos alone, we may just you still classify that one is insecurity, because now you have open water channel now. That's someone that is just going out that does not even know that place now, just enter into one of those channels and just flooded away by water. That's insecurity. It's fatality. So what we are saying is this: Lagos itself need to be replanned. That you are replanning Lagos doesn't mean you can't plan Ibadan. It doesn't mean you can't plan Akure. And how do you plan all those areas? Is this: you have some kind of transport network. You understand? You start from that transport network. For example, you bring people from away, you bring people from Ibadan that want to be traveling from Ibadan to Lagos. You start by that. Then over time, you have to find some kind of structure, economic structure, that will make company want to go to Ibadan for the fact that Ibadan is cheaper for them to produce. It's just because we don't have good transport transportation system. That is why people want to stay in Lagos. But if you have rail that will move goods from Ibadan, from Akure, where you produce, and that is going to be cheaper. Because don't forget, you want to have your factory in Akure or in Ekiti because the cost of production is is lower than that of Lagos. By the time you will move the good from Ekiti or Akure to Lagos, the landing cost in Lagos will still be cheaper than the Lagos. You understand? Automatically, by the time you start relocating factories, people on their own will shift. So even if you like today, go and build maybe 1 million RC unit in Ibadan. That will not necessarily make people to relocate there because the 1 million people that will be living there, you understand, they want to work somewhere.
But it's not even the transportation. Excuse me. It's the jobs, because if that Dangote refinery was in I don't know, let's say Port Harcourt or Lekki, I mean Calabar or somewhere completely out of Lagos, people were already moved there, been moving there now. You'll be hearing the mine shots and
The
stuff they're
question I
building
will
there.
ask you now is this: why will Dangote move to Port Harcourt when the cost of begging a ship there is even more expensive than Lagos?
Leave Port Harcourt. I'm talking about Calabar, Ibadan, Akure, anywhere is despite outside of
The point
Lagos.
is that you see now why are they saying, why do they, because some people here said it, I've not really confirmed that, okay, the cost of routing ship to all those locations is far more expensive than Lagos. You understand? But I'm telling you this time around that when you have intermodal system, okay, here where I live now, there's what we call Canada Pacific Rail. There's another one, CN Rail. You know that when these people are moving, when the coach of what that Canada Pacific Rail is moving, sometimes can have like 220 coaches, just like let's say 220 containers. You see my mass movement, and there will be a lot of those movement every day. That's one. Then we have that's Canada Pacific I mentioned. Then we have another one, CRA too. We have long coaches like that. That's what I'm saying. That if, for example, in Akure now, we know that what happened, in those states, they were unable to conclude what they were going to do. They were fighting on how they were going to benefit, and Lagos hijack. Now, the advantage of Lagos today is that you have ocean there, you have seaport there. Now, Dangote now is importing crude oil now. You understand? Very accessible. Now they want to export their products. They are very close to the ports. So if you won't have port although I know that there's Okitipupa there, but Okitipupa port is not as developed as that of Lagos.
But they could have developed. They should have developed it now. That's not the
They
excuse.
should is what you are talking about. But Dangote, the timing of Dangote, too, you have to look at it. Dangote will not wait for you to develop that place.
Then the government should have intervened in that and made sure that it's anywhere except for Lagos. It's not small space in Lagos for that kind of thing.
Yes, we know how government operates. We were supposed to use Ajaokuta to develop our rail system in Nigeria. What happened? Because the project of the development of Ajaokuta to use the product there to develop our rail system was put into place by when Shijuade used to be the MD of Nigeria Railway, and I think Obasanjo was there. I think that plan started from that place. But tell me, even up till now, this is 2024, Ajaokuta is still suffering as we speak today. So just look at Dangote now. That Dangote now want to let's put it in terms of Dangote now. That government is supposed to build the seaport in Okitipupa, or they will expand the one in Port Harcourt or Calabar for Dangote to function. And that plan was there in 2006. And up to 2004, government has not done what it's supposed to do. That's why we are not getting power in Nigeria today. We have the transmission system. That's okay. Government is saying go and generate power. Private people go and distribute. Private people. But government is holding on to the transmission. Even if you like today, have installed capacity of 100,000 megawatts. your transmission network that cannot evacuate more than 10,000 will frustrate everything. So anytime that the private people can side their industry without relying too much on government putting one funny infrastructure that is not existing in place, please, it is better to go and start that and don't wait for the government. The government in Nigeria is playing cash up game. That's the only thing I can tell you. It's playing cash up. So to me, that's why I don't really want to attach government to when private people want to do things. I don't really want to. If you want to take over from Unilever today, or you want to take over from a Dunlop, I would rather say, okay, just like serious production factory are doing in Nigeria today, they no longer depend on electricity that government are in. What they do now is you put your factory in place, you find a way to generate your electricity. And thanks to the policy that Obasanjo did that time is that zero duty on any power equipment in the excess of 1 megawatt. So I think that's the advantage some people are taking, and they are putting their factory in place. So, that's why you see the like of okay, a university in Nigeria now, for example, is generating electricity that is using itself. The like of I think the like of this guy in East, Semoto too. I think, I'm not sure, is generating his own electricity. So to me, those are the things. And Lagos, as we are saying, honestly, we should be looking at what Dangote was, Jack Conde was saying that time. They should start replanning Lagos, because if it continues this way, man,
even the sighting of Dangote there, if there were proper planning, Dangote is just supposed to have that refinery there. You don't put refinery there. That area is more of a residential area. I mean, and that's a problem in the future, because when they start flaring gases or they start their production, you have mass. When they start full-blown production of those thing there, the environmental impact. I don't even know, maybe they won't, because whatever residue they're getting from the from fractioning these oil and all of that, that's some residue that will come out. So are they going to be pouring into that sea?
Even the potential hazards like explosions and stuff like that. I mean,
that's true. So you see,
it should never have been there.
They just turn Nigerians into like some kind of specimen. They turn Nigerians into like guinea pigs. They don't care. All they care is just the money. Dangote is not supposed to side that in there. That place where they wanted to put it in Ondo State, that would have been a proper place for him, because that place is still far. It's still like more isolated from where you have residents. Even though they said they were going to move out some people from there, because they just sparsely populated that area. That would have been the best of the place he could have used, but no. You see, the Nigerian elites and the Nigerian leaders, they just see us as a pawn, like we're just specimen for them to make their money, and then they don't care if you exist. I mean, look at the health system. You have a good health system. I mean, look at nobody. One of those days when Lagos was still when it was Lagos, virtually every home then they had even some place me I face you. They have water that comes into those homes. But if you go to Lagos now, no, and then they don't even care about it. You see, I just don't know what are they just. I mean, come on. And when you start talking about these things, some people in the comment section and other places, it's like telling you that go and be your papa, go and be is that what we're talking about? Go and be your papa state. I mean, if I was born in Lagos State, where would I claim would have come from? So you see, when people they've lost argument, that's why they start looking for some kind of cheap. So citing of this guy's refinery there, I don't think it's not right. I mean, that's to tell you that they don't even in the first place they don't even have any plans for that state, for that state.
We're not going anywhere in that country in any time, any 10 years or anything.
We're not going anywhere.
Just forget it. Forget it. And even look at the way South Africa is developed, and everything is moving there. Even South Africa Nigeria that's on his hands and knees begging for Brice. South Africa is one of the main players inside of that. I'm not saying it's good or bad, but I'm saying that at least you see they're making some kind of a positive name for themselves. They're doing something. That streets are. I mean, come on, that place is like, yo, it's for the best place to live in Africa is South Africa now. The whole of Africa. But what are we doing? What are we do? What can we say that we're doing right? Where's our pride in anything? Education, South Africans are far better than us. If you hear those people debates, you know that people went to school compared to the local illiterates inside our House of Assembly and stuff. So we're not moving anywhere.
Fortunately and unfortunately for Nigeria, you know, South Africa happened to have Oyibo stay longer. You understand? Even the South Africa we are praising now is not even progressing like it used to be before. So this thing is just like it's like nature to us, because the problem I see with us is that we lack this sense of security. You know, we just live without even looking at how our environment is. Like I said, now, I've said that thing here more than 2 times. If we even want to buy yours today now, it's very easy for them because we just want to wake up, just leave, finish. And if these people say, okay, we are just tired of these people, let's just buy them. You know, all your anti-malaria and all those, they can just put something there. Okay, let's just buy these people. But I can say they can leave us just because we are still of economic value. After all, if we are producing, we just need somewhere to dump our things. So that's exactly what is happening. That's why we are failing in almost every aspect of life.
Man, even the sports that we can upon that we can, even our common sports, we don't say we're failures in it.
We don't even hold sports. Let's just face that.
Look at the African Americans now. They're about to go and do their basketball now. They're going to win another gold medal in that. But the Black Africans take soccer so seriously. How far for that? Nothing anywhere.
We don't hold sports. We don't hold sport. We are just objects. Sometimes we can just be object of entertainment. You don't really own sports. So it's just because. So the thing is,
let me say this. If you remember those days when we had our sports club side were making wave there way back in this late 60s, early 70s. You have ICC, Mighty Jet.
Even up to 90, up to 90.
Yeah, maybe up to 90. Well, maybe late 80s. That's what I can say. The 90s, well, not really, but the 80s. So my point is this: you see, those guys were employed. You see them. We go Eyimba. You see them and all of that. Those guys, superstar. I mean, the Doji United and all of those. So those are those days when and you remember many secondary schools there would have this inter-house sports, inter-secondary school. We go to FHA in the first start, then we go and play football and all of that. So, but then I don't know if they still have all those things.
When did we win that gold medal?
What gold medal?
The gold medal in the Olympics.
96.
Is it not US 94? Is it not US 94? 1994.
96.
96.
Okay, Atlanta 96.
Yeah. So I mean, gone are those days when we were a sport-loving country. Well, I mean, that's in itself is an industry of its own. You know, so but then you just wonder these days they don't even think about that anymore, and that's alone that sports thing.
Rational mind,
$1 billion. We can make it into $1 billion industry in Nigeria. But these people are not thinking. All they think about is just we come here every time politics. Tinubu, Atiku, this that. I mean, the Sowolu, Lagos State. They call me Ronoku. They call me obedient. I mean, that's all we do.
And in the tribalism, it don't make any sense. Well, we're still losing on the world stage.
No. See,
yeah, we are.
The reason that the concentration is on Tinubu, we've mentioned it now. When we don't allow things that are supposed to function, local governments should be in charge of agriculture and primary education. So now, when local government used to be in charge of primary education, you find your way, like I said, I agree up to know about farm settlement. Even when Western region even had its farming there, it was a kind of large farming situation that just to take care for the population of the south of at least. So if we go back to those systems, because when we say it there now, even we are saying we should let states be autonomous, our people will be telling us that those states they can't sustain themselves. I will laugh sometimes because if people that were born today, if they are saying that, it won't move me. But for those people that belong to our generation that were born earlier, that enjoy at least, even if they're just 2 or 3 years from all those people, we shouldn't be talking about this. Sustainability of a state, it depends on how you define it. So because because minimum wage is 100,000 in Lagos, for example, does not mean minimum wage should be 100,000 in Ekiti. Because if the cost of living in Lagos, average cost of living in Lagos is like say 80,000, probably the average cost of living in Ekiti maybe is like 15,000. So why should you be equating minimum wage in Lagos to that of Ekiti? So that is what all this kind of unitary like federal system, because our constitution, we say it is federal, but it's really unitary, because when the federal government is holding on to what's supposed to make the state develop, is holding on to what's supposed to what created the like of the like of Southwest, the Western region, Eastern region, Midwest, and the Northern region. So the thing is this: even when all these all those rebels, when they took over, all the attempt is to weaken because they made deliberate attempts to weaken the West, the regional structure, because they said that was why they had so much power. So it was an attempt. They didn't even stop at that. They even slowed down our development through education. The education is where you see, okay, it's normal. If you have a group of first class, you want them to associate together, because that is why you create super school like MIT and Stanford and some top schools like that. Okay, there's nothing wrong. But in our own situation, you will say no. The person that has nothing to do at all, that will find his way to cheat the system, to make the thing, you have to mix with them. And before you know, others start learning from them. And education, our standard of education just fell. We started declining instead of progressing. So when we talk of restructuring here, people think it's all about resource control. It's go beyond that, because we have to look at the impact of restructuring. It's not like that I want to control. No. Land use now, for example, is good at it's under the state. Fine. But I don't want the federal government to start putting in eyes in the taxes I'm collecting in my local government, especially when you are not even putting anything in place to even boost that. Before you know, in Lagos State now, they want to be collecting taxes from market women. Those used to be for the local government. It is local government that we go to that and collect tax.
But I think I think the challenge is in the Supreme Court now. They're trying to take back the local government away from the state. And if you kind of look at it, I think it's a deliberate act by these people to pocket the local government, so that I don't know what they're afraid of, but if you think it through, probably when the time of election comes, they don't want them. They know if they have their freedom to be on their own, take their location, do their thing, they might not be able to control them. And if you are a particular,
you see one thing, my brother, when governors are fighting, we are not looking at the political undertone there. The governors are fighting just because the federal government in itself is not sincere. The federal government seek to weaken the power of the governors, while the federal government want to hold on to its own power. If you are going to do this thing in totality, federal government should throw away its own power too, its own bogus executives. So first of all, drop that. Okay, I've dropped my own now. then I'm facing you, the state, you have to drop yours.
Perhaps I
But
think that's why you need to support this regional government we are shouting about now. What do you think about? I think it's time to let everyone go back to their own region. Then we meet at the center and we contribute whatever we want to, depend on the percentage. And I'm very, very sure if we should do that, regional Nigeria will move from the bottom of the ladder. I mean, because we have the brain still there. It's not as if everybody jackpot. There are people who just don't have the chance to get out. I mean, to come up to do something better. Regional will do it. Let everybody go back to their.
You see, these two things. Let me make 2 points, please. In terms of this local government chairman we're talking about, those guys are even too powerful because as we stand now, it's very how easy is it for any of us to go and meet our local government chairman? Is it really
We don't
that
even
easy?
know them.
We don't. They're even too powerful they're even too powerful. Their power needs to be cut as well. They who said they're not stealing and not looting and they're not corrupt. They're even too powerful there. All these levels of government, their power is too much. All of them needs to be cut and brought closer to the people. Then, in terms, so even if they give the local government chairman all these powers, they're going to abuse the powers. All of them will abuse it because they're already doing it.
See, my brother, it's not about giving them power because we are looking at it as sharing power, and that's the problem in Nigeria today. Because every restructuring we have is all about power. No, we should look at it from the point of responsibility. Okay, while growing up, local governments were directly responsible for primary schools. They were directly responsible for health centers. They were responsible for markets. And some local government, they control some kind of farm settlement. They were responsible for grading the roads, even the road to the farms. They did a lot. So it should be, because the way we are looking at it, just give them money. I don't want them to give local government money only. I want them to give local government the resources they use to generate their own money back. Because the resources they used to generate their own money back then created job at that local point too, local government too.
Yeah, that's only if you give them autonomy now, because if they stand on their own, now they have the little coming from the up. Now they can tax maybe TV license, little parking there and there, charge them with their receipts. Or the marketplace, before you put your market in the marketplace, you pay some little thing. But they got to stand on their leg first, not under a governor who is going to tell them, you know what, Mr. Governor, we have a road in the west side. It's really, really bad. Okay, let me send my engineer there. Then we know what to do. Then he do that road, and that's it for God knows when he's going to come back to your own town. Then he move back to Ikeja, local government area. Oh, is this hole? It's not allowing the water to go through. These are the things they do. They don't want them to see that because they are supposed to be. They have their own councillors and they have their own like a house of assembly. They have their own assembly too, where they take decisions. So if anybody mess about, they can fire the local government.
But you see,
it's like the state. They can do if it's not capable. They know what to do.
Look, he was saying that before they were doing this, they were building this, they were building that. That era you're talking about, it was a completely different moral fabric in society. Now, the politicians we had then was some of that's when we had better politicians there. But nowadays, due to the moral degradation of the society now, all these guys that you're saying we should give power to, if you give them this power now, they become little dictators in their zone. Right now they're already doing heavy damages there and working for their godfathers and and for themselves. Is it when you give them everything now that's going to happen? And moreover, this let me add this as well. In terms of this regional stuff we're talking about, the North is not going to let that happen now. So if we're just saying anyhow, they're not going to let that happen anyway. They're not producing stuff. They have so many. They're not taking advantage of their resources. They're eating a lot of the resources from the south. Is it want to cut off that one too? What do you think how do you think they will react? Yeah, they're not going to allow it now.
No, see, my
No,
brother.
what I see is that
The fear that they'll become dictator, I know the fear should be there. I'm not saying the fear should not be there, but as I speak today, the governors are dictators. Even if you just elect maybe local government tax collector today, by the virtue of their position, they become a dictator. So that's the nature of our people.
They're
So
even looting right now.
So we can't say because they become dictator and we say we are helpless. No, we have to do whatever they are doing. We have to attach responsibilities, and it is our duty now. You understand? They will want to become dictator. They are not that they don't want to, but we have to find a way for them not to become dictator.
It's
How?
not even that. I think that we should bring that power even closer. If you're talking about councilors and even bring it closer,
Wait.
that's too far. It's still too far.
How do we?
you can't go more than that.
Give it to councilor. Bring it closer.
Let me suggest before we break up, we're going to be breaking up in about 10-15 minutes or so. My own suggestion is
just trust to you throw people to the background, to the background.
Okay, backstage. Yeah, we can do that. So one of the suggestions I have in mind regarding this power, taking it from the center, is to go for a more direct democratic system. And they have this type of system in Switzerland, whereby the people have a lot of power. They can pass laws, remove laws, and change lawmakers if they see fit. And in other words, the people are truly sovereign. And one of the things they do too is that because they have different kind of regions, so they elect what they call a presidential council made up of 7 presidents at the same time. So it means every region is represented every time as a president, and amongst the president, they elect one person to represent them every year. So among 7 of them, I think it's a 4-year term. So not everybody will represent them, but at least they will be switching one person each time amongst themselves. They will do the election among themselves. So, and Switzerland, that has served them very well. They are one of the most secure countries. They are one of the richest in the world. GDP per capita is $92,000.
That's it.
So
we can't wait to have that. Honestly.
So that takes the power away from all these powerhouses in Nigeria.
Yeah.
All these big guys. It goes straight to the people. The people decide what they want. So that's something like that, or even more advanced, is something we should be looking into.
Don't give it to a local government chairman. They're going to mess up.
One thing you fail for want to do is this. When you want to have this local government chairman system is this, you have to make sure that you don't allow this guy to control the police, because like here now, the mayor of the city, for example, even though he has some power, but doesn't control the police directly. There are some eminent people in the public that have that responsibility to control the police. So even if the mayor himself messes up today, he's going to spare the coffee immediately. So the mayor, he can't just order the police to do something illegal. They will not listen. So you know why all these people, especially when we have those two government, why they will raise the shoulder is if they just have unnecessary entourage. You understand? So we have to start building a system whereby our political leaders, you won't now be seeing all these entourage of police that we keep bullying people. You understand? So we have to understand where all those abuse of power is coming from. So when you are forming things like this, you want to look at. That's why I'm an advocate of indirectly subjecting the policing system to the judiciary.
But what if the judiciary is messed up? Who will check them?
See, over time, where anybody can mess up, over time, our judiciary, they're proving, even though people have been trying to blackmail them or their corrupt system when things do not pay them, it's not as if you can't find some few corrupt people there, but my experience and my understanding of our judiciary system, they are still the most they are not even the most, they are still the only upright.
Upright. Come on now. A rich man can. You didn't see that case of that man arresting that pregnant woman because she gave a honest review. That's an everyday thing now. You hear it in the news.
My brother, that one is even far away. Are you people not listening to what's going on in Oyo State? That a candidate, because of Allah for you now, even Atiku Abubakar sent forth one of his own candidate, and because of that now there's
we can't hear you.
so that his own candidate will be allowed the power from the top into every fabric of everywhere you want to think. These guys, they have the money.
We can't use outliers.
That is everyday occurrence now.
No. We should be able to separate. No. We can't use. See here, even if you have your money in the Western countries too, you can still buy judgment. It's not that you are going to buy judgment and give money to the judge or whatever. You can hire some lawyers to mess up the case tactically. You understand?
But it's far worse in Nigeria. Is what we're saying.
I'm
a million times worse.
Get me right.
Million times.
I'm comparing to other arms of the government. When you compare our judiciary to the legislative arm and to the executive, honestly, in my own humble opinion, that our judiciary is still the one standing, because these people have followed them, stood up against the military. You understand?
How long ago was that?
Okay.
Come on now.
Did you follow so many judgments in favor of the democratic institution, even under Abacha?
Man, that was 50, how many 100 years ago? We're talking about this current past 1999 to today. How have the judiciary done?
We are listening too much to politicians, and we are listening too much to some kind of blackmail against them. I'm not saying they are 100% pure. You see, they are human too. Okay, you put a system in place. Now, maybe you have 25% rods out of 100. And suddenly we now say that 75% that you cannot feed the rods, all of a sudden it do not really matter. So we now allow the 25% to loom larger than the 75% that you can find uprightness. Whereas when you want to talk about executive, maybe the rods, maybe you are talking of 96%. And maybe they're good, it's just like 44. So that's entirely what I'm saying now. When you still want to see the upright one among these people, because that is why you still see the like of Femi Falana, you see Agbakoba and Osakome that still come out and boldly speak. They are part of the system too.
They are like those guys. Most of those guys, remember, those are lawyers. Though. We're talking about the judges who sit there and make the decisions. And how many of them can you count that are even doing anything reasonable and good there? Which one is standing up no matter what? I want to stand here for what I believe in. I don't give a damn about any of your political parties. Who can you call that's doing that?
Can't you see the life of Keyamo? Look at Keyamo. Keyamo that is like a web braid from Ganifa. You almost think, oh wow, this is a young guy. Is gonna all of that into being when the guy saw money. Oh my God, buying house in America, all the kind of start talking rubbish.
This is one of the mistakes we made now. There's nothing wrong in a lawyer becoming a politician. Look, someone was giving his testimony that when I said this thing like 3 or 4 days ago, that when Absalam Abubakar was going to return power to the civilian, he approached all those lawyers, all those all those activists that fought the military, that okay, you guys should be the one to take over power because we're the one that really fought for democracy and not all these crook politicians. And those guys, they said we don't want to, all of them, they started running away. It was Tinubu, only Tinubu that's to say, look, I will stay. You can run. You fought for something and you want people that were even dining with Abacha to see benefit. So what difference does it make? Now, these people, they fail to grab the power and do the right thing. They all ran away. And after the first time, when they were trying to come already, the politicians, they've already hijacked everything already. And they could not come back again. So now,
but tell us now, right now, you have not told us now what are they doing.
Wait. If the like of Okonjo Iweala will not come and become a finance minister, we will never believe that something could be done rightly in our fiscal system. If the like of Soludo had decided to run away, probably our banking system will not be at this level that we have today. Maybe we will still be far away backward. So we've had some ministers in the past that contributed positively. So the thing is this, you can't say because you're upright, you are good, and you now want to be the holy of the holies, and you now want to run away from the political system. There is nothing wrong with Kiamu coming into that power. Just as you want that power, Femi Falana should have done that in 1999 instead of trying to come back in 2003. Gani Fawehinmi should have done in 1999 instead of trying to come back in 2003. That's where they all made mistake.
But can you focus on? You're focusing on the barristers.
All right,
The judge.
Just hold on before I send us backstage, gentlemen. Thank you for coming in, Prince Daddy, August Cyrus, Kenyon Fon, Morof Bakare. Thank you for coming in, and I will send us backstage now. While I do that, I will just play this song.